My sister is a serious brocon. She thinks that in this world, besides herself, the most trustworthy person is her best friend, Gu Qinghan. So after I graduated, she arranged for me to intern at her best friend's company. But she doesn't know that in the countless moments when my dear sister turns her back, her best friend pins me against the wall, squeezing my waist and seducing me time and time again. Be good, call me wife, and I'll give you my life. When my sister brought me to the Gu Corporation, her serious expression made it seem like she was entrusting an orphan. Qinghan, I'm entrusting my little brother to you. He just graduated and has no experience. I don't feel comfortable leaving him with anyone else. You're the only one I trust completely. You just happen to take over the company, so you can guide my brother along the way. Gu Qinghan just raised an eyebrow and glanced at me. I don't take in freeloaders. My sister flared up on the spot. How could my brother be a freeloader? Xiao Yi is an honor student from a top university after all. Besides, I'm not asking you to give him special treatment. Just treat him like a normal employee. Let him learn some experience by your side, so he can manage our Line family's business in the future, she said while pulling my arm. Xiao Yi, hurry up and show your attitude to your sister Gu, that you genuinely want to learn from her. I looked at Gu Qinghan's pretentious act, feeling 100% unwilling in my heart. Outwardly, I could only mumble, "Is that so?" Gu Qinghan leaned back lazily in her chair, her long, slender legs crossed, a pose that was both chic and elegant. Then let this honors student show his talent first. She casually pushed a file over. Redo this report for me. Let me see what this honors student is capable of. I had no choice but to step forward and take the report. Yes, Sister Gu. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, her deep, dark eyes looking straight at me. My heart immediately skipped a beat, and I hurriedly changed my form of address. Yes, CEO Gu. My sister watched from the side, feeling immensely satisfied. See, this is what you call being impartial. This is what true sisterhood is. She seems to get it now. If another woman saw her brother, she would have lost her mind long ago. She wouldn't have the heart to make him do reports. Only this Gu Qinghan is as steady as a rock, completely devoted to her work. No wonder my sister is so at ease. Qinghan, you have to take good care of my brother. I'm heading back first. No need to see me out. Gu Qinghan didn't even lift her head, lowering her head to continue handling her documents. Seeing her dedicated, career-focused appearance, my sister turned and left with satisfaction. Click. Just as the door closed and I let out a sigh of relief, preparing to grab the report and scram, the sound of a chair sliding suddenly came from behind me, and then my waist was grabbed tightly. My whole world spun as I was pulled over. I had just let out a gasp of surprise when a hand covered my mouth. By the time I came to my senses, I was already sitting firmly on Gu Qinghan's lap. The woman who had been so proud and cold just a moment ago was now resting her chin in the crook of my neck, taking a deep breath of my scent. Sweetheart, did you wear this outfit today to deliberately seduce me? I forcefully pushed her hand away. Let go, I'm here to work. To work. Gu Qinghan replied with her mouth, but the hand unbuttoning my shirt didn't stop at all. Since you're here to work, from now on, I am your direct superior. Is this your attitude towards your superior? I raised my hand and bared my teeth at her. This is my attitude. Is there a problem? Gu Qinghan chuckled, grabbing my wrist and pressed it against her face. I'll let you slap me, then give me a kiss after you're done. I gave her a sweet smile, but my other hand pinched the soft flesh of her waist, hard. Hiss, I used all my strength for that pinch. Gu Qinghan immediately sucked in a sharp breath. What's so fun about scratching me? I prefer sneak attacks. Gu Qinghan's lips curled slightly. Oh, really? She suddenly lowered her head and bit down on my collarbone. Gu Qinghan, I was in so much pain that I grabbed her hair, tugging it strand by strand. You're the one who's born in the year of the dog? Yes, a dog exclusively for you. She stared at the red mark on my collarbone and only let go with satisfaction. Gu Qinghan, you left a mark on me. How am I supposed to explain it if my sister finds out? Gu Qinghan wrapped her arms around my waist. Your sister brought you here. Wasn't it so I could teach you a good lesson? I reached out and pinched her cheek. If my sister knew you were like this. Knew what? Gu Qinghan caught my hand and kissed it. Knew that her most trustworthy best friend is thinking of ways to make her little brother cry? Gu Qinghan, are you a pervert? I immediately bristled, jumped out of her lap, and ran off with the file. For the rest of the morning, I felt like I lived a year in a day. That report, in my professional opinion, had messy data, was full of holes, and gave me a headache just looking at it. I revised it 3 times, but every time I submitted it, Gu Qinghan wouldn't even look at it, and could still point out a bunch of mistakes. And the price for her finding my mistakes was my lips being kissed until they were swollen and red. I stood stiffly in front of her desk with the document, wanting to drill a hole through her head with my gaze. She was doing it on purpose. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Any other problems? No problem, CEO Gu. I'll go fix it right away. I forced a professional smile. At 12 o'clock sharp, the office door was pushed open forcefully. Xiao Yi, it's time for lunch. I'll take you out to eat. My sister strode in, without even glancing at Gu Qinghan. When she saw me still buried in work, she frowned and looked at Gu Qinghan unhappily. Why are you still working? What time is it? Are you a slave driver? Gu Qinghan said nonchalantly. He's not working efficiently. My sister became even more annoyed after hearing that. My brother isn't efficient? Isn't that your problem then? If you guided him properly, how could he be inefficient? Gu Qinghan, this is your problem. But that's not a reason for you to not let my brother eat. Xiao Yi, let's ignore her. My sister pulled me up from the chair. People are iron, food is steel. 3 meals must be on time. I came over specifically to take you to lunch. You can continue working after you've eaten your fill. My sister pulled me to the door and Gu Qinghan also stood up. Let's go. I'll go too. She put on her suit jacket as she walked, and as she passed by me, her elbow, while she was buttoning her jacket, seemed to accidentally brush against me. Startled, I looked up at her. I only saw Gu Qinghan's gaze sweep over my buttoned-up collar, her expression as deep as the sea. Lunch was at a Chinese restaurant called Yushan Gay near the company. My sister sat at the head of the table, and Gu Qinghan and I sat on either side. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, but the seating arrangement was very subtle. I just had to lift my eyes, and I could see the devastatingly beautiful face of Gu Qinghan. Xiao Yi, order whatever you want. My sister handed me the menu, then turned to ask Gu Qinghan, are you going to the charity gala tonight? Gu Qinghan slowly poured tea. No, I'm not free. Right, there are too many men at those places. You definitely find it annoying. My sister looked like she understood. Men these days, none of them know how to keep their distance. When they see you, they're like hungry wolves seeing meat, just wanting to rush up and devour you. I was drinking the tea Gu Qinghan had given me, and I almost spat it out when I heard that. Gu Qinghan gave me an indifferent glance, her lips curling into a barely there curve. They truly don't know how to keep their distance. Her words had a hidden meaning. I got it. I was so embarrassed I wanted to bury my face in my teacup. Can't this woman just shut up? The food arrived quickly. The whole table was filled with my favorite dishes. My sister didn't think much of it and thought I had ordered them myself. My sister and Gu Qinghan were talking about work when my phone suddenly vibrated. I picked it up to look. On the screen was a message from someone with the nickname Vicious Vixen. It was just one sentence. Tonight, my place or yours? My hand trembled, and I almost threw my phone. I glared at the woman across from me. How dare she send me such a flirty message? What's wrong? My sister saw my expression wasn't right. Who's texting you? Is it just some random spam message again? Feeling guilty, I turned off the screen. It's an insurance ad. Block it, my sister said decisively. These kinds of messages are the most annoying, especially scam messages. They're really hard to guard against. I shot a fierce glare at the vicious vixen across from me and huffed. You should really guard against them. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, looking at me with a lazy, yet mischievous gaze. Her tone was full of hidden meaning. Some scammers especially like to deceive innocent little brothers. My sister agreed wholeheartedly. Xiao Yi, your sister, Gu Qinghan's words are golden. You are so naive. In the future, you have to stay away from those silver-tongued women. I looked at the woman opposite me, who exuded an ascetic aura, but was using the tip of her toes to tease me under the table, and only one thought remained in my mind. Sister Qing, isn't the biggest scammer in the world sitting right next to you? I'm going to the restroom for a bit. I suppressed my anger, stood up, and stormed out. I had just reached the corner of the hallway when I heard the door open behind me. Right after, my wrist was grabbed tightly by someone. From behind, a dangerous aura carrying the pure scent of tea enveloped me. What are you running from? Before I could say anything, Gu Qinghan's kiss came crashing down. The air immediately thinned, my back pressed against the cold wall, but I was surrounded by hot breath. This contrast of ice and fire made me angry enough to kick someone. I pushed her hard. Mind the situation, my sister is still in there. But Gu Qinghan wasn't scared at all, lifting my chin. Weren't you quite skilled under the table just now? I thought you wouldn't mind, going public in front of your own sister. Who told you to get handsy? Gu Qinghan played dirty, her reasoning bold. Her hard knee pushed between my legs, her large hand easily pressing, my flailing hands against the wall. She lowered her eyes, her deep, hoarse voice alluring and sexy, right next to my ear. I don't just want to use my feet, I want to use something else too. My face immediately turned bright red, my whole body felt like it was about to explode. You seductive vixen, don't you dare, get horny regardless of the situation. Then I have to ask. Gu Qinghan leaned close to my ear, her low voice full of charm. You still haven't answered. Where are we going tonight? Nowhere. I want to stay home with my sister. Stay with her? It seems your memory isn't very good, sweetheart. Gu Qinghan raised my chin, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Your sister has a charity gala tonight, and besides, which little kid was it that night who held me tight and wouldn't let go, crying and calling me wife? Gu Qinghan this time, even my ears turned red. How can this person be horny anytime, anywhere? If you don't choose, then let's do it right here. Gu Qinghan's movement slowed. I don't mind letting your sister come out for a little show. I also want a proper title. Gu Qinghan, I was so angry I wanted to curse, but I was afraid a loud noise would attract my sister. I could only pinch her waist hard. Your place, all right? Gu Qinghan's movement stopped. The smile on her lips was one of satisfaction after achieving her goal. Good boy. She gave the corner of my lips a light kiss as a reward. I turned my head away and pushed her angrily. Qinghan? Xiao Yi? The private room's door suddenly opened and my sister's voice and footsteps came through. Where are you guys? Why did you go to the restroom one after another and take so long? It's over, my sister is about to find out. She's going to lose her mind. I was so scared my eyes widened. I struggled a little. Gu Qinghan's lips curled, her hot breath near my ear. Her tone was lazy and casual. Sweetheart, don't be late tonight. Just as my sister was about to turn the corner, Gu Qinghan let go of my hands and quickly took a step back, but her tall figure still shielded me very well. I quickly took the opportunity to fix my clothes and hair. My sister's gaze swept over just in time, seeing us standing in the corner. She walked over and asked, You two are? I shot a quick glance at Gu Qinghan and said with pursed lips, I couldn't find the restroom just now, so Sister Gu showed me the way. Oh, I see. Sis, I'm full. I'm heading back to the company first. I felt I couldn't stay with my sister any longer, or else this woman would get even more brazen. Okay, hurry back to the company. My sister patted my shoulder, her face full of pride. My little brother is so ambitious now, it makes me so happy. She pretended to wipe a non-existent tear from the corner of her eye, then turned to flatter Gu Qinghan. My good sister, it's all because of your good teaching. In trusting my brother to you, I really couldn't be more at ease. Gu Qinghan's lips curled. We're sisters, it's what I should do. Since Xiao Yi is full, let's go back to the company together. Okay, you two hurry back to the company. Xiao Yi still has unfinished work. But Qinghan, even though you're teaching him, he's still a boy, so you should still be a little gentle. Gu Qinghan replied nonchalantly and caught up to me in a few steps, walking side by side with me. My sister looked at our retreating figures and felt that this scene was damn beautiful. 2 in the afternoon, Gu Corporation's conference room. The atmosphere was tense enough to freeze. Several department managers sat upright, not daring to breathe too loudly. Manager Liu from the project department had his forehead covered in cold sweat. The data on the PPT screen showed a basic but fatal error. Gu Qinghan sat upright at the head of the table, her brows knitted tightly. Is this the result of a week's worth of your work? Bang! She threw the file on the table. Explain. CEO Gu. Manager Liu was trembling with fear. His gaze suddenly fell on me. He knew I was a newcomer who got here through connections today, and that CEO Gu hated people who pulled strings the most. He heard from the general manager's assistant that CEO Gu seemed to dislike me very much, so he decided to take a gamble. CEO Gu, this part of the data was checked by the intern, Lin Yi. Perhaps because he's new and unfamiliar with the work, he was careless. Before Manager Liu could finish, the finger that was tapping on the table of Gu Qinghan suddenly stopped. This scared Manager Liu into silence on the spot, his whole body trembling. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to me, some sympathetic, some gloating. The moment I heard my name, I also suddenly looked up, staring at Manager Liu with a stunned expression. I'm an intern, and today is my first day of work. Project data of this level, how could it possibly be entrusted to me for checking? This is clearly shifting the blame. Such a large corporation like Gus is making an intern take the fall. Have you no shame? My almond eyes widened, and I was about to angrily curse out Manager Liu. The ice-cold voice of Gu Qinghan echoed in the silence. Gu Corporation pays you millions a year just so you can push the blame onto an intern who makes $3,000 a month? Manager Liu's face instantly turned pale. No, it wasn't me. If the intern did the checking and the intern made the decision, then why don't we just let him have your manager position as well? The conference room was dead silent. The next second, Gu Qinghan's ice-cold gaze fell on me. And you. Her voice was cold. Someone else pushes the blame on you and you just take it? Is that how your sister normally teaches you? I almost jumped up right then and there. Didn't I just not have a chance to fight back yet? You already spoke up first. And you're still blaming me for that? If Manager Liu says you checked the data, Gu Qinghan stood up, one hand in her pocket. Then bring the plan to my office. She coldly dropped to check it directly. I snatched the plan, a smile that wasn't a smile on my face. Yes, CEO Gu. I'll slowly check it with you right away. After saying that, I walked out with the click-clack of my leather shoes. 5 minutes later, Gu Qinghan pushed open the CEO's office door and walked in, the murderous aura around her not yet dissipated. As soon as she looked up, she saw the person who was like a punching bag in the conference room just now comfortably sitting in her boss's chair, spinning around like a lazy cat. In my hand, I was playing with the fountain pen she usually used, flicking the cap from time to time. The black body of the pen highlighted my fingertips, making them look even fairer. Hearing the sound, I stopped spinning and lazily glanced over, like a cat king who had claimed his territory. Is Seo Gu not angry anymore? Gu Qinghan didn't say anything, just placed both hands on the armrests, trapping me between the chair and her chest. Her deep dark eyes locked onto me. I reached out and hooked her tie, gently pulling it down a little. What now? Does Seo Gu still want to teach me a lesson? The woman chuckled softly, her fingertips lightly pinching my cheek. In the conference room just now, were you cursing me in your head? How would I dare? I blinked. I'm an intern who makes $3,000 a month. How would I dare curse a high and mighty CEO like you? The woman leaned down with the force of my pull on her tie, her nose touching mine. Not only do you dare to curse, you also dare to seduce your direct superior. Isn't that because Seo Gu couldn't bear to see me wronged and specially spoke up to defend me? I tilted my head up slightly and kissed her chin. I'm an intern. Of course I have to reward my superior well. Gu Qinghan's expression darkened. Is that it? Her large hand held the back of my neck. Her voice was hoarse and deep. Just now in the meeting room, when I saw that guy named Liu pointing at your nose, do you know what I was thinking? Gu Qinghan's voice was cold. Just now in the meeting room, when I saw that guy, surnamed Liu, pointing at your nose, do you know what I was thinking? The distance was too close. My breath was filled with her scent. My heart pounded. What were you thinking? I wanted to chop his hand off. The woman lifted my chin, a smoldering fire swirling in her dark eyes. You are mine. Who gave them the nerve to bully you? As soon as she finished, her lips pressed down fiercely. This kiss was both rushed and intense, leaving me breathless for a moment. But I refused to be the weaker one. My claws came out and I pinched the woman's waist hard. The woman's kiss suddenly stopped, and I immediately took the chance to breathe, pushing her away forcefully. Originally, you're the only one who bullies me. Desire surged in the woman's eyes, and she wanted to kiss me again. I just want to bully you until you cry. I raised my hand to block her mouth tightly, her hot lips pressed against my palm, so hot it made my heart tremble. The next second, I abruptly pushed her away and sprang up from the chair. Seo Gu, please have some self-respect during work hours. After saying that, I grabbed the proposal and prepared to run, but then the woman's mocking voice came from behind me. Aren't you going to check the data anymore? My steps halted, and I clutched the proposal tightly, turning my head, puffing my cheeks and glaring at her. I'm just an intern earning 3,000 yuan. This isn't my job to check. But Gu Qinghan just laughed lazily. Although your salary is 3,000 yuan, the person in charge of Gu Corporation, isn't her salary all in your hands? Darling, if you're not satisfied, we can go register our marriage right now. I was instantly petrified. How did the topic switch to marriage? Hiding my relationship with her from my own sister was thrilling enough, but now she wants to hide it from my sister, her own best friend, to marry me. Does this woman have a death wish? As if she had seen through my thoughts, Gu Qinghan let out a soft laugh and changed the subject back to work. Since that guy surnamed Liu blamed you, this project naturally belongs to you. She tapped the table. Come here. I immediately hugged the proposal tightly, with a wary expression. I won't bully you now. Gu Qinghan saw my wolf-like wary gaze and laughed again. Don't we have the whole night ahead of us? I felt like my scalp was about to explode. Besides dirty thoughts, is there anything else in this damn woman's head? So as soon as 6 p.m. hit, I packed my things and prepared to flee. I didn't want to go home with her, or else I wouldn't have the strength to work tomorrow. Just then, I took advantage of Gu Qinghan's absence and immediately snuck out of the company. But just as I was about to hail a cab, my phone suddenly vibrated intensely. A message appeared on WeChat. Trying to run, darling? My hand trembled, and the phone almost flew out of my grasp. I immediately looked around, but I didn't see anyone. Does this damn woman have clairvoyance? I gritted my teeth and replied defiantly. My sister called me home for dinner. The other side replied instantly. Okay, then I'll bring a bottle of wine to your house and have a chat with Lin Wan while I'm at it. My pupils constricted. Damn woman. I took a deep breath and angrily poked the screen. Get your ass over here and pick me up. The other side quickly replied with 2 words. As you command. Having no choice, I had to go around to the corner of the company building and even took a mask and hat out of my bag, covering myself up like a thief. 15 minutes later, a top-of-the-line luxury car silently stopped in front of me. I immediately rushed into the car, trying to be inconspicuous. In the driver's seat, Gu Qinghan had one hand on the steering wheel. She glanced sideways at my fully disguised appearance, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Darling, am I that shameful to be seen with? You're the shameful one. I pulled down my mask and frantically urged, drive, hurry up and drive. But Gu Qinghan just raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming even more teasing. I didn't realize you were in such a hurry, darling. I immediately bristled, my eyes wide. Who's in a hurry? We're having a secret affair, understand? Seeing my bristled appearance, Gu Qinghan's gaze deepened, and only then did she start the engine. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in the most luxurious villa district in Imperial Capital. I got out of the car and entered the house familiarly, took my slippers from the shoe cabinet, and walked into the living room. Just as I threw my bag onto the sofa and turned around, a hot body suddenly pressed against me. I instinctively stepped back, but the back of my knees hit the sofa. My whole body fell into a sitting position, and the next second, the woman loomed over me, trapping me between the sofa and herself. Her low voice sounded by my ear. "Darling." Then the woman's long, slender fingers slowly undid the first button of my shirt collar. Her fingertips brushed faintly over my collarbone. "Didn't your sister tell me to teach you a good lesson? This kind of teaching is naturally easier with clothes off." The last few words, she spoke breathily, like a feather brushing against my eardrum. My breath caught, and I immediately flushed. I grabbed Guqing Han's restless hand. "Didn't you say we were having dinner?" "You said whatever, darling." Guqing Han turned her hand to hook my fingers. Her invasive breath washed over me. "Since it's whatever, I've decided to eat you first and have dinner later." My ears instantly turned bright red. "Guqing Han, is there anything else in your head besides this?" "Of course." Guqing Han wrapped one arm around my waist, her thin lips pressed against my ear, her voice deep, hoarse, and alluring. "I'm also thinking of ways to make this little wild wolf of mine." As she finished, the world spun, and I was immediately pushed down onto the soft sofa. The woman's kiss descended like an overwhelming storm, stealing every breath I had. Tonight, I deeply understood what it meant to be a lamb entering a tiger's den. From the living room to the sofa, from the sofa to the floor-to-ceiling window, and then to the bedroom. I was so tired I couldn't even lift a finger, my voice raspy. I mumbled deliriously, "No, I have to go home. Sis, if my sister finds out I didn't come home, we're both doomed." But Guqing Han just took my hand and gently kissed my lips. "It's fine, your sister isn't coming back tonight." I was immediately helpless. This trick again. Every time she uses all sorts of methods to keep my sister from coming home. This woman is too cunning. But I was really too tired, and in my daze, I fell asleep in her arms. Just then, my phone on the nightstand suddenly lit up. Guqing Han only glanced at it, but her gaze suddenly froze. On the screen was an unread message. The sender was Dad. "Xiao Yuan, don't forget about the blind date tomorrow night. The girl from the Xin family just returned from abroad. Her qualifications aren't bad. Don't always listen to your sister. You should at least go meet her once out of courtesy." A blind date? Guqing Han's eyes instantly turned ice cold. She stared at the screen as it slowly dimmed, then lowered her eyes to look at the unguarded little wolf in her arms. Her fingers gently caressed the soft skin on the back of the young man's neck. A blind date. The woman's deep, hoarse voice in the darkness was particularly eerie. "It seems I didn't try hard enough tonight." The next morning, when I woke up, my whole body was sore. I stared blankly at the ceiling before realizing this was Guqing Han's house. Although it was exhilarating, it was also truly exhausting. "You're awake?" She walked in carrying a tray of food. She no longer had her usual sharp demeanor, but instead had a touch of lazy and seductive charm of someone at home. A thought even flashed through my mind if she wore an apron with nothing underneath. "What? Did I not feed you enough last night?" Guqing Han saw my dazed look and sat down beside me with her deep eyes. I fearfully hugged myself tightly and glared at her warily. "Stop anymore and it'll really break." "Darling, I'm not that much of an animal." Guqing Han let out a soft laugh. "I don't want to lose my future happy life." My face turned red. "Get lost. Go wash up and have breakfast." Guqing Han stroked my hair. "Do you want to take the day off today?" "No way. It was just my first day of work." "If I take a day off on the second day, when I really become the rich kid who got in through the back door?" The woman chuckled softly, her finger lightly brushing the tip of my nose. "Looks like you still have some energy." This remark carried a very dangerous implication, and I immediately became vigilant. But Guqing Han raised both hands and backed away. "Really, I won't touch you today." I narrowed my eyes suspiciously, always feeling that there was an inexplicable danger hidden in her eyes. I hurriedly climbed out of bed, supporting my aching body to go wash up. After breakfast, I looked at the torn clothes all over the floor, and my face immediately darkened. "Guqing Han," I pointed at the tattered remains on the ground. "I told you not to tear them. What am I supposed to wear today? This damn woman. I really don't know where she gets these weird kinks. I thought what she said during the day was just teasing me. I didn't expect her to actually rip them at night. Now all my clothes are torn, completely unwearable. My sister specially picked this suit for me." But Guqing Han had already changed into a black dress, looking noble and elegant, truly a beast in human clothing. Hearing my accusation, the woman just raised her eyes, her red lips curling slightly. Then, she lifted her chin slightly, motioning for me to look towards the sofa. On the sofa was a pile of luxury brand shopping bags. My eyes immediately lit up, and I ran over to rummage through them. It was a complete set, from inside to out, all personally styled by Guqing Han. Guqing Han curled her lips into a small smile. "No need to try them on. They're your size. I bought most of your clothes. How could I possibly get it wrong?" I hugged the clothes, my ears tingling, but my mouth still grumbled to find fault. "You picked such flashy clothes. How can I wear them to work? Who said interns have to wear drab clothes?" Guqing Han leaned lazily against the sofa, lifting her chin slightly. "Go change. Isn't this outfit for dealing with tonight?" "Tonight?" My face was full of doubt, always feeling that her words had a hidden meaning. Unable to figure it out, I simply hugged the clothes and went back to the bedroom. When I came out again, I was wearing a simple white shirt, looking fresh and handsome. Gu Qinghan's eyes immediately darkened. She stood up straight and took my hand. Let's go. I wanted to pull my hand back, but she interlaced her fingers with mine, 10 fingers intertwined. Don't worry, there's no one else here. When we get to the company, you can go in first. She had even thought of this detail, so I stopped struggling. But today, Gu Qinghan was unusually well behaved, unlike yesterday when she was always looking for trouble. Today she just sat quietly, but occasionally she would glance over, her gaze extremely strange. It was no longer the look of wanting to eat me alive, but a kind of unspoken weirdness and danger, and this eeriness lasted until the end of the workday. Just as I packed up, I saw Gu Qinghan approaching. I was immediately on guard. No way, I have to go home today. My sister is at home. But the woman suddenly leaned down, her soft laugh sounding by my ear. Darling, are you expecting something? That laugh was tinglingly numb. My fingers immediately tightened. I almost bristled. Who's expecting anything? This is a warning, understand? The woman chuckled softly again, her deep, dark eyes looking straight at me. Her gaze seemed to be covered by a thin layer of mist, both dangerous and captivating. I picked up my bag and step by step moved out of her breathing range. Work's over, Gu. Goodbye. After saying that, I immediately turned and hurried away. Watching my panicked, retreating figure, the woman's lips curved into an unreadable smile. Her thin lips moved slightly, mouthing a silent sentence. See you tonight, darling. I ran out of the company and kept looking back, but I was sure that damn woman wasn't following me, nor did she text to bother me. The strange feeling in my heart grew stronger. Something's not right. With my understanding of this damn woman, once she's had a taste, she's like a wolf that hasn't been fed enough, just waiting for a chance to cling to me. Something is definitely wrong today. Just then, a car horn suddenly honked from behind. My suspended heart immediately relaxed. I knew that damn woman couldn't possibly let me go. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly and I turned around confidently. Gu. Before I could finish, I was stunned. A flashy green sports car stopped in front of me, and the head that popped out from inside was my own sister's. Xiao Yi, the crowd around was huge. I didn't want to become the center of attention, so I quickly pulled open the car door and got in. Sis, why are you here? Lin Wan's eyes widened. Xiao Yi, didn't you see the message I sent you? I took out my phone, and only then did I see that an hour ago, she said she would come pick me up. At that time, I was making coffee for Gu Qinghan, so I completely missed this message. I turned my head and just noticed that my sister was wearing a red turtleneck sweater today, and her hair was elaborately styled. Sis, are you dressed like this for a blind date? I didn't hold back on the praise. Sis, you look really beautiful. Really? Lin Wan beamed at the compliment, sitting up straighter. Let's see if I don't crush that bitch today. I was full of question marks. What bitch? Aren't you going on a blind date? Lin Wan then realized her brother had no idea about tonight's schedule, which was good. It proved he didn't care about it at all. She stepped on the gas, her face alight with fighting spirit. Tonight is indeed a blind date, but it's not for me, it's for you. I almost jumped up. What blind date? Why didn't I know? You should go ask your royal father. Lin Wan's face was full of indignation, her tone mimicking our parents strangely, saying something about the other party being an elite who studied abroad, young and talented, and that you two would be a perfect match. After speaking, she snorted fiercely. What kind of crap is that, daring to touch my brother? Only then did I remember, half a month ago, Dad seemed to have mentioned it. But at that time, I had just come back from Gu Qinghan's place and was so tired I just wanted to sleep, so I casually agreed to get it over with. After that, I completely forgot. I quickly scrolled through my phone, and sure enough, I saw the message Dad sent last night telling me to go on the blind date today. Wait, last night, Gu Qinghan have seen it? No way. With her personality, if she had seen it, she would have already pinned me to the bed, leaving me with no strength to attend any blind date. But as soon as I thought of Gu Qinghan's strange behavior today, I immediately felt uneasy. Lin Wan thought I was resisting the blind date. She swept her hair back and smiled with cool dominance. Xiao Yi, don't worry, I absolutely will not let any piece of crap get within half a step of you. Watch me use my personal charm to crush her to death today. I sighed. Dad emphasized that we can't be too rude. Lin Wan let out a cold laugh. I'll just make her back off gracefully, the top French restaurant in Imperial Capital. I got out of the car and adjusted my clothes. Lin Wan looked me up and down and nodded with satisfaction. This outfit isn't bad, she instructed me seriously. Xiao Yi, remember? Talk less, don't smile, don't give her a pleasant expression. I've met many of these second-generation rich kids, none of them are any good. I looked at my sister's burning fighting spirit and obediently nodded. Lin Wan patted the back of my hand, a wicked smile playing on her lips, and she had even saved a final move. She chuckled twice, then she raised her voice and shouted in one direction, Qinghan, over here the next second. A tall, slender figure walked over. The woman was wearing a solid black dress, both seductive and exuding a powerful aura. It was Gu Qinghan. Her expression was lazy, but she exuded a cold, keep-your-distance vibe. I was immediately stunned. This damn woman is so beautiful. Qinghan, I'm counting on you today. Lin Wan put an arm around Gu Qinghan's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Sis, I guarantee tonight, the two of us will be the most beautiful girls here. That so-called return from abroad crap will be crushed to dust by us in an instant. She patted Gu Qinghan's shoulder again. Good sister, if that girl is all looks, deal with her directly. Let people in our circle know that my brother isn't someone just any cat or dog can touch. Gu Qinghan's deep, dark eyes looked at me heavily, the corners of her mouth lifting into an unreadable smile. Of course, I will definitely do my best to help. The last few words made my heart tremble violently. I immediately understood Gu Qinghan's strange behavior all day. It was all because this damn woman already knew about this blind date. She deliberately waited for me here. She found out I hid the fact that I was going on a blind date with another woman from her. Just thinking about the consequences, my back and knees already ached. And so the blind date directly turned into a strange four-person meeting. I entered the private room, and the blind date girl, Shen Yue, saw the two-door gods beside me. Her smile immediately stiffened. But when her eyes fell on my face, she suppressed her displeasure. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. She stood up gracefully, intending to pull out a chair for me. But a hand was faster than hers. The tall and slender Gu Qinghan directly pulled out the chair for me. I naturally sat down, and immediately after, Gu Qinghan sat down beside me. That noble and cold aura of hers was like a declaration of her territory. Shen Yue was stunned, awkwardly retracting her hand to look at me. She smiled gently, but her gaze was unabashed. Mr. Lin is even more handsome in person than in the photo. This gaze made me very uncomfortable, but I still politely curled my lips. You flatter me, Miss Shen. This Shen Yue was covered in designer brands, her makeup was too heavy, and her smile was extremely greasy. Don't be so distant, you can just call me Shen Yue. We're not that close yet. Lin Wan interjected with a half smile. Miss Shen, it's our first meeting. It's better to be a bit more polite. Shen Yue's smile stiffened again. After that, Lin Wan went into interrogation mode, one question after another, asking until her expression grew uglier and uglier. What's worse was that every time she finished answering, Gu Qinghan, who was beside her, would always cast a mocking gaze, as if everything she was proud of was nothing but trash in that woman's eyes. Shen Yue finally couldn't take it anymore, and asked with a forced smile. Sister Lin, this lady is... This is my good sister, Gu Qinghan. Lin Wan said with righteous conviction. She has a unique eye. No demon or monster can escape her sight. I specially brought her here to help vet for my brother. Is there a problem? The corner of Shen Yue's mouth twitched. She forced a smile. No problem. This wasn't vetting, this was clearly an interrogation, and yet, Lin Wan, right in front of her, turned her head to ask Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, what do you think of this Miss Shen? Gu Qinghan raised her eyelids and gave a cold glance. The silk scarf is too flashy, she seems frivolous. Her posture is not straight, her gaze is wandering, her back is probably not very good. Shen Yue's expression stiffened, and she instinctively straightened her back. Miss Gu, you're quite humorous. This silk scarf of mine is this year's latest model. New model doesn't mean it's suitable. Gu Qinghan's long, slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, her aura growing even more domineering. As a manager, aesthetic taste affects decision-making ability. It seems Co. Shen still needs more training. A single sentence devalued her completely, and Lin Wan was beside her, taking out a small notebook, nodding repeatedly. Makes sense. Qinghan is right. Miss Shen, you really need to pay attention. Shen Yue's face turned pale. She came here for a blind date, not for a job interview. If it weren't for me being so delicate and handsome, she would have flipped the table and left long ago. Such a pure and innocent young man, his perfect husband material. Just then, the food was served. Shen Yue tried to break the awkwardness and thoughtfully poured me some wine. Mr. Lin, an 82 Lafitte, please have a taste. Just as the wine glass was passed over, a slender jade-like hand directly blocked the mouth of the glass. It was Gu Qinghan again. Shen Yue furrowed her brows tightly. Her tone carried a warning. Miss Gu, he doesn't know how to drink. Gu Qinghan's gaze was cold. Her haughty aura poured out. Shen Yue subconsciously pulled the wine glass back. Lin Wan also immediately chimed in. Right, my brother doesn't drink. What if he gets drunk outside? Shen Yue's hand also trembled. Just a little. Not even a little. Gu Qinghan slowly pulled her hand back, her voice as cold as ice. Alcohol harms the brain. He's already not that smart. Drinking will just make him dumber. I immediately bristled. Under the table, I lifted my foot and kicked hard towards Gu Qinghan. Who's dumb? You're the dumb one. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Instead, she grabbed my ankle. Her warm palm pressed against my skin, her fingers even deliberately caressed it. My whole body stiffened. I wanted to pull my leg back, but that woman's hand tightened its grip. That woman even deliberately drew suggestive circles on the inside of my ankle. But at the dining table, Gu Qinghan wore a professional expression. She looked at Shen Yue and continued to land another blow. Forcing alcohol in business etiquette is very low class. It seems the Shen family's upbringing is just so-so. Hearing this, Lin Wan felt delighted all over, nodding furiously. King Han is right. Miss Shen, that's not acceptable. Shen Yue's face was completely ashen. She turned to look at me, wanting me to say a few words in her defense, but instead she found my face flushed red, my body seemingly trembling. My blushing and flustered expression made Shen Yue's eyes light up. Her anger immediately vanished. She immediately put on a gentle smile. Mr. Lin, are you feeling unwell somewhere? I was about to open my mouth to brush it off when suddenly my cheeks flushed even redder and my mouth clamped shut abruptly. A very soft moan escaped my lips, which probably only reached Gu Qinghan's ears, because just a moment ago, Gu Qinghan's hand had traveled up from my ankle, slowly squeezing my calf. This damn woman gets horny without any regard for the situation. My whole body tensed up, my small fangs showing. I didn't dare to make any big movements, so angry that my cheeks flushed pink. The next second, I rolled my eyes and suddenly gave Shen Yue a sweet smile. I think Miss Shen is quite nice, sister. Why are you telling Miss Shen to learn from Sister Han? After all, Sister Han is a single dog. The moment I finished speaking, the water in her mouth, Lin Wan almost spat out. We were allies. Why did my brother suddenly attack an ally? Could it be that he really likes Shen Yue? No way, the taste of my brother can't be that bad. She immediately explained on behalf of her best friend, Xiao Yi, if your sister Han wants to get out of being single, it's just a matter of a moment. But I could feel the hand on my calf getting more and more unrestrained. I gritted my teeth, gave a faint smile, and continued my attack. Is that so? For someone at Sister Han's age to still be single, it's either a problem with her sexual orientation or a problem in some other aspect. I lifted my chin, clearly provoking Gu Qinghan. I wonder which aspect is Sister Han's problem. Pfft! This time, Lin Wan really spat it out, her eyes filled with horror. My brother has gone mad to actually dare to question that aspect of Gu Qinghan in front of everyone. But I wasn't scared at all. I craned my neck and glared at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan's expression didn't change, but in those deep, dark eyes, dangerous sparks were dancing. Some other aspect, her lips moved slightly, her voice deepened, dangerous and husky. Which aspect is Xiao Yi talking about? That Xiao Yi made even Lin Wan shiver, but I wasn't scared at all. Whichever aspect it is, someone knows it best herself. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh. The next second, her hand under the table suddenly reached over and grabbed my waist. Her long, slender fingers even wickedly hooked the small of my back. My hair stood on end, my waist went weak, and a suppressed moan escaped my mouth. But Gu Qinghan raised her wine glass without a change in expression, her gaze hooking onto me like a fishhook. That gaze was clearly saying, whether I have a problem or not, I will let you feel it thoroughly. This dangerous gaze made my waist go even weaker. Ah, damn woman, back off, back off, back off. I gritted my teeth and turned my head away, not wanting to pay her any attention. Just then, the food was served. Shen Yue misunderstood that I was helping her and immediately felt her chance had come. She gently and elegantly speared a piece of foie gras. Mr. Lin, come try this. It melts in your mouth. Unexpectedly, just as her hand reached over, clink, Gu Qinghan's knife seemed to casually block it. Her expression was cold as she raised her eyelids. He doesn't eat foie gras, thank you. Lin Wan instinctively refuted. Doesn't Xiao Yi like this dish the most? But Gu Qinghan calmly looked at me, waves churning in her dark eyes. He's had hemorrhoids recently. He can't eat internal organs. She paused for a moment and glanced towards Lin Wan. Lin Wan, as his older sister, you don't even care about your brother's health. With this big accusation thrown down, Lin Wan immediately panicked. What's wrong? Xiao Yi, what happened to you? She immediately pushed the plate of foie gras away and glared fiercely at Shen Yue. Miss Shen, you haven't done enough homework. How can you take care of my brother like this? Shen Yue didn't believe it, gripping her fork tightly and launched another attack. Mr. Lin, I heard you like to see art exhibitions. Next week there's an impressionist exhibition. Before she could finish, with a clatter, Gu Qinghan's knife accidentally fell to the floor, landing right next to Shen Yue's foot. The cold tip of the knife glinted menacingly. Shen Yue's face turned pale with fear. My hand slipped, Gu Qinghan said coldly, change to a new set of cutlery. Shen Yue didn't give up. She stood up from her chair directly and walked around to my side. She leaned forward, her hand placed on the back of my chair. Her gaze slowly moved down from my handsome face. That line of sight could just see, the collarbone peeking out from under my collar. I frowned deeply, feeling uncomfortable all over. Splash! The red wine in Gu Qinghan's hand, without missing a drop, was splashed all over Shen Yue. The wine glass fell to the floor. Sorry, my hand slipped again. Gu Qinghan said sorry, but there wasn't a hint of apology on her face. The next second, she pulled me up, shielding me behind her. I was immediately enveloped by the scent of that woman, my face burning up. I knew this woman was helping me block that disgusting gaze, this terrifying possessiveness. Shen Yue looked at her clothes, soaked with red wine, so angry she couldn't hold it in anymore. She stared at me, being tightly shielded by Gu Qinghan, and finally understood. She pointed at Gu Qinghan, her finger trembling. Miss Gu, Were you doing that on purpose? So that's how it is. Are you two fucking playing me? But Gu Qinghan's face darkened, her voice as cold as ice. Miss Shen swearing at her blind date is extremely rude. She looked towards Lin Wan. Lin Wan, a woman who doesn't even understand basic respect, on a blind date with Xiao Yi. Do you think that's appropriate? Not appropriate. Lin Wan immediately became a fierce guardian blocking Shen Yue's path. You do not meet the standards for a daughter-in-law of our Lin family. Shen Yue's face was distorted with anger. I'm not suitable? Is it that I'm not suitable? Or that the two of them are shameless and you dare to scold my brother? Lin Wan immediately exploded. She grabbed Shen Yue by the collar and roared in anger. Who the fuck are you calling shameless? But Shen Yue pointed at me and exposed it directly. Can't you see? Those two are about to kiss. My heart immediately skipped a beat. What did she discover? Unexpectedly, Lin Wan turned her head to look, her face full of disdain. The air conditioning in the room is low. King Han is concerned about him. Is there a problem? Lin Wan's gaze became even more contemptuous. You reek of perfume. Do you want to suffocate my brother? Let me tell you, all the women in this world want to have designs on my precious brother. Only my sister King Han wouldn't. After saying that, Lin Wan directly pushed her. Get out. Our Lin family can aim that high. Get the hell out. Shen Yue was scolded and pushed out of the room. The door slammed shut. Lin Wan walked in, but her gaze darted back and forth between Gu Qinghan and me. This probing gaze made my heart leap into my throat. She wouldn't actually believe Shen Yue's words, would she? Just then, Lin Wan narrowed her eyes and finally spoke. You two. That drawn-out tone made me so nervous my fingertips turned white. The next second, Lin Wan suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! How could it be you two? She has bad character, so she made up stories to slander you. I spit on her. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I overestimated my sister. Lin Wan put her arm around Gu Qinghan's shoulder. That Shen Yue's thoughts are so dirty, as if you and my brother are having an affair. But Gu Qinghan suddenly curved her thin lips, the corner of her eye tilting up slightly, looking at me charmingly. Her husky voice carried a magnetic quality. What if we are? Ugh! My pupils suddenly dilated. My heart pounded like crazy. I didn't care that my sister was there. I raised my hand and pinched that woman's back hard. What nonsense is she spouting? Lin Wan was also stunned, her eyes wide. What did you say? You and my brother. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan felt the force on her back and suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Her expression was languid, as she lightly tossed the question back. Do you think it's possible? Lin Wan immediately reacted and punched her in the chest. You're definitely teasing me on purpose, aren't you? You scared me to death. I've said it before in this whole world, the woman I trust the most is you. No way, impossible. This silly sister-in-law-to-be just missed the truth with her own hands. She even gratefully patted Gu Qinghan's shoulder. Good sister. Thank goodness for you today. In the future, when my brother has a partner, I will definitely invite you to vet them thoroughly. Gu Qinghan's thin lips curled slightly, smiling meaningfully. Of course, I definitely will. After drinking the wine, Gu Qinghan glanced at me sideways. Her faint voice spoke. Lin Wan, Xiao Yi must have been scared. His complexion isn't very good. I'll take him to the restroom to freshen up a bit. Lin Wan took one look, and indeed my face was pale. She immediately felt heartbroken. Go quickly. That Shen woman is such bad luck. I was scared by the two of you, but I could only nod and stood up in agreement. Lin Wan was still giving instructions. Qinghan, you go with Xiao Yi and wait for him at the restroom door. Don't let that Shen woman come back and attack him. Okay, Gu Qinghan replied decisively. She reached out her hand, very naturally placing it lightly on my shoulder. Her low, lazy, and seductive voice sounded by my ear. Let's go. Xiao Yi. My whole body stiffened. Danger. My intuition told me something was wrong with this woman. I was about to struggle free when that hand suddenly tightened its grip. Immediately after a low, lingering laugh was heard, I didn't dare to move anymore. This damn woman is jealous. If I dared to struggle, she would definitely dare to go crazy in front of my sister. The two of them walked out of the room. Just as they turned a corner, Gu Qinghan's hand on my shoulder suddenly used force. The next second, her scorching hot hand gripped my waist. I let out a surprised yelp. As the world spun, my whole body was pulled by Gu Qinghan into the storage room next to us. Slam! The door was shut, and darkness immediately enveloped us. In the cramped space, the cold and aggressive scent of the woman surrounded me completely. I was just about to speak when my fingertips brushed past her open collar, touching a patch of scorching skin. The moment my fingertips trembled slightly, my chin was suddenly gripped by the woman's large hand. A kiss carrying the scent of wine descended fiercely and hastily. Gu Qinghan, I pushed her with all my might. The woman's kiss finally moved away a little. I panted, my eyes red. This is the hallway if someone hears. Hears what? Gu Qinghan's voice held a hint of a smile. There was no warmth in it. Instead, it exuded a gloomy air. She grabbed my hand, pressing one hand against the door, her hot lips pressed against my ear. Here's us having a secret affair here. The two words secret affair were deliberately drawn out by her, carrying deep emotions. Every time this woman gets jealous, she likes to use these two words to poke at me. You're talking nonsense. I'm not having an affair with you. I struggled, the tip of my leather shoe rubbing hard against her calf. But Gu Qinghan's knee forcefully wedged in, making me unable to move. She leaned down again, the tip of her nose almost touching mine. You're with me without any official status, and I even have to watch you go on blind dates. Her dangerous voice was coated with coldness. If this isn't a secret affair, what is it? Or should I say, you enjoy the thrill of this secret affair? My breathing immediately quickened. I was at a loss for words, so my voice softened. I didn't know it was a blind date. My dad arranged it suddenly. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh. If you openly and honorably publicize our relationship, would he let you go on a blind date? She could see my hesitation after all. Once we go public, it would definitely end in marriage, but I haven't thought through whether I want to marry her. Gu Qinghan closed her eyes. The aura around her suddenly changed, no longer gloomy, but instead became lingering and affectionate. The tip of her nose gently brushed against mine, her seductive voice full of affection. Baby, just now in the room, you were smiling so happily at that Shen woman. Sneaking off to a blind date is one thing, but you even dared to smile at her. My voice also softened. Who? Who told you to do that to me under the table? The next second, the woman's pupils constricted. That Shen woman's eyes were practically glued to you. She suddenly opened her mouth and bit my lip hard, not lightly and not heavily, but it carried a sense of punishment. My face immediately burned. This isn't some cold and ascetic Siogu. She's clearly a crazy woman who's knocked over the whole vinegar jar. Baby, the woman's fingers slowly traveled up, gently brushing across my face. Her hot lips slowly pressed closer. Since you like smiling so much, then smile for me here. Before she could finish her sentence, an incredibly intense kiss descended once again. This kiss carried a passionate, burning affection, almost wanting to swallow me whole. I tilted my head up, and although my hands were free, I couldn't muster any strength. That deep, lingering gaze seemed to want to drown me in her jet-black eyes. My heart felt numb. Our breaths mingled together, clothes rustling. That sound alone was enough to make one blush. My whole body heated up, feeling like I was about to melt. But Gu Qinghan's kiss didn't stop. It traveled down, burying into the hollow of my neck. I used all my strength to push her. Don't. My sister's still waiting for us. Unexpectedly, she opened her mouth and bit my earlobe, her voice both husky and vicious. If she comes looking, wouldn't it be perfect for her to see the sister you've been trying so hard to hide this from? See how her good sister is bullying her own brother? I couldn't take it anymore. My fingers pinched her collarbone hard. Damn it. But this woman just chuckled lightly, her hand slipping into my shirt. My breath hitched. I grabbed her neck tightly. If you move again, tell my sister you forced me. She laughed again, her voice bewitching. Baby, last night when you were calling wifey over and over, why didn't you say I was forcing you then? Holy shit! I immediately bristled and took a bite of her collarbone. That was all because you forced me. Unexpectedly, the woman's body stiffened. Her eyes immediately darkened. Her palm held my waist tightly, her voice dangerous and husky. Baby, are you seducing me? I quickly let go and glared at her. You vixen, in heat anytime, anywhere. Who's seducing you? But as soon as I looked up, she lowered her head and captured my lips. This time her kiss was lingering and gentle. Remember, if you dare to go on a blind date behind my back again, crying and begging will be useless. 10 minutes later, the door to the utility room finally opened. Gu Qinghan walked out, her clothes neat, elegant, and charming. While I followed behind, cheeks burning, lips swollen and red, I clutched the shirt on my body, turned to go to the restroom, but her long legs turned and blocked me. Where are you going? To fix my appearance. I glared at her angrily. It was all this culprit's fault. My face was covered in lipstick marks. Unexpectedly, she smirked, her voice carrying a mischievous laugh. You should go fix yourself up a bit. Don't let your sister see that we were just fighting in there. What the hell do you mean, fighting? I gritted my teeth, lifted my leather shoe, and stomped hard on her foot, then went straight into the restroom without looking back. Right after, we returned to the private room together. As soon as my sister saw us, she asked, "Why were you two gone for so long?" I immediately tensed up, my cheeks getting even redder. The next second, my sister frowned. "Xiao Yi, what happened to your lips?" My mind was spinning, fretting over how to explain. Gu Qinghan spoke up nonchalantly. It must have been the glass of juice that Miss Shen put alcohol in earlier. The moment my sister heard that, she flew into a rage. That's outrageous. What was she planning to do by getting my brother drunk? I was completely speechless. How could my own sister believe her so much? This was clearly a case of being sold by her and still helping her count the money. But the more exciting part was yet to come. In the car on the way back, my sister's eyes suddenly sharpened, and she leaned in close in front of Gu Qinghan, staring at her open collar. Her expression immediately turned serious. "My dear sister, confess honestly, did something happen with you?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. My sister pointed straight at her collarbone. "You have a hickey like this, and you're still pretending with us." Boom. Every pore on my body felt like it was exploding. I'm done for. I only remembered not to leave marks on my own body, but I forgot that I also shouldn't leave marks on her. My damn hands, my damn mouth. Just then, Gu Qinghan reached up and touched her collarbone, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. Her gaze swept over me tracelessly. Seeing my tense and ruffled appearance, she actually let out a soft chuckle, her tone utterly nonchalant. You mean this spot? I got bitten by a mosquito twice near the restroom door earlier. A mosquito? My sister looked doubtful. She's not stupid. How could she not tell the difference between a hickey and a mosquito bite? But Gu Qinghan was extremely composed, even smirking as she retorted. If not, then what? Did you see anything on my neck during dinner? Didn't I only get bitten after going to the restroom with your brother? My sister was immediately at a loss for words. It seemed that was indeed the case. There's no way in such a short time Gu Qinghan could have found a man to give her a hickey. Could it really be a mosquito? I saw that my sister was convinced and just breathed a sigh of relief. But who knew that the corner of Gu Qinghan's mouth would curl into a wicked smile? She narrowed her eyes teasingly at my sister, her fingertips even rubbing twice on her collarbone. Could it be that this spot on me was made by your brother? The air instantly froze. I felt like I was going to explode. What is this damned woman trying to do? She's provoking my own sister time and time again. I was so nervous my palms were sweating, and in my mind I already imagined my sister pulling out a golf club to beat her to a pulp. Should I hug my sister's thigh tightly or beg for forgiveness? But after 3 seconds of dead silence, my sister actually choked on her own saliva, coughing her lungs out. With an "Are you crazy?" expression, she looked at Gu Qinghan, her charming eyes wide. Gu Qinghan, what the hell is wrong with you? My sister finally caught her breath and punched her on the shoulder. How can you just joke about something like that? You may not care about your reputation, but my brother still has his to think about. As she spoke, she pulled me behind her protectively, like a mother hen protecting her chick. She glanced at the red mark on Gu Qinghan's collarbone and pouted. My brother is a well-behaved little scholar. How could he do something so wild? Furthermore, my sister looked Gu Qinghan up and down, her gaze full of disdain. In my brother's eyes, you are just a serious, old-fashioned elder, an old auntie. He only has respect for you. I hid behind my sister, quietly relaxing my clenched fists. My feelings were truly complicated. Old auntie, elder. I secretly peeked out, glancing at Gu Qinghan. As expected, the expression of a certain old auntie had visibly darkened. She narrowed her eyes, emitting a dangerous, cold aura. Old auntie, elder? Gu Qinghan pressed her tongue against her molars, repeating these words with a half-smile. Her deep, dark eyes coldly swept past my sister, then landed on me. She let out a chuckle, a smile full of hidden meaning. How much does Xiao Yi respect me? Her drawn-out tone sent a chill down my spine. I quickly pulled my head back and bowed my head to play dead. Silence is the only way to stay alive. But my sister was completely unaware of the undercurrents, and even patted Gu Qinghan on the shoulder meaningfully. Han, don't be in a hurry. Although you're a bit older and your personality is a bit dull, you'll definitely find a man to give you a hickey. But it definitely won't be my Xiao Yi. The corners of Gu Qinghan's eyes lifted slightly, pulling her lips into an inscrutable smile. Why is that? My Xiao Yi is so well-behaved and quiet. In the future, Hell definitely finds someone who can cherish him in the palm of her hand, a gentle girl. Definitely not the type of hard-to-please beast in scholarly clothes like you. Gu Qinghan laughed out of anger. A hard-to-please beast in scholarly clothes? She coldly raised her eyes, looking at me as I frantically avoided her gaze. She smiled. So, Xiao Yi likes gentle girls. No, I don't like them at all. I was screaming frantically in my heart. This is all just my sister spouting nonsense. The woman chuckled again, her long fingers casually brushing over that red mark. She laughed softly. But Xiao Yi has such a bad temper. He shows his claws and scratches people at the slightest touch. Could a gentle girl handle him? Nonsense. My sister immediately bristled, her face showing she was defending her own. My brother has a gentle temperament. He's a little lamb. If he's fierce with you, it must be because you provoked him first. As she spoke, her expression changed and she looked at me gently. Xiao Yi, your sister Han is just jealous. Her mind is twisted. You're the best behaved. Let's not pay any attention to her. Yes, super perverted. Sister Qing, if you say one more word, I'm afraid my waist will have to endure this old auntie's perversion. My sister turned her head and glared at Gu Qinghan, her face full of displeasure. Look at you. A little joke scared my brother this much. Right after, she actually said, I'm punishing you to treat him tonight, to compensate my brother. I was petrified on the spot. Is this compensation? This is clearly sending me to the execution ground. Who knew that the corners of Gu Qinghan's lips would slowly curl up, her smile a little wicked. She said word by word, her voice low. Tonight, this old auntie will definitely compensate Xiao Yi very well. My scalp immediately went numb. I opened my mouth to refuse. I don't need it, not at all. But my sister smiled as if her scheme had succeeded and slapped Gu Qinghan on the back. Good sister, my brother is in your hands. Atone for your sins properly. The next second, my sister's expression changed, and she said coldly, that vixen surnamed Shen dared to get my brother drunk. If I don't go and flip their tables, then my surname isn't Lin. I was completely stunned. It turned out my sister had been beating around the bush for so long just to dump me on Gu Qinghan. I quickly grabbed her arm, shaking my head frantically. No, I can't be alone with her. But Gu Qinghan smirked, her lazy voice sounding out. Wan Wan, I support you. Miss Shen's behavior is indeed despicable. I immediately bristled. That Miss Shen might be a bit pretentious, but the whole getting me drunk thing was clearly done by this damned woman Gu Qinghan. And yet she's seriously adding fuel to the fire. So shameless. My sister immediately told the driver to stop the car and got out angrily. I'm going to the Shin family's house right now. This is a lifelong humiliation for my brother, sister. I had just peeked my head out when suddenly a hand from behind slid into my shirt and placed it on my waist. My whole body shivered, and the words were swallowed back down. Gu Qinghan immediately leaned over, her soft chest pressing against my back, and lowered her voice to the person outside. Wan Wan, don't worry. You can leave Xiao Yi with me. I'll compensate him well. My sister actually believed her and gave a thumbs up. Good sister, I trust you. After saying that, she hailed a taxi and left. I watched helplessly as my own sister went further and further down the road of selling out her brother. Does she even know who the real wolf is? I supported my increasingly sore waist. I can't take it. I really can't take it. The car window was slowly rolled up. I instinctively reached out to hold it. My hand was held tightly by another. The car window closed completely. That familiar cold, woody scent, carrying a great sense of oppression, instantly enveloped me. I shrank back in fear, looking towards the driver in front. The driver was still there. If he saw anything, he would definitely tell my sister. Just then, the deep voice of the woman sounded in my ear. Don't pinch your hand. She acted like an elder, pulling my hand over, helping me adjust my posture before letting go. If you get hurt, it would be hard for me to explain to your sister. My fingertips curled slightly, my heart pounding like thunder. I gripped the seatbelt tightly and looked up at her. Sister Han, I don't need compensation. I want to go home. Go home. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curling into a teasing smile. But it's hard to disobey the order of my good sister. My eyebrow twitched. She tilted her head and smiled lazily. What's wrong? Afraid of me? I was just bewitched by this demonic face of hers. It wasn't so bad yet. My cheeks were burning, but I still stubbornly tilted my chin up. Afraid? How could I be afraid of you? If you're not afraid, then obediently listen to my arrangements. The smile in Gu Qinghan's eyes deepened, and my heart trembled. I am done for, provoked by this damned woman again. Listening to her arrangements, I'm afraid my waist really will break. Just as my thoughts were running wild, she suddenly leaned closer, her hand resting on my head. My body immediately stiffened, but she let out a soft chuckle, her gentle voice echoing in my ear. Don't worry what I promised you. I've never gone back on my word. What did you promise me? I looked up and immediately met her gentle gaze. The next second, I suddenly remembered, this morning, she had said I won't touch you tonight. If this damn woman never goes back on her word, does that mean I'm safe? If she's given such an assurance, then what am I afraid of? I immediately felt at ease, and my body was no longer stiff. I even tilted my chin up and said with an arrogant expression, since you're apologizing so sincerely, I'll be merciful and give you a chance. Gu Qinghan smirked lightly, her deep eyes sparkling like the Milky Way. As you command, I guarantee I won't disappoint the young master. But I didn't notice at all that the car had actually turned around at an intersection. It wasn't until the car stopped that I realized something was wrong. Why does this place look so familiar? So familiar that my legs went weak. I quickly looked out the window, the magnificent and splendid Yunding Bay. My head immediately snapped towards Gu Qinghan, bristling instantly. Gu Qinghan, why did you bring me to your house? Under the streetlights, her face was bewitchingly charming, her deep, dark eyes carrying an unconcealed look of aggression. To compensate you, of course, she smiled with an innocent expression. Like hell, I believe you. Compensation is taking me out to have fun. There are too many bad people outside. It's safest at home. As Gu Qinghan spoke, she directly opened the car door and got out. When your sister is done, she'll come pick you up. I want to go home. This damned woman is such a liar. I'm not getting out of the car. Who knew that Gu Qinghan would take long strides and walk around to my side to open the door? Before I could even react, that familiar cold scent hit my face. Right after, the seatbelt was unbuckled with a click. Gu Qinghan, I had just shouted, when my whole body was picked up by her like a sack and slung straight over her shoulder. Where does a girl like her get so much strength? Put me down. I'm going to throw up, you bastard. I struggled violently on her shoulder, scratching and pinching. To her, this strength was just like an itch. Save some energy. She actually even patted me, a crisp and loud smack. My face immediately flushed red, and I opened my mouth to bite her shoulder. You hit me, you dog, Gu Qinghan. You dare to hit me, punishing you for not being obedient. Her steps didn't falter at all, her tone suggesting she was in a very good mood. Baby, you like leaving marks on me so much? What excuse do you think I should use to explain it next time? I angrily let go of her and yelled, You still have the nerve to say that? What nonsense did you say in front of my sister earlier? Her tone was incredibly innocent. I wasn't talking nonsense. I angrily turned my head away, facing her with the back of my neck, but her other hand started to caress me casually. Don't worry. If we're really discovered, I'll also call her sister. She would surely be overjoyed. Just like that, she carried me into the villa and finally put me down. But without giving me any chance to escape, the woman used both hands to pin me tightly against the entryway cabinet. She didn't turn on the lights, only the faint moonlight from outside the window. I looked up and met her dark, turbulent eyes. Her gaze slowly moved downward, stopping on my swollen red lips. I promised you. I said I wouldn't go back on my word. The hair on my body stood on end. Not going back on my word. Her voice was husky. She reached out to caress my lips. But I'm still a little angry right now. Angry that you secretly went on a blind date with another woman. Angry that the look in that Miss Shen's eyes when she looked at you also made me very uncomfortable. The last few words, her gaze suddenly deepened and her fingers pressed harder. She looked at you a lot, especially here. Her finger slid down from the corner of my lips, finally stopping on my delicate collarbone. My breath hitched and I quickly grabbed her hand. She didn't do anything. She's not even allowed to look. Gu Qinghan suddenly lowered her head and bit down hard on my collarbone. Hiss. It hurt so much the rims of my eyes turned red. Gu Qinghan, were you born in the year of the dog? Yes, I'm a dog, she mumbled in reply, her tongue tracing over the new teeth marks. A dog that belongs only to you. My legs immediately went weak and I could only clutch her clothes tightly. Gu Qinghan, baby. The next second her kiss landed. That kiss carried a sense of grievance and urgency, as if declaring sovereignty. She held the back of my neck tightly, unceasingly increasing the pressure. No, you can't. I gripped her collar tightly, feeling like I was about to drown, but my waist really will break. I struggled desperately. You're not keeping your word. You said you wouldn't go back on your word. Gu Qinghan pecked my lips lightly. I said I wouldn't touch you, but I didn't say you wouldn't touch me. Under the moonlight, that face of hers was exactly like a demon that sucks a person's life force. Her long fingers gently opened my collar, her gaze stopping on the mark on my collarbone. Very beautiful. She lowered her head and reverently kissed that mark. From now on, here, and here. Her lips slowly moved downwards, igniting a fire wherever they passed. Only my marks are allowed. Right after, she suddenly looked up, her eyes glinting with a bewitching red light. If I see that Miss Shen again, or Miss Li, or Miss Zhang staring at you, I will kiss you like this right in front of them. My head was spinning, but I still wanted to make one last struggle. But this woman's tricks were truly too many. She truly didn't go back on her word, but she had so many ways to make me unable to resist. In the end, I was the one who couldn't resist the temptation first. At the final moment before my reason collapsed, I suddenly remembered my sister. I have to go back. Who knew she would laugh lazily? Don't worry. She's causing a scene at the Xin family's house. She won't have time to worry about you for a while. Besides, I've already sent her a text. I immediately sobered up, my eyes wide. What did you send? She chuckled, her voice husky. I said, you didn't eat your fill at the blind date, so I'm taking you to eat something you like. But there's a line, so it'll be very late. Your sister told me to feed you well and make sure you don't go hungry. That word feed carried an impure meaning. I was stunned. This is my own sister. She's personally delivering me into the wolf's mouth and even telling the wolf to eat me all up. I was completely out of options, so I had to take a gamble. I really like this shirt. Don't tear it anymore. As a result, this woman smirked with a wicked smile. Don't worry, I won't tear this today. Today, you'll tear something else. Before I could even react, I just heard a ripping sound. Gu Qinghan, you fucking bitch. Those are the new designer underwear I just bought. They're very expensive. This isn't a deposit. This is clearly exploitation. The next day, I was woken up by a call from my sister. I shot up in bed with a start. Hiss. My whole body felt like it had been taken apart and put back together. It hurt like hell. That damn woman. I grabbed my phone to look. 9:30 in the morning. I'm screwed. Late on my third day of work. I frantically answered the phone. Sis. My voice was so hoarse I could barely speak. On the other end of the line, my sister was full of excitement. Is Xiao Yi still sleeping? What delicious thing did Qinghan take you to eat last night that made you come back so late? I felt a pang of guilt and glanced at the empty space beside me. The sheets were an indescribable mess. Eat what? What else could there be to eat? A woman, of course. I could only make something up. We had hot pot. Hot pot is good. Damn it, my sister didn't suspect a thing, and even happily boasted to me. Last night, I stormed into the Xin family's house and exposed that bitch from the Shen family on the spot. Uncle Shen was so angry he took a belt and whipped her. It was a scene of wailing and crying. Moreover, to atone for their mistake, the Shen family gave up 3% of the profits from the Changnan project. Hey, what a huge gain. I heard my sister's smug and arrogant laughter. My conscience pricked a little for the Shen family, but my sister only becomes foolish in front of Gu Qinghan. Towards outsiders, she's absolutely lethal without taking responsibility. Well, that's good then, I could only reply dryly. Right after, it seemed someone called her. I have to go to work now, I can pick you up. Just tell the driver to take you. Oh right, Xiao Yi, Qinghan is a very serious and rigid person. If you're late, she'll definitely be impartial. They'll compensate you for any docked pay. I held my nearly broken back, almost unable to breathe. Whose fault is it that I'm late? Isn't it because of that damn woman? And she dares to be impartial? I pouted angrily, but my mouth still replied obediently. I know, sis. I hung up the phone. I finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as my sister doesn't suspect anything, the sky hasn't fallen yet. But as soon as I lifted the blanket to get out of bed, my legs suddenly gave out and I almost knelt right on the floor. Gu Qinghan. I gritted my teeth as I said her name. I forced myself into the bathroom, and when I looked up, I saw myself in the mirror. My neck and collarbone were covered in red marks, especially the bite mark in the middle of my collarbone, which was so deep it had turned purple. How am I supposed to go out like this? This damn woman must have been born in the year of the dog. Furious, I found a turtleneck shirt to wear, which happened to cover my neck. After getting ready, I took a taxi straight to the company. As soon as I entered, a tense atmosphere hit me. Late on my third day of work, I kept my head down, just wanting to shrink into a ball. As it turned out, I had just snuck up to the top floor. Before I even stepped out of the elevator, Gu Qinghan's assistant approached with a smile. Secretary Lin, Ms. Gu invites you to her office. Damn it, did that damn woman plant a tracking device on me? I just arrived and was already caught. Just hearing her name made my back ache and my legs feel weak. My face fell, wearing an expression like I was about to be executed. The assistant even tried to comfort me. Secretary Lin, being an hour late is no big deal. At most, Ms. Gu will scold you a little. It's nothing. Bullshit, what the hell has that damn woman trained her subordinates to become? Being scolded a little is nothing. I immediately puffed up my cheeks and raised my fist. If she dares to scold me, I'll beat her to death. I gritted my teeth and strode into the office. Gu Qinghan was sitting behind her desk reviewing documents, her black dress both abstinent and cold. She didn't even look up. Her voice was as cold as ice. 50 minutes late. I almost couldn't breathe. Whose fault was it? Whose fault was it really? I was so angry I was about to explode on the spot, but seeing the assistant still eavesdropping at the door, I could only take a deep breath and force myself to speak through gritted teeth. CO Gu, there was a traffic jam. Who would have thought she'd look up with such an impartial expression? Reason not accepted. I could clearly see in her eyes a flash of malicious mockery. This damn woman was clearly toying with me. She spoke slowly. As punishment, you'll make the coffee today. I gave a half smile, smirking. Yes, CO Gu. After speaking, I slammed my bag onto the desk and turned to storm into the break room. Isn't it just making coffee? I'm an expert. I bared my teeth and glared and directly added 2 large sugar cubes to the coffee. Let her die from the sweetness. The assistant followed, reminding me nervously, Secretary Lin, Miss Gu only drinks black coffee. My expression didn't change. I turned back and gave him a wide grin. Then, before his horrified eyes, I casually added another sugar cube. I brought the coffee back to the office and even deliberately closed the door. Gu Qinghan didn't bother to look up. I slammed the coffee cup down next to her hand and forced a fake smile. CO Gu, your coffee. She picked it up and took a sip, her brows furrowing imperceptibly, but unexpectedly, she didn't say anything. Instead, she put the coffee cup down and pointed to her side. Come here. For what? I immediately became wary, looking at her like she was a big bad wolf. She wasn't going to take any advantage of me today. Who knew she would point to the collar of her dress and say slowly, the button came off. I looked closely and sure enough it was true. The second button on her dress collar was about to fall off. I narrowed my eyes. Go find the logistics department to sew it. Why are you looking for me? She then blatantly emphasized the word personal. You are my personal secretary. Should I let another man do this? She even raised her eyebrows to threaten me. Or does Secretary Lin want me to meet clients while looking disheveled? This damn woman. I was just about to say I didn't know how, but then she brought up my sister, saying my sister told her that I used to be obsessed with sewing and even cut up my sister's new clothes. Sis, why do you tell her everything? I was so angry my hair stood on end. There's no sewing kit. Who knew? She'd slowly point to the drawer. On the left, the third one. I understood immediately. This damn woman was doing it on purpose. She probably broke that button herself. Secretary Lin, there isn't much time left. She even rushed me. Fine, she's the boss. I could only grit my teeth and go over, leaning in close to her. In that moment, the woody scent that was familiar on her body mingled with her burning body heat and rushed into my nose. My heart pounded. Right at this moment, she suddenly lowered her eyes, her low, hoarse voice almost right next to my ear. Did you sleep well last night? My hand trembled, the needle almost pricking her skin. The main culprit dares to ask? Shut up, I raised the needle. If you keep talking, I'll sew your mouth shut. But not only was she not scared, she even moved closer. She was practically pressed against my ear, her voice lingering and seductive. Darling, we've only been apart for 2 hours. I already miss you. The thread in my hand immediately got tangled. These deadly cheesy lines. I had just cut the thread and was about to stand up when the next second, my waist was suddenly gripped tightly and I was pulled onto her lap. Gu Qinghan, I glared at her angrily, but she placed a finger on her lips. Shh! Someone's coming. It was my sister's voice. Before I could react, there was a knock on the door. It was my sister. I froze instantly, scared stiff. Right now, I was sitting on her lap. If my sister opened the door, I'd be executed on the spot. She even chuckled. Don't panic. It's just sewing a button. It's very normal. Normal my ass. Who sews a button while sitting on their boss's lap? I tried to scramble up with both my hands and feet, but the hem of my shirt got caught on the chair's armrest. In that critical moment, I suddenly ducked and slid my whole body under the desk. but the space was too small. I could only curl up between her legs with my face right in front of. This position is too embarrassing. I didn't dare to breathe loudly as my sister strode in. My sister was carrying 2 gift boxes, and she strode in. She sat down on the sofa and placed the gift boxes on the table. King Han, this is an apology gift from the Shen family for you to nourish your body. Gu Qinghan's expression was calm, but her hand under the desk gently rested on top of my head, her fingers casually stroking as if comforting a frightened kitten. Then she spoke calmly. Thanks, but you should. Keep this to nourish Xiao Yi. I'm in great health. I don't need it. As she spoke, her slender fingers ran through my hair. I shivered uncontrollably, almost screaming. I angrily opened my mouth and bit down hard on her inner thigh. Damn, woman, that's for your wandering hands. Gu Qinghan's hand, holding the pen, suddenly froze, the pen tip drawing a dark line on the document. Hiss. She sucked in a sharp breath. This little wild wolf is ruthless. What's wrong? My sister immediately looked up. Yet Gu Qinghan's expression didn't change. Nothing. The cat under the table scratched me. A cat? My sister was puzzled. You have a cat in your office? She looked left and right. How come I didn't know? It's a little wild wolf. Gu Qinghan lowered her gaze, her eyes falling on me, a faint smile playing on her lips. I usually don't let it meet strangers. It's very shy, and it's also very fierce. It bites at the slightest touch. Unexpectedly, my sister became immediately interested and stood up to come over. Hurry, bring it out and let me see. The footsteps grew closer, and my heart felt like it stopped beating. My hand gripped her thigh tightly, my nails digging into her flesh through the fabric. This was a warning. If she dared to let me be discovered, we would die together. At the critical moment, Gu Qinghan refused with a straight face. Sorry, this little wolf is wary of strangers. It gets stressed around new people. As she spoke, her left hand grabbed my misbehaving hand, her fingers stroking my hand, partly comforting, partly with a wicked tease. Moreover, her fingers even caressed along my wrist. It only recognizes me, only I can touch it, only I can hold it. If anyone else even looks, it will bristle. My sister stopped, pouting. All right, look how stingy you are. She sat back down on the sofa and changed the subject. You're already 26. Auntie is arranging for you and the Qin family a blind date with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. A blind date? My body instantly stiffened. Although I knew Gu Qinghan couldn't possibly be interested, my heart couldn't help but feel sour. I couldn't help it. My teeth found the spot I had just bitten and gently ground back and forth. Instantly, Gu Qinghan's fingers tightened. This damn wild wolf. My sister was still there, persuading. Seriously, you could consider it. Qin Chuan sounds elegant and polite. A good match for you. Not interested. Gu Qinghan cut her off coldly. If you think he's not bad, you can ask my dad to arrange it for you. My sister jumped up on the spot. We're talking about you right now? Gu Qinghan lowered her head, but her gaze was on me. The next second, her low, hoarse voice sounded softly. I already have someone I like. These words immediately made my sister jump up and also made my heart skip a beat. My sister rushed to the desk in a few steps, her gossip-loving soul burning fiercely. Wow, who is it? Do I know them? Gu Qinghan raised her head slightly, meeting my sister's curious gaze. You know them. My fingers, clutching her thigh, immediately tightened their grip, and my breath hitched. I was so nervous my palms were sweating. What? What is she planning to do? Is she going to tell my sister directly? My sister was still stroking her chin, guessing names one by one. But Gu Qinghan didn't respond at all. She just reached her hand under the table and gave my cheek a gentle pinch, an intimate and affectionate gesture. Then she looked up at my sister and glanced at the time. You'll find out later I have a meeting soon. So mysterious. My sister didn't ask any more questions, but before leaving she lowered her voice to remind her. My little brother is coming later, don't scold him. It turns out she came today because she was afraid I'd get scolded by this old witch for being late. Until the office door was closed and my sister's footsteps faded away completely, did I finally let out a sigh of relief, my whole body going limp against Gu Qinghan's legs, completely drained from fear. My legs are numb too. Still not coming out? The woman's low voice came from above my head. My chin rested on her knee as I said weakly, my legs are numb, I can't move. The next second, the chair moved. Gu Qinghan bent down, slid her hands under my arms, and lifted me directly out from under the desk. Gu Qinghan, you did that on purpose? However, she raised her eyes, and her low, hoarse voice came through. If I didn't say that, should I have let her continue to introduce that Qin Chuan to me? Her lips brushed against the back of my hand, her voice like a spell, seeping into my heart bit by bit. Or, she suddenly leaned forward, one arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me into her embrace, her hot breath pressed against my earlobe. Or does my darling feel that after your blind date, you feel guilty towards me, so you want me to go on a blind date too? My cheeks flushed as I stubbornly retorted. Who you go on a blind date with has nothing to do with me. After saying that, I turned my head away. Who knew the woman would let out a soft chuckle, grabbing my chin and forcing me to turn back? The corner of her brow lifted slightly. Nothing to do with you? Then who was it just now that heard Qin Chuan's name and under the desk treated my leg like a teething toy? Her voice was mocking, and she even took my hand and guided it towards the spot I had just bitten. There must have been a bite mark there. The moment my hand touched it, my face immediately turned red. That's because your flesh is too tough. You're like old ginger, old and spicy. The woman's gaze suddenly deepened. She suddenly lowered her head, her nose touching mine, our hot breaths mingling. Her voice was hoarse, but it held a deadly danger. Old ginger? But a certain little wild wolf. Didn't say that last night. I angrily reached out to scratch her face, but the next second my wrist was caught by her, immediately followed by a kiss that was both domineering and passionately fierce. Until I was about to suffocate, she finally let go. The woman's hot breath fanned across my face, her voice low and deadly. Think I'm too rough? Then you can try again, see if you dare to touch me again. Without waiting for my reaction, her fingers brushed across my swollen red lips, her gaze suddenly turning cold. Darling, I am your woman. The next time I hear you say words like it has nothing to do with me, I'll do you right on the desk, the kind with the door unlocked. I immediately bristled. Crazy woman, she's a mad woman. I angrily jumped off the desk, but the jump pulled at my waist, my back aching and my legs feeling weak, causing me to stumble a few steps. She reached out to steady me, but I pushed her hand away. I stormed into the break room in my polished leather shoes, but my angry silhouette looked incredibly pathetic, with one hand clutching my waist tightly. The woman watched me slam the door and actually laughed. Right after, she took out her phone and told her assistant to buy my favorite food. But the moment she hung up, the doting look on her face vanished without a trace. She leaned back in her chair and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, her deep dark eyes narrowed slightly, filled with killing intent. The Qin family. She let out a cold laugh. If they wanted to reach for her, then they shouldn't blame her for chopping off their claws. At 2 in the afternoon, I finally woke up. As soon as I propped myself up, I was pulled into the woman's arms again and fed delicious food until I was full. She had to go to a meeting and told me to organize the reports on her desk. I was full and in a good mood, so I glanced at her. All right, you may be dismissed. The woman chuckled softly and brought my hand to her lips for a kiss. As you wish, Your Highness. However, when I walked out of the break room, ready to show off my skills, seeing the stack of reports densely packed with words on the desk, I was completely stunned. This mountain of reports, is this meant to work me to death? So many reports, is this meant to make me go blind on the spot? But I resigned myself to sitting down at the desk and obediently started working. After all, I came here to learn, not to just get by. However, just as I was engrossed in my work, the elevator dinged, and immediately after, the sound of footsteps, firm and hurried, approached. Very few people usually come to this floor, so I unconsciously looked up, only to see a man in a high-end suit walking in with his head held high. He had a sophisticated hairstyle, wore a limited edition watch, and behind him, 2 receptionists followed with bowed heads. That expression of his, looking down on everyone, was the epitome of arrogance. The male receptionist was on the verge of tears. Mr. Qin, Xiao Gu is really in a meeting. You don't have an appointment. But the man suddenly stopped, took off his sunglasses, and his contemptuous gaze swept across the room. He let out a cold laugh. Do I need an appointment to see Sister Qinghan? Get out of the way, Sister Qinghan. My eyebrow twitched, and I immediately understood. This man was the one who was supposed to go on a blind date with Gu Qinghan, Qin Chuan. As expected, Qin Chuan walked straight towards the CEO's office, but just as he passed by me, he suddenly stopped. He turned around, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over me from head to toe. Finally, his eyes fixed intently on my face, a flicker of jealousy in them. He jutted out his chin, his tone arrogant. I heard Sister Qinghan has a new secretary. Is that you? I immediately stood up straight, put down the report, and put on a standard professional fake smile. Hello, sir. I am Xiao Gu's secretary, Lin Yi. My surname is Lin. Qin Chuan frowned, then curled his lip in disdain. The next second, he tossed the custom-made briefcase in his hand, forcefully in front of me. If you're a secretary, don't you have any manners? Can't you see a distinguished guest has arrived? He ordered me arrogantly. Go make me a cup of coffee. It must be freshly ground. No sugar, no milk, and the water temperature at 85 degrees. If you can't do it right, then you can pack your things and get lost right now. A man slammed a briefcase down in front of me, ordering me around arrogantly. Make me a cup of coffee. Not only must it be freshly ground, but also no sugar, no milk, and the water temperature must be 85 degrees. The smile on my face faded. Growing up, I'd never been ordered around like this by anyone. Who the hell did Qin Chuan think he was? So I calmly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, the secretary's office doesn't handle personal services. If you want coffee, I can help you order takeout. To my surprise, Qin Chuan's face immediately paled. He never expected a mere secretary would dare to talk back to him. His eyes stared at me coldly. Do you know who I am? I gave him a fake, emotionless smile. No matter who you are, you have no right to barge into CEO Gus' office, and you certainly have no right to order me around. But he just tilted his chin up arrogantly and announced his identity directly. I'm the young master of the Qin Corporation, Qin Chuan, your CEO Gus' fiancé, the future president. A mere secretary like you, believe it or not, he'll have Sister King Han fire you right now. Fiancé? I sneered internally. Nothing's even been decided yet, and he's already putting on airs, so I smiled even more brightly. Mr. Qin, it's still daytime, yet you're already daydreaming. I didn't expect that my words would completely enrage him. He thought I was some toy boy seducing CEO Gu and charged at me aggressively. The next second, he raised his hand to slap me across the face. Who the hell are you? A loud, crisp slap echoed throughout the entire floor. In an instant, a dead silence fell over the area, but when everyone took a closer look, they were all stunned. That arrogant Qin Chuan was clutching his own red, swollen face, looking at me with utter disbelief. That's right, the one who got slapped wasn't me, but him. You dare to hit me! Qin Chuan was furious. He angrily raised his other hand to strike back. Just then, a cold, calm voice suddenly rang out. What's all the noise? I had just turned my head when I saw Gu Qinghan walking out of the conference room. When Qin Chuan saw her, his eyes immediately lit up. A second ago, he was arrogant and haughty. The next, he turned into a wronged little wife, Sister Qinghan. He clutched his face and with red-rimmed eyes rushed towards Gu Qinghan. This new secretary of yours is so insolent. I asked him to make a cup of coffee, and he mocked me and even hit me. I watched his performance coldly. Seeing Qin Chuan about to lean into Gu Qinghan's arms, I was surprised when Gu Qinghan tilted her body, directly avoiding him. Qin Chuan lunged into empty air, stumbling and nearly falling. He looked at Gu Qinghan in disbelief, only to see the woman's eyes were cold and distant, even carrying a hint of disgust. She spoke coldly. Mr. Qin, this is the Gu Corporation, not a vegetable market. After saying that, she paused for a moment. However, she raised her eyelids and her gaze went past Qin Chuan, landing directly on me. My face was cold, my eyes blazing as I stared at her. That's right, I was jealous. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan's thin lips curled up slightly in a barely perceptible way. Then her gaze returned to Qin Chuan, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Who gave you the nerve to tell him to make coffee? Qin Chuan was instantly stunned. Sister Qinghan, he's just a mere secretary. But Gu Qinghan cut him off directly. He is my secretary. Her brows were shrouded in coldness. Besides me, no one has the right to tell him to make coffee. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Chuan's face turned pale. In front of everyone, she actually defended this toy boy. Qin Chuan was so angry he lost control, his eyes becoming even redder. Sister Qinghan, don't you know? Uncle Gu said. See him out. Gu Qinghan didn't even bother to look at him, directly giving an order to Assistant CEO Wang. From now on, without an appointment, no unauthorized personnel are allowed on the top floor, especially this person with the surname Qin. This was no different than shoving Qin Chuan's face into the dirt and grinding it. Qin Chuan wanted to explain himself, but she impatiently waved him away. Drag him out. The security guards immediately rushed forward and forcibly dragged the struggling and screaming Qin Chuan into the elevator. The world was finally quiet. The next second, Gu Qinghan turned to look at me. Come inside. After saying that, she walked into the office. I was seething with anger. I grabbed the report and followed her in. As soon as the door closed, I slammed the report directly onto her desk, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Sister Qinghan, you're quite the charmer, aren't you? Your fiancé even came knocking on your door. I deliberately imitated Qin Chuan's whiny tone and continued sourly. Looks like something happy is about to happen for Sister Qinghan. To my surprise, Gu Qinghan leaned against the desk, her eyes crinkling as she looked at me. Are you jealous? I immediately bristled. Who's jealous? I'm not jealous at all. She let out a soft chuckle, took a step with her long legs and pulled me into her arms, her voice cold. Too mediocre. I prefer the wild wolf at home, wild enough, strong enough. I lifted my foot to stomp on hers, but her long leg hooked around mine, and I fell into her warm embrace. Just then, Gu Qinghan dropped her playful demeanor and lifted my chin with a serious expression. She took the hand I had just used to hit someone and gently rubbed my palm. You did very well. If anyone treats you like that, just hit them back. If anything happens, he'll take care of it. I mumbled in a low voice. What if I can't win the fight? She took my hand again, pressed it to her lips for a kiss, her voice full of doting affection. Then call for your wife and your wife will help you fight. Those two words made my face flush instantly. Who? Who would call you that? Besides, if I can't win, you think you can? But she just raised an eyebrow, her hands starting to misbehave. You won't call me that? It seems you didn't say it enough last night. You've forgotten how to pronounce it. Her lips nibbled on my earlobe. I quickly grabbed her hands. Gu Qinghan, if you dare touch me again, don't ever think about touching me in the future. In the end, this crazy dog didn't touch me again, but the price was disastrous. I looked at the new lipstick mark on my neck in the mirror, so angry I was speechless. Gu Qinghan, you're really a crazy dog. But she leisurely hugged me from behind, her voice laced with flirtatiousness. A crazy dog isn't as gentle as me. I'm coming to your house tonight. My hands trembled. To my house? Are you insane? Are you walking into a trap? If my parents found out about this damn woman, breaking her legs would be a light punishment. If my parents found out, it wouldn't just be a mixed doubles beatdown. After they beat me, the next step would definitely be to arrange the marriage between our two families. My God, I'm only infatuated with Gu Qinghan's beauty. I've never even thought about getting married. But this woman seemed to have seen right through my thoughts. Lin Wan just texted me saying that to thank me for helping you fend off a suitor, she's specially inviting me over for dinner. I was instantly speechless. It's my sister again. No, you can't go. I pushed her hand away. Just say you have to work overtime, that you're not free, or that you have to go to Antarctica to study penguins. But Gu Qinghan leaned down and whispered with a chuckle in my ear, the more my baby doesn't want me to go, the more I want to. I haven't been to my baby's room in a long time. It smells so good, just like my baby. Boom! A jolt shot up from my tailbone to the top of my head. This woman's mind must be filled with X-rated images. How can she be horny anytime, anywhere? As a result, my resistance was futile. I sat in her Maybach with a look of utter resignation. She was determined to visit her future in-laws. She even stuffed the trunk full of gifts, tea, Maotai liquor, antiques, jewelry, as if she were coming to propose. Although after we started dating, this was the first time she had come over. But before we started dating, she would come over dozens of times a year. With such a grand display, what if my parents get suspicious? The car slowly drove into my family's gate, and my heart leaped into my throat. Gu Qinghan's gaze fell on the old scholar tree in the yard. When I was 5 years old, she held my hand, and we planted it together. We arrived. Gu Qinghan parked the car and unbuckled her seatbelt. I, however, huddled in the passenger seat, still buckled up, not daring to move. Do you really want to go in? To my surprise, she suddenly leaned over, unbuckled my seatbelt, and said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." How could it be fine? Our two families are too close. She practically grew up in my house. That's precisely why I don't dare to go public. If we broke up, what would happen to the decades-long friendship between our family? I couldn't guarantee at all that I could be with her until the end. But Gu Qinghan took my hand, rubbing my palm. I promised you, without your permission, I won't let anyone find out. She curled her lip. In your parents' eyes, I'm your biological sister. Isn't it normal for a biological sister to come home for dinner? Biological sister? I looked at her, astonished. Where did this person get the nerve to say that? What kind of biological sister kisses her younger brother until he can't breathe? What kind of biological sister makes it so her younger brother's back is still sore now? Just then, a voice called out, "Qinghan Xiaoyi." It was my sister. I jumped as if electrocuted and quickly flung Gu Qinghan's hand away. With a smack, her hand slammed hard against the side, immediately turning red. My heart skipped a beat. I was just about to speak. I didn't mean. Before I could finish, my sister had already rushed over and pulled me out of the car. "Xiaoyi, you're home. Why haven't you gotten out of the car? Did Qin Chuan do anything to you?" She looked me up and down, and her gaze suddenly stopped. It was the white scarf around my neck. It's so hot, it looks strange no matter how you look at it. I immediately felt guilty and unconsciously tried to cover it. Qin Chuan didn't do anything to me, but her good sister almost tortured me to death. Just then, Gu Qinghan got out of the car, her cold, abstinent expression back on her face. She said calmly, "He has a stiff neck. He needs to keep it warm." A stiff neck? My sister looked concerned, reaching out to check my neck. "How did you get a stiff neck? Is it serious?" "Let me see." As soon as she reached out her hand, my heart stopped beating. I was scared out of my wits. She wanted to pull off my scarf. It's over. The hickeys on my neck. I was so tense I forgot to breathe. The moment my sister's hand was about to touch my scarf, a cold voice suddenly spoke up. "Lin Wan, just how many spies did you plant in my company?" My sister's action immediately froze. She quickly withdrew her hand, scratching the back of her neck with a sheepish laugh. "No, none. I was just worried your brother would get bullied by others." To my surprise, Gu Qinghan sneered. "Then you should know. Your brother already hit Mr. Qin at my company." My sister's smile became even more forced. Of course she knew. Then, Gu Qinghan carried the gifts inside, acting more familiar than if it were her own home. My sister hurried after her, asking with a strained smile, "Did the Qin family come looking for trouble with you?" Gu Qinghan sneered again. Would they dare? Instead of thinking about how to cause trouble for me, they should be thinking about how to give me an explanation first. My sister immediately gave a thumbs up. "Good sister, it was the right decision to have your brother by my side." The corners of Gu Qinghan's eyes lifted, and she gave a lazy smile. "Of course. My brother is your brother." The emphasis in her words made my ears burn inexplicably, but in the end, thanks to her distraction, my sister didn't pursue the matter of the scarf anymore. But when we entered the living room, we found it empty. Gu Qinghan looked at the gifts, all of which were my parents' favorites. My sister clicked her tongue and asked, "This girl? Are you trying to win over my parents to become their goddaughter?" Gu Qinghan's thin lips curled. "I am trying to win them over, but not to become their goddaughter, but to become their daughter-in-law." The next second, my sister sighed. Bad timing. Mom and Dad had an unexpected dinner party, so they left in a hurry. It's just the three of us tonight. Hearing that my parents weren't home, I had just breathed a sigh of relief, but right after, my scalp tingled. It's over. Mom and Dad aren't home, so doesn't that mean no one can control this big-tailed wolf? This is truly letting the wolf into the house. In the dining room, the aroma of food was fragrant. When Uncle Liu saw Gu Qinghan, his face beamed like a flower. Turns out this woman had it all planned. She even prepared a gift for Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu was deeply moved. He turned to me and said, "Young master, Miss Gu has been so sensible since she was a child. You should learn from her." I pouted. Sensible? This damn woman is clearly scheming, playing palace intrigue games here. 15 minutes later, the three of us sat at the table. I kept my head down and ate, too lazy to pay attention to the damn woman across from me. My sister, however, was very enthusiastic. She poured Gu Qinghan a glass of wine as soon as we sat down. "Luckily, you were here today. That Qin Chuan guy really thinks he's your fiancé?" To my surprise, Gu Qinghan took a sip of wine, suddenly raised her eyebrows, and said teasingly, "But didn't someone have a very good impression of that Mr. Qin?" My sister's drinking motion froze. She remembered praising Qin Chuan in the morning, and immediately downed her glass of wine. Pfft. Him? Not anymore. Only then did Gu Qinghan put down her wine glass and say, "It's a small matter." Then her gaze passed through the rising steam, landing directly on me. "Xiao Yi is my good sister's younger brother. How could I let him be wronged in front of others?" The word wronged, she drew it out, carrying an unspoken intimacy. My mouth was full of food, my cheeks puffed out. I was about to pick up a piece of fish when I heard her suggestive words. My hand trembled and the piece of fish, plop, fell back into the bowl. I looked up and glared at her. That's right, she won't let others wrong me, only she wrongs me the most. My sister quickly picked up the tenderest piece of fish for me. "Xiao Yi, take your time." Then she picked up a piece of fish for Gu Qinghan. "Qinghan, try this." I had it specially air freighted. After that, my sister started telling embarrassing stories from my childhood. When Xiao Yi was little, he was very protective of his food. He'd get mad at anyone who tried to take it. Once I wanted to tease him, so I took a piece of his meat. He grabbed my arm and bit me, and the bite mark was still there a week later. Gu Qinghan looked at me with a half smile. I remember. Her voice was cool and pleasant. His teeth were already very good back then. He bit very deeply. My eyes widened instantly. I almost choked on my rice, coughing violently, my face turning red. What nonsense is this damn woman spouting? My sister quickly poured me some water and even moved the whole bowl of fish in front of me. "It's yours, it's yours, it's all yours. Why are you still so protective of your food like when you were little?" The rims of my ears turned red. This wasn't about being protective of food. Just then, the damn woman put down her chopsticks, looking like a refined scoundrel. She curled her lip, her dark eyes deep and gloomy. And now, Xiao Yi doesn't just protect his food, he's also learned how to sneak snacks. I immediately understood her double entendre. Protecting his food meant protecting her from Qin Chuan. Sneaking snacks meant sneaking this damn woman. I really wanted to kick her to death. Just then, my sister suddenly spoke up. "Qinghan, about that land in the west of the city where we want to build a villa, are the blueprints done? Let Xiao Yi take a look for you." I quickly shook my head. "I can't. I just graduated. Who says you can't?" Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile rising in her eyes. "I think you're very talented, especially when it comes to bedroom design. You have great ideas." I was instantly speechless. Every word this woman says has a hidden meaning, yet my sister listened with great interest and made a decision on the spot. "Is that so?" Then it settled. To let him hone his craft. Okay. Gu Qinghan agreed very quickly. I feel like I'll never be able to escape this damn woman's grasp in this lifetime. After the meal, my sister was indeed drunk. She pulled Gu Qinghan and rambled on, even asking her to sleep over. Before she could finish her sentence, with a thud, my sister collapsed onto the table, dead asleep. Uncle Liu quickly called the bodyguards to carry my sister upstairs, and before he left, he instructed me. "Young master, Miss Gu has also had a lot to drink. Please take her to the guest room and take care of her a little." My sister is a serious bro-con. She thinks that in this world, aside from herself, the most trustworthy person is her best friend, Gu Qinghan. So after graduation, she arranged for me to intern at her best friend's company. But what she doesn't know is that, in countless moments when my sister turned her back, her best friend pinned me against the wall, pinched my waist, and seduced me time and time again. "Be good, call me wife, and I'll even give you my life." As soon as Uncle Liu left, the dining room fell silent. "Baby." The woman looked up at me, her drunken voice echoing in my ear. "How do you plan on taking care of me?" The smile on her lips made alarm bells go off in my head. Qinghan is drunk, and she wants to stay the night. This is danger upon danger. She's been tormenting me for 2 days. My calves are still trembling now. I immediately turned to run away. "You don't look that drunk. You can take care of yourself." But I had only taken 2 steps when my wrist was gripped tightly, and she pulled me back. "I am drunk. Very drunk." She actually pressed me tightly against the staircase railing, the faint smell of alcohol mixed with the scent of cedar, enveloping me completely. This is a blind spot for the camera, and people upstairs can't see either, but she's being way too bold. This is my house. What if Uncle Liu comes downstairs for some water? What if my sister suddenly wakes up? Wouldn't we be doomed? Gu Qinghan, let me go. I lowered my voice, pushing her with all my might. This is the dining room. She smirked slightly. Then let's go to a room. This doesn't seem like she's drunk at all. I grabbed her by the collar and growled through gritted teeth. Go back to your guest room. You're not coming into my room. Unexpectedly, that made her drag me straight into the bedroom. She is too familiar with my house, so familiar that she can find my room with her eyes closed. The door was opened and then quickly locked from the inside. I was thrown hard onto the big, soft bed with its blue sheets and filled with stuffed animals. All these stuffed animals were gifts from her. You've kept everything I gave you. Her eyes swept across the room, growing deeper and darker. What do you want to do? I leaned back against the bed, completely panicked. What to do? Gu Qinghan approached step by step, her knee pressing against the edge of the bed. Her smile was both radiant and dangerous. When I came here before, I saw you as Lin Wan's little brother. Later, I thought, if one day I could sleep with you in this bed, how wonderful would that be? I grabbed a Doraemon stuffed toy from the bed. You're a pervert. It turns out she's had ill intentions for a long time. I am a pervert. She admitted it bluntly and then pressed her body down on me. The large bed immediately sank. She snatched the troublesome Doraemon and threw it away, placing her hands on either side of my body, trapping me. She lowered her head, the tip of her nose touching mine, her voice low and hoarse, lingering and seductive. Childhood sweethearts, what a wonderful phrase. Isn't it meant for when fire and straw are close, a spark is inevitable? As she finished speaking, her kiss landed on me. Baby. Her deep, hoarse voice made my eardrums buzz. Tell me, doing naughty things in your bed, wouldn't that be more exciting? I was so angry I gritted my teeth. You're a huge pervert. I am a huge pervert. She chuckled deeply, holding my flailing hand, and then kissed me again. Just then, knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Xiaoyi, are you asleep? It's my sister. Wasn't she dead drunk? How did she wake up so quickly? I abruptly pushed Gu Qinghan away and almost leaped out of bed. It's my sister. Quick, hide. Hurry up and hide. But Gu Qinghan propped herself up, her disheveled clothes revealing her collarbone and fragrant shoulders. Truly an enchanting demoness. I quickly slapped my face. Now is not the time to be mesmerized by beauty. I rushed over, pushing her as I spoke. Hurry up and hide under the bed. No. Get in the closet. I was in a complete panic, speaking incoherently. Xiaoyi, why aren't you saying anything? The knocking outside grew louder. I was so scared my eyes widened, and I pushed Gu Qinghan with all my might. She sighed, took a long stride, and went behind the floor-to-ceiling curtains. The curtains were thick and double-layered, offering excellent privacy. She really looked like a little wife having a secret affair, hiding away. I stared at the curtains, making sure there was no clue. Then I took a deep breath and went to open the door. What's wrong? My sister was standing drunk outside the door. My sister was actually holding a glass of milk, her face flushed, unable to stand steady, completely wasted. Where's Qinghan? Did she leave? She handed me the glass of milk. You have to drink milk before bed. Just because I'm drunk doesn't mean you can be lazy. I stood guiltily blocking the doorway and took the glass of milk. I don't know, I haven't seen her. That girl left without saying a word. My sister mumbled as her eyes glanced into my room. Why did you take so long to open the door? I thought I heard you talking to someone. My heart immediately jumped into my throat. I tried to swallow, holding the glass with both hands. I was just washing my face. Maybe you drank too much and misheard? What do you mean, drank too much? My sister swayed and raised a finger, pointing to her own nose. Your sister here can drink 1,000 cups and not get drunk. As a result, as soon as she finished speaking, she let out a loud burp that reeked of alcohol. Oh right, Xiaoyi, I already talked to Mom and Dad about that Miss Shen. They agreed not to force you on blind dates anymore. If you want to find a girlfriend, just tell me. I'll screen them for you. Oh, right. In the future, when you're looking for a girlfriend, you must find one according to the standards of your sister Qinghan. From a good background, with good character, and not even a male mosquito by her side. Only such a perfect woman is worthy of you. I was stunned listening to her. A perfect woman? That's because you haven't seen this old fox hiding right now, behind the curtains in my room, and just a moment ago, she almost. I can imagine Gu Qinghan right now, hearing her future sister-in-law praise her like this, and how proud she must be. I subconsciously glanced towards the curtains. Oh no. With just that one glance, my sister looked over too. My heart leaped into my throat again. Xiaoyi, these curtains of yours, she said, then lifted her foot and walked towards the curtains. Sister, I stood up to stop her, but even though my sister was drunk, she wasn't slow. And she reached them in just a few steps. I shouldn't have looked over there just now. I closed my eyes in despair. It's over. We're toast. Time for destruction. But my sister just walked to the window and reached out to pull the curtains shut. The temperature difference is big right now. Remember to close the window properly when you sleep. Don't catch a cold. After pulling the curtains, she turned back to look at me. You still have a stiff neck. You absolutely cannot let yourself get cold. I closed my eyes and waited for a long time, but her wrath never came, only her words of advice. I opened my eyes and saw her scratching her head, stumbling out. Remember to close the window properly and don't kick off your blanket. Until the bedroom door closed, I finally came to my senses, completely exhausted, and collapsed onto the rug. That was so close, just a hair's breadth. That scared? The curtains were pulled open, and Gu Qinghan stepped out. She threw herself into my arms. Am I that scary? I was still in shock, without even the strength to struggle. This isn't about whether you're scary or not. She pinched my waist. Your sister praised me as a wonderful woman and told you to find someone like me. She clearly said to find someone like me. I glared at her. Finding someone like you, I might as well just find you directly. The real deal is right here. Why look far when what you need is near? I lifted her up and instinctively, her legs wrapped around my waist. This position. My face immediately flushed. She was like a koala hanging on me. What are you trying to do now? I quickly pushed her chest, my palm pressing against her hot skin. Baby, I'm letting you understand the benefits of the real deal. She leaned down and bit my earlobe. Those wicked whispers were like magic. Your future sister-in-law has praised me so much. Of course I have to show something for it. My whole body stiffened, and the corners of my eyes reddened. This vixen really has no restraint at all. Look how scared you are. Although it's very exciting in my baby's room, and I really want to try it, but considering you've had a tough couple of days, I'll let you off for now. She turned around and pushed me down onto the bed. She hovered over me, her finger gently brushing over my lips. But next time, you have to pay it back double. As she finished speaking, a restrained and patient kiss landed, just a brief touch before stopping. The next second, she let me go and held me in her arms. Sleep. I leaned into her embrace, listening to her heartbeat. A few minutes later, she really didn't make any other moves. I carefully lifted my head. She was holding me with her eyes closed. Her unreasonably beautiful face softened a little. Really asleep? Is this old fox really going to let me go? Just then, she suddenly opened her eyes, those deep eyes swirling with suppressed emotions. Baby, if you can't sleep, I don't mind. I was so scared I immediately closed my eyes. I can sleep, I'm dead tired. Are you kidding? It's rare for her to show mercy. I have to sleep immediately. I can't take her torment anymore. Early the next morning, I was woken by a rustling sound. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that woman standing by the bed. She wore no makeup, and her bare face was still very beautiful. I have to admit, this woman is truly beautiful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been seduced by her beauty in the first place and drunkenly slept with her. As a result, she heard the sound and actually leaned down to place a kiss on my forehead. She chuckled and asked, "Baby, looking at me like that? Are you disappointed that I didn't touch you last night?" I raised my hand to slap her. Get lost. But Gu Qinghan chuckled and grabbed my hand, kissing my lips. It's still early. Go back to sleep, I blurted out. What time is it? 5:30. What? So early? Not early anymore. Gu Qinghan adjusted her collar. Your sister is used to getting up at 6 for a morning run. If I don't get out before then, you'll get your feathers ruffled again. My sister goes for morning runs? I was instantly awake. I shot up and hurriedly pushed her. Then you should go. Hurry up and go. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan held my hand and wouldn't let go. In such a hurry to kick me out, use me and then throw me away? Don't joke around at a time like this. I shook her hand off, my face cold. Hurry and go. If my sister sees you coming out of my room, she'll really take a knife to you. As a result, this old fox just stood there without moving. You have to give me a little something if you're kicking me out. Still at a time like this. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 5:40. I was annoyed, grabbed her collar, and pecked her lips hard. Is that enough? Just as I was about to let go, she pulled me into her arms, turned the tables, and deepened the kiss. Until she had a taste of sweetness, she was satisfied and prepared to leave. As if sending off a plague god, I pushed her out the door, first poking my head out like a thief, looking outside. It was quiet, no one was there. I quickly gave her a look, urging her to scram. After she left the room, the bang, I immediately and heartlessly slammed the door shut. Until I heard the sound of the main door downstairs closing softly, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. My entire body felt drained of strength, and I slid down the door onto the carpet. Oh, my poor little heart. That was way too exciting. My heart was tired, but I still had to go to work. After all, I'm still Gu Qinghan's personal secretary. But the atmosphere at the Gu Corporation today was a bit off, especially in the design department. As soon as I got to the company, I sat down to draw the design sketch for the villa that my sister mentioned last night. I worked on it all morning, and just as I finished, Assistant Wang came over. Secretary Lin, CEO Gu, asked you to come to the meeting room. Why would she want me in the meeting room? I was wondering when Assistant Wang stuffed the design draft from my desk into my arms. This time, I was even more confused. I walked to the meeting room door and knocked. After getting permission, I pushed the door open and walked in. It was already full of people. Gu Qinghan sat at the head of the table, with her usual arrogant and abstinent look. However, a middle-aged woman, sitting to her lower right, glanced at me from the corner of her eye, her expression full of disdain. That was the head of the design department, Director May. Relying on her status as a company veteran, she usually walks around the company arrogantly, and especially likes to act like a senior in front of the new CEO, Gu Qinghan. The next second, that Director Mei put down her teacup and sneered. CEO Gu, is this the newcomer you were talking about? She looked me up and down, her tone full of contempt. He looks handsome enough, but my design department needs talent, not a pretty face. An intern like this who can't even draw, letting him participate in the Chengji Villa project, isn't that just absurd? My steps halted immediately. A pretty face? What surprised me even more was that Gu Qinghan actually let me join this project. I thought she was just saying it casually. I looked up at the woman in the head seat. Then I clenched my fists and walked forward, a polite smile on my face. Director Mai, my voice was somewhat serious, judging without even looking at the work. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Work? Director May scoffed, casually flipping open my design draft without even bothering to look closely. With a thud, she actually threw my draft right back on the table. Her tone was utterly contemptuous. This kind of elementary school level scribble, you dare call it work? The lines are immature, the structure is loose, there's no personal style at all. Secretary Lin, you should go back and practice your basic skills. This old woman's words were sharper than a knife. The meeting room was dead silent. Everyone knew I had connections, but no one dared to speak up. Everyone could see that Director Mai was deliberately disrespecting Gu Qinghan. I looked at the design draft thrown on the table, my face pale, my whole body trembling with anger. This sketch, although I only drew it in 3 hours, is definitely not a scribble. This old woman is clearly picking a fight on purpose. But this is the workplace. I don't want to reveal my identity, and I don't want to make things difficult for Gu Qinghan. I suppressed my anger and kept smiling. So, does Director Mai have any brilliant ideas? As a result, Director Mai sneered again. You're asking me about such a small thing? Then what's the point of having you guys? My fingers clenched tighter. Just then, a clear, cold voice spoke up. Director Mai, it was Gu Qinghan. She looked at Director Mai indifferently, asking word by word. You haven't even looked at it clearly, and you already know it's a scribble? But Director Mai, relying on her veteran status, was not afraid of her at all, she said on her own. This level of skill will only make others laugh at our Gu Corporation for not having any talented people. Is that so? Gu Qinghan's voice was ice cold, and she actually stood up slowly. She picked up that design draft, her slender fingers flipping it open, her gaze stopping on the drawing. It was a corner of a courtyard I had designed. The next second, her fingertips tapped on the draft. I think it's very good. The lines are immature, which means there's high potential for shaping. The structure is loose, which means the thinking isn't rigid. As for personal style, a cold smile played on Gu Qinghan's lips. Her aura powerful. Is Director Mei's so-called style, taking a 10-year-old design, changing the color, and using it again? Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Director Mei's face immediately turned black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone knew she rested on her laurels. She immediately slammed the table. CEO Gu, you're being biased. For a mere secretary, you're alienating old employees. Biased? Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes, her gaze unfathomably deep. I only look at ability. This design draft by Secretary Lin has new ideas, has thought, and is very inspired, unlike some people who occupy a position but don't do the work. That insult was too vicious. Director Mei was so angry her whole body trembled, pointing at Gu Qinghan for a long time, speechless. Meeting adjourned. Gu Qinghan couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. Secretary Lin, stay. Everyone else, get out. An order was given, and everyone scattered like birds from a broken nest. Director Mai shot me a fierce glare, humphed, and left with a flick of her hand. In an instant, only she and I were left in the meeting room. The next second, Gu Qinghan sat back down and actually patted her thigh. Come here. I stood my ground. Thank you, CEO Gu. What are you thanking me for? Gu Qinghan pulled my hand again. Thanking me for helping you scold her? He deserved to be scolded. Looking into her eyes, I spoke every word with utmost seriousness. Thank you for letting me join the Chengji Villa project. My sister only mentioned it in passing. I didn't expect you to, actually. Her eyes sparkled, and her thin lips curved up slightly. When it comes to you, it's never in passing. Right after that, I suddenly leaned in and gave her a peck on the lips. That's your reward. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly. Baby, there can be more rewards like this. My face immediately flushed red, and I slapped the back of her hand. I warned her in a low voice. Someone could walk into the conference room at any moment. Don't you dare go crazy. Gu Qinghan put on an innocent expression. I said rewards. What were you thinking? My face grew even redder. I was about to leave, but Gu Qinghan picked up my design draft. Didn't your sister want me to guide you more? Her finger tapped on the design draft. Director Mai wasn't wrong about one thing. The lines here are indeed not smooth enough. As soon as she mentioned guidance, I immediately stopped struggling and hurriedly leaned over to look. I saw her pick up a fountain pen and add just a few strokes to the drawing. With just those few strokes, the originally stiff transition immediately became incredibly fluid. Understand now? She whispered in my ear, her hot breath fanning out. I was staring at the design that seemed to have been brought to life, my eyes filled with disbelief. But her hot breath was instantly seductive, and I was almost bewitched by her feminine charm. At that moment, Gu Qinghan also took my hand, her lips almost brushing against my earlobe. Why aren't you saying anything? My whole body was enveloped in her breath, her warm chest against my back, my hand held tightly by hers. This was truly a test of my self-control. I don't understand. I said I didn't understand because I wanted her to be more serious. Student Lin isn't being serious. You deserve to be punished. Her deep, hoarse voice echoed lingeringly, and she even opened her mouth to punish me with a bite on my earlobe. Then let's practice a few more times. Teacher Gu is very patient. I froze instantly. Her hands started to roam. I wanted to resist, but she held my wrist tightly. She continued in a serious tone. Student Lin, focus a little. Teacher Gu will punish you. This damn woman, this vixen. I glared at her, but she just lowered her head, her eyes like a vortex. This look from Student Lin. Are you blaming Teacher Gu for not doing anything last night? The next second, she held my chin and leaned in to kiss me. Suddenly, knock, 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 a rapid knocking came from the door. Assistant Wang's trembling voice. This is bad, Xiao Gu, Xiao Lin, she. She stormed up with a golf club. She said she's looking for Director Mei to settle a score. My eyes flew open, and I shoved Gu Qinghan away with a whoosh. What? My sister's here? How did she find out so quickly? It's only been half an hour. Gu Qinghan's attempt to steal a kiss failed, and she looked aggrieved. I hurriedly straightened my clothes and patted my burning face. Bam! The conference room door was kicked open. The heavy door slammed against the wall, making a loud noise. I swallowed and looked nervously at the door. I saw a tall woman standing proudly against the light, holding a shiny golf club made of titanium alloy, radiating killing intent. On that incomparably beautiful face was an expression that looked like she wanted to eat someone alive, like a demoness crawling up from hell. Sister. I looked at my sister who had stormed and called out softly. Lin Wan's eyes immediately fell on my face. Seeing my red-rimmed eyes, she was heartbroken. The coldness in her almond eyes intensified. That dog my Jibo dared to scold you. She tightened her grip on the golf club. Let's see if I don't finish him off. After speaking, she suddenly pointed at Assistant Wang. Get that dog Maijibo in here for me. Assistant Wang shrank back in fear and glanced furtively at Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan nodded, and he immediately turned and ran. At this time, Director Mai was fuming in his office. When Assistant Wang invited him back to the conference room, he sneered. What? That little secretary still wants to cause trouble for me? Assistant Wang broke out in a cold sweat internally. That's no little secretary. It's your ancestor's doting older sister who has arrived. But Director Mai was not afraid at all, and even swaggered back into the conference room. As a result, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he was met with a pair of fiery eyes. It's you, Mai Jibo. Lin Wan held the golf club, looking at him sinisterly. CO Lin. Director Mai was instantly terrified. He dared to act his age in front of Gu Qinghan, but he didn't dare to provoke my sister, this famously mad dog. CO Lin. What? What are you doing? He had no idea how he had offended this great Buddha. I'm here to split your head open. My sister let out a cold laugh, and the golf club slammed into the trash can with a bang. The metal trash can was immediately dented. Director Mai was so scared he kept backing away. CO Lin, what did I do to make you so angry? What did you do? My sister sneered, tapping the golf club rhythmically into her palm. You're the one who called my sister's secretary a decorative vase. You're the one who said my sister's secretary's drawing was garbage. Believe it or not, right now I'll turn you, this pighead, into a garbage drawing. With every question she asked, the sound of the club tapping grew heavier, as if it would land on Director Mace's head the next second. Director Mace's legs were trembling. He stared nervously at the club. CO Lin, that's just an ordinary intern. Still dare to make excuses. An ordinary secretary so you can bully him? Lin Wan was so angry she laughed. He didn't know that the incompetent nepotism baby he was talking about was the young master that the Lin family cherished in the palm of their hands. He knew even less that the design awards have received could fill an entire wall. Director Mei was still courting death. CO Lin, he's just a nepotism baby. I'm a director. I can't break the rules of fairness. Fucking bullshit. Lin Wan spat, raising the club to strike. She was gritting her teeth in anger and pointed at Director Mai's nose as she cursed. Secretary Lin is Qinghan's secretary. You calling him a decorative vase? Isn't that saying Qinghan has poor taste, that her judgment of character is lacking? You scolding Secretary Lin is a slap in Qinghan's face. Wow, my sister's logic is truly amazing. Director Mai was stunned on the spot by this divine logic. He couldn't understand how a mere little secretary could have alarmed this mad dog, Lin Wan. Could her relationship with Gu Qinghan already be this close? You dog, you dare scold my sister's secretary. Lin Wan couldn't be bothered with nonsense and raised the club to strike. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, I rushed forward to stop her. Sis, CO Lin, stop. I almost blurted out sister. Luckily, I managed to force myself to change it. If she really hit someone at the Gu Corporation, tomorrow's headlines would be Lin Corporation CEO violently assaults someone and the stock price would plummet. Just as I was about to step forward and stop her, my waist was suddenly pulled tight, and a slender hand pulled me into an embrace. Gu Qinghan stood behind me, her tone lazy and teasing. Don't go. Let her make a scene. This kind of old fart who pulls rank needs to be dealt with by a villain. I immediately became anxious. But the company... She lowered her head and rubbed my waist. Don't worry, Lin Wan knows her limits. At most, he'll have 2 broken ribs and be scared enough to piss his pants. He won't die. I wanted to curse. 2 broken ribs is what you call knowing her limits? Do you two sisters have some misunderstanding about what limits means? But Gu Qinghan just smiled. Don't worry, it won't get out, and it certainly won't affect the Line Corporation. Over there, my sister Lin Wan indeed had a sense of proportion. She chased Director Mai around for a bit, but she never actually swung the club at his head. But with a crash, she smashed the conference room to pieces. That display directly scared Director Mai into wetting his pants, and he cowered in a corner. The next second, my sister used the now-deformed club to point at Director May and declared domineeringly, "Listen up. If you dare to give any trouble to my sister's secretary again, your end will be the same as this club." Looking at my sister, who looked like a goddess of war, my eyes immediately warmed. But her words made people unable to stop their minds from wandering. How much must she care for her best friend, to protect even her secretary? Aren't these the lines of a domineering CEO protecting his beloved wife? As expected, the colleagues gossiping at the door all had their minds in the gutter. At that moment, my sister smoothed her hair and turned to look at Gu Qinghan. "Qinghan, I've taught this old man a lesson for you. Just bill the damages to me." Gu Qinghan walked out leisurely. "No need." She glanced at the battlefield, then at Director May with his wet pants. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Consider these damages as the employee's severance pay." "Severance pay?" Director May abruptly looked up. "CO Gu, you want to fire me? I've been at the Gu Corporation for nearly 30 years. Gu Qinghan cut him off immediately. 30 years with no contributions, and you still resort to workplace bullying. The things that were just smashed will be deducted from your severance pay. Now get out." The last 2 words, bone-chillingly cold, directly served as Director May's death sentence. But Director May still wanted to struggle, pulling his seniority card, screaming to see the chairman. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan curled her lips into a cold smile. "Fine, go find them to back you up. It just so happens I have some evidence I'd like to hand over to them." Her voice was low and lazy, but every word killed without a knife. "Director May, you've been at the Gu Corporation for 30 years. The amount you've embezzled is probably enough for you to spend the rest of your life in prison." As soon as she finished, Director May's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. The security guards immediately came forward and dragged him out like a dead dog. Soon after, the conference room door closed and my sister immediately rushed in front of me, her face full of worry. "Xiao Yi, were you scared?" My heart warmed. "Sister, thank you." She patted my head. "Why are you being so polite with me? From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, it'll be there in minutes." With that, she suddenly turned her head and pointed the deformed club at Gu Qinghan again. "Qinghan, you too. If you dare to bully my brother, I'll smash this thing on your head too." Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze went past my sister and stared at me, her pupils immediately darkening. Even though that was my biological sister, she was still unhappy. The next second, her red lips curled up slightly, full of hidden meaning. "Don't worry, how could I bear to bully him? I can't even dote on him enough." That word dote was said with a twist. This damn woman daring to show her tail right in front of my sister. As a result, as soon as my sister left, a certain jealous woman immediately kept me in the CEO's office under the pretext of one-on-one tutoring. But the next second, she pulled me to sit directly on her lap. My back was against her chest, her chin resting on my shoulder. One of her hands held me while the other held my hand to correct the drawing. Her hot breath fanned my ear. My whole body went soft. "Gu Qinghan, you're not sincerely trying to teach me at all." At the same time, the company's gossip group exploded. Everyone was wildly speculating that my sister and I were having an affair. I saw the messages and couldn't take it anymore. I replied directly in the group with one sentence: "Bullshit." As a result, this curse made Gu Qinghan look over as well. The next second, she saw those unsightly words. I only knew this damn woman was possessive, but I didn't expect her to be this perverted. I quickly emphasized, "That's my sister, my biological sister. What's wrong with her helping me vent?" But the woman's eyes were deep, her tone sour. "I don't care. I just don't like your name being put next to another woman's name." I was angry. "But that's my sister, who knew Gu Qinghan wouldn't listen at all." She lowered her head and bit my lip hard. "I don't care. I just don't like it." I had an idea. "Well, they're also saying you and my sister are a couple." The moment I finished speaking, she bit the other corner of my mouth. "Then I like it even less. I'm clearly yours, yet I'm being labeled as someone else's." I was completely speechless. "You're just making excuses to take advantage of me." Gu Qinghan curled her lips into a slight smile, her voice hoarse and bewitching. "I'm fulfilling our sister's request, to teach you well. If they say you're a decorative vase, this teacher must naturally teach you well." With that, she took my hand again and pressed it against her face, patting it. I suddenly curled my fingers and pinched her cheek hard. "If you want to teach properly, then let me down." But Gu Qinghan whispered in my ear, her hot breath fanning the side of my neck. Student Lin, why is your body so stiff? Could it be because you're nervous? Or because of me? As she spoke, her hand traveled down my waist and placed it directly on my thigh. My body trembled. She chuckled teasingly in my ear again. I gripped the pen tightly and said stubbornly, Who's nervous? But beneath me was a warm, soft beauty. With a delicate arm wrapped around my waist, I boldly placed the blame. Gu Qinghan, can you be a little more serious? Gu Qinghan put on an innocent face. This isn't serious? I put down the pen and angrily tried to get up from her lap, but the hand on my waist suddenly tightened. I just heard her sigh. All right then, I'll teach you properly. The next second, she took my hand again and pressed it directly onto her soft chest. As a qualified designer, you must understand the structure of the human body. Teacher Gu will now teach you what ergonomics is. Right after that, my hand was led downwards by her, placing it on her flat stomach. The point of force application here, the feeling of soft, delicate skin under my palm, made my earlobes flush red instantly, but she was still pulling my hand, intending to continue downwards. As if burned, I yanked my hand back, my face so red it could bleed. Behave yourself. This is an office. She chuckled softly again and pulled me into her arms once more. I was very surprised. This is also part of the design. She finally pointed at the drawing, explaining seriously. The design of this corridor has overlooked the structure. If couples were to kiss here, their view would be blocked by the pillar. It's not a very good experience. I forced myself to concentrate. Then how should I fix it? Gu Qinghan took my hand, guiding me as we drew together. A few strokes turned rot into magic. See, it ensures passage and also provides privacy. She suddenly bit my ear. Convenient for doing bad things. I couldn't help but admit, when it came to design, she was truly a top-tier genius. Just as I was in a daze, she suddenly let go, spun me around, and we were immediately face to face. Alarm bells went off in my head. She held my face with both hands, her palms scorching hot. Since you understand ergonomics now, it's time to start the practical lesson. I had a bad feeling. What practical lesson? Her eyes were deep, her gaze scorching. To test how well my body and your muscle lines fit together. Before she even finished speaking, she suddenly leaned in and kissed me hard on the lips. On the other side of the wall were busy employees. This feeling of transgression made my senses infinitely amplified. At that moment, I felt a slender hand travel up my leg and slip inside my pant leg. I snapped back to my senses, grabbed her hand. In broad daylight, she was completely unfazed. Daylight makes for clearer practice. She skillfully removed the obstacle, her voice carrying a wicked smile. Didn't you call me a rogue, baby? Since I already have the reputation, wouldn't it be a loss not to live up to it? As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted me up gently. I bit my lip hard in this office where someone could knock at any moment. At that moment, the intercom on the desk suddenly rang shrilly. I was so scared I trembled, almost falling off her. Gu Qinghan was quick, one hand holding my waist tightly. She frowned deeply. She pressed the answer button, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Speak. The receptionist's voice trembled. Seo Gu, Seo Lin. She's back again, she said. She forgot her golf club. Gu Qinghan squeezed her eyes shut, trying to suppress her impending rage. That's her future sister-in-law, but why did she have to come at this exact moment? Gu Qinghan looked at me in her arms with my disheveled clothes and ground out a few words through her teeth. Tell her to wait. After hanging up, she quickly straightened my clothes for me. Though her movements were fast, they carried an unwilling ruthlessness. In the end, she even bit hard on my swollen red lips. This debt plus interest, ill-collected all at once. On what grounds? This isn't my fault. Before we could even compose ourselves, there was a knock on the office door. My sister's boisterous voice came through. Qinghan, where's my golf club? She rushed in, looking puzzled. Why are you locking the door during work hours? Xiao Yi, you're here too? Gu Qinghan was now sitting calmly in her chair, holding a report, as if the beast from moments ago wasn't her. Gu Qinghan's voice was hoarse, teaching him how to fix the design draft. He doesn't like to be disturbed. My sister actually believed her. She found the limited edition golf club severely deformed, her expression pained. Tisk, if I'd known, I would have prepared an iron club. Then she turned her head and stared at me suspiciously. Xiao Yi, why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? I was so startled I almost exploded. No, not at all. The air conditioner is a bit warm. Warm? My sister looked towards the air conditioner set at 24 degrees. Gu Qinghan spoke up calmly. His neck wasn't well before. He can't get cold. My sister suddenly understood, and even praised her for being meticulous and careful, truly worthy of being her best friend. Right after that, my sister shouldered the golf club. Oh right, there's a gathering tonight with our childhood friends. We're celebrating you getting a job. Qinghan, you should come along. Help me fend off the vixens who will surely flock over. This isn't a celebration. It's clearly a blind date convention. My scalp tingled, and just as I was about to refuse, Gu Qinghan spoke first. Can't go. We have to work overtime tonight. My sister's eyes widened. No way. He's only been working for a few days, and you're already making him work overtime? You really are a black-hearted capitalist. Gu Qinghan's expression didn't change. He's already on the West City Villa project. Didn't you want him to learn more skills? He has to work overtime to learn more. Otherwise, how can he keep up with the project? My sister was immediately convinced. Meanwhile, I was complaining wildly in my head. Learn in a practical ergonomics class? I glared at her, mentally cursing her for being a cunning old wolf. Who knew my sister would decide right then and there? Then I won't go either. I'll stay and work overtime with you guys. After overtime, we can go have dinner together. The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the office instantly froze. I felt the temperature in the room suddenly drop by 10 degrees. My sister is truly a master of turning the tables. Sure enough, Gu Qinghan looked up, her voice dropping a few notches. No, your being here will affect his performance. My sister's gaze towards Gu Qinghan turned a bit fierce, but the next second, Gu Qinghan said calmly, "Aren't you going to get your limited edition golf club fixed? They'll send you the original factory's phone number. If you're late, there won't be any replacement parts." My sister's eyes immediately lit up. "Holy crap, you're the best." She hurriedly rushed out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her, "Qinghan, take it easy. Don't work overtime too late. Also, don't let Xiao Yi go hungry." Gu Qinghan patiently replied. Until the office door was completely closed, my legs went weak, and I leaned on the desk, panting. That scared me to death. I looked up and glared at her. "Why did you have to mention overtime? I really thought my sister was going to stay." The woman reached out a long arm and pulled me back into her embrace. "If I didn't say overtime, should I have let you go to that blind date?" The last three words reeked of jealousy. She let out a cold laugh. "There's really no shortage of people trying to get their hands on our family's treasure." I sensed danger, shrinking my neck and wanting to run. They were just talking nonsense. I didn't want to go. But Gu Qinghan held my wrist tightly, closing in step by step. "Good boy. To prevent others from eyeing you, you must work overtime tonight." Her lips descended. "Let's continue the lesson that was interrupted earlier." Her low, husky voice carried a suggestive smile. "Not only will we study ergonomics, but you'll also have to learn how to be an obedient student. Besides, Darling must have been interrupted earlier, so you must be feeling quite frustrated, right?" A jolt of electricity shot through my body. My mind buzzed as if it would explode. With a slap, I pushed her face away and jumped up. "You vixen, can't you just get all that dirty stuff out of your head?" I grabbed a cup and rushed to the door. "I'm going to get some water." The pantry on the top floor was under renovation, so I had to go down to the design department on the floor below. As a result, just as I reached the door, I heard several employees gossiping about me. "Hey, what's the deal with that secretary, Lin?" "What deal? He's definitely some rich lady's boy toy. I've seen both CEO Lin and CEO Gu protecting him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Maybe all three of them are involved, relying on women to get ahead. So disgusting." They laughed maliciously, their words becoming more and more outrageous. They were straight up fabricating dirty rumors about me. A boy toy and Gu Qinghan and my sister are in a shady relationship. These people are ridiculous. I didn't want to cause trouble, but they just kept asking for a beating. Bang! I forcefully pushed open the pantry door. The laughter inside abruptly stopped. A manager named Zhou Qi frowned and looked over, then sneered. "Shouldn't Secretary Lin be in the CEO's office serving CEO Gu? What are you doing here with us?" I walked into the pantry step by step. Facing 6 people, I wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, I arrogantly lifted my chin. If I hadn't come, how would I have known that Manager Zhou was having such a pleasant chat during work hours? "Since you're having so much fun, let me join in." Zhou Qi's expression changed, and he sneered. "What we're talking about has nothing to do with someone like you who got in through connections." "Through connections?" I leisurely poured a cup of hot coffee, then turned around. My cold gaze swept over his face, and I smirked. "Manager Zhou, if I remember correctly, your blueprint from last month was rejected 3 times. The reason was for plagiarizing a foreign design from 3 years ago." Holding the coffee, I took another step closer. "Tell me, which one of us is more disgusting?" Zhou Qi's sore spot was immediately hit, and he blurted out angrily. "Nonsense, I was referencing!" Burst out laughing scornfully. The next second, I flicked my wrist. With a splash, the hot cup of coffee was immediately thrown out. Zhou Qi screamed, frantically trying to dodge. The dark brown liquid splattered all over his limited edition suit. "My suit!" Zhou Qi cried out in anguish. He glared at me fiercely. I pretended to be surprised. "Oops," my hand slipped. After saying that, I slammed the cup down on the table. My mouth was smiling, but my eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "Zhou Qi, I'm warning you. Don't look at others with your filthy eyes. I could make my Jibo get lost, so I can make you get lost with him. If you dare to fabricate rumors again, this cup of coffee will be thrown in your face next time." I suddenly leaned in close to him. "You'll pour it straight into your mouth and wash out that foul mouth of yours, understand?" In the pantry, there was a dead silence. Zhou Qi's face was ashen, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word. The others were so scared they huddled in a corner, not daring to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle secretary had such a powerful aura? I sneered, poured some water, and turned to leave. But just as I pressed the elevator button, the doors opened, and Gu Qinghan was inside. Our eyes met. She smirked. "Darling is so impressive. I knew just by looking, she must have seen everything." I directly shoved the cup into her hand. Of course. I despise this kind of behavior the most. Today they spread rumors about me, tomorrow they could spread them about someone else. Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly, took my hand, and brought it to her lips for a light kiss. The little wolf pup's claws are indeed sharp enough. I snorted proudly. Of course, being around you and my sister, I've also learned a thing or two about being assertive. The elevator went straight to the top floor. I rushed to the office. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to hug me, I pushed her away. I looked at the design draft on the table and sneered. If they say I'm just a pretty face, then I'll show them whether I'm really just a pretty face or not. Tonight, if we said we're working overtime, we're working overtime. I have to revise this draft to perfection. Gu Qinghan looked at my determined expression and couldn't help but smile. All right. She curled her lips, but on one condition. Her hands braced on either side of me. She whispered in my ear, if you do a good job, you'll get a reward. If you do a bad job, you'll be punished. I pushed her away. Be serious. Don't bring that head of yours, full of dirty thoughts over here. I'm really fired up now. Who would have thought the location for our overtime tonight would be at Yundingwan? The living room coffee table was covered with blueprints. I sat cross-legged on the carpet, chewing on the end of my pencil, deep in thought. Just then, Gu Qinghan came out after her shower, wearing a loose, black slip dress. A drop of water slid from her hair down her fair neck, lethally seductive, but she just stood quietly behind me, looking at the blueprint. Not bad. She suddenly spoke, startling me so much I dropped my pencil. As soon as I turned my head, I saw the vision of a beauty fresh from her bath. My face immediately turned beet red. This vixen is trying to use her charms again. She picked up a glass of milk and sat down next to me, stretching out her long legs and pulling me directly into her lap. My back was pressed against her warm chest. However, her long, slender fingers rested on the design draft. Why did you add this here? She pointed to the glass greenhouse. I took a sip of milk and explained seriously. Because I thought that if I were the owner, I would want a quiet space of my own. I swallowed the milk and continued to explain. You could grow flowers, you could space out, and you could also what? Gu Qinghan suddenly leaned close to my ear. My nose was filled with her floral post-shower scent. Stargaze. I didn't dare say the second half of the sentence. Could stargaze with you. I was afraid this woman would go crazy again. Who knew Gu Qinghan would chuckle softly, take my cup, and take a sip right where my lip print was. This idea isn't bad, but a glass greenhouse has an even better use. I turned my head. What? Gu Qinghan's eyes instantly darkened, a flame flickering within them. She tightened her grip on my waist, her red lips pressing against my ear, speaking in a husky, suggestive tone. The glass is completely transparent. You can see out from the inside, and people outside can also see in. If we were to do some lovely dovey things inside, wouldn't it be more thrilling? My hackles immediately rose. This woman's mind is really full of filth. I angrily slammed the table. Gu Qinghan, I'm trying to design seriously. She grabbed my hand and pulled me into a hug. The blueprints immediately scattered to the floor. If the draft is finished, then it's time to carry out the reward. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her neck. What reward? Her voice was husky, enough to make one's heart race. A good revision gets a reward. Darling did such a good job revising. As your boss, I'm very satisfied, so I have to reward my darling. The next second, she pulled me into the bathroom. Next to the huge double bathtub was a floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window was the splendid night view of the imperial capital. I want to confirm something, she smiled, her voice excessively husky. In this place where you can see the stars, I wonder if your inspiration will become richer. The bathroom door clicked shut. I've already showered, I struggled desperately. Don't. I haven't put away the blueprints yet. She kissed me straight on the lips. No need. Just give it directly to the engineering department tomorrow. This is the best version. But I'm the one who decides. She pinched my waist. Focus. If you get distracted again, I'll make sure you can't go to work tomorrow. That night, I was in a daze. This woman said she was confirming the design, but in the end, I was the one being played. The next day, I went to the company. The marks on my neck could only be hidden with a turtleneck. But this woman wouldn't get off easy either. I also bit her a few times last night. I finished preparing my work, then took the design draft to the design department. As a result, just as I reached the door, I heard Zhou Qi cursing up a storm. His lackey hurriedly flattered him. Brother Zhou, don't be angry. Zhou Qi's face was ashen. How can I not be angry? My 500,000 yuan suit was ruined by that boy toy. It's all because of that boy toy in the CEO's office. The more Zhou Qi thought about it, the angrier he got, and the louder his voice became. Just a plaything who uses his looks to serve others, thinks he's so great just because he latched onto someone powerful. Sooner or later, he'll be played with and then thrown away. Someone next to him reminded him in a low voice, Brother Zhou, keep it down. So what if he hears? Zhou Qi sneered. Can he get me kicked out of Gu Corp? I'd like to see who will be the end of whom first. I carried the design draft and walked straight into the design department. So Manager Zhou still remembers. The former director May. The entire department immediately fell silent. Zhou Qi saw me, his eyes full of disgust. Oh, Secretary Lin has graced us with his presence. What are your instructions? He sauntered over, looked me up and down, then sneered and said, "Secretary Lin is wearing a turtleneck? Could it be that you were serving some woman too wildly last night?" A chorus of jarring snickers immediately erupted around us. My eyes turned cold. This Zhou Qi doesn't know what's good for him. I walked up to Zhou Qi and slammed the blueprint I had spent hours revising onto the table. "If you have time to worry about my private life, why don't you think about how to explain your plagiarism?" I let out a cold laugh. "I can come up with a design without relying on women. Without Director Mai to clean up your messes, what can you do?" Zhou Qi's face turned green with anger. "Who the hell do you think you are? It's just a damn blueprint." He reached out to tear my design draft. Just then, a slender, fair hand suddenly held the blueprint down. "It's true, it's nothing amazing." A clear, pleasant voice rang out. Gu Qinghan had appeared behind me at some point. Her entire being exuded a noble aura and an overwhelming presence. Her deep phoenix eyes coldly glanced at Zhou Qi's hand frozen in midair. "But this design was personally approved by me. Manager Zhou intends to tear it. Are you questioning my judgment?" CEO Gu. Zhou Qi was so scared he trembled. His arrogance instantly vanished. His legs went weak. "I wouldn't dare, CEO Gu. You've misunderstood. I just wanted to take a look." I smelled the scent of roses, familiar from behind me. My heart pounded. This woman came here specifically to back me up. I guess I can forgive her mad dog-like behavior from last night. At this time, Assistant Wang also followed behind Gu Qinghan. He smiled gently. "Manager Zhou seems very dissatisfied with Secretary Lin." Zhou Qi's eyes darted around and he immediately took out his phone to tattle. "CEO Gu, Assistant Wang, look at this Lin Yi. He's using his position to bully people. Yesterday he even threw coffee on me." He pointed at the stain in the photo, his tone extremely aggrieved. "Luckily, I didn't have to meet a client yesterday, otherwise I would have embarrassed Gu Corp." But he spoke for a long time, and Gu Qinghan's expression remained cold, without a ripple of emotion. Assistant Wang was still smiling. "Is that so? Secretary Lin threw it on you?" Zhou Qi thought he had a chance and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. It was him. He even threatened me, saying he could make Director May get lost, so he could make me get lost too. "This kind of person is a disgrace to our Gu Corp. Then get lost." The woman's cold voice rang out. Zhou Qi was stunned, immediately thinking she meant for me to get lost. He immediately became more confident, pointing at me and saying arrogantly, "Did you hear that? CEO Gu told you to get lost. Someone like you isn't worthy." Gu Qinghan's finger tapped forcefully on the table. The sound made everyone's heart tremble. Assistant Wang, as the golden interpreter, smiled gently and said, "Manager Zhou, CEO Gu meant for you to get lost. Since you want to be with the former Director Mai so much, then get lost." "Why?" Zhou Qi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "I've been with the company for over 10 years. He's just a newbie. On what grounds are you making me leave?" "Manager Zhou, have you been dedicating yourself to the company, or have you been dedicating yourself to Director Mai? You know best yourself." Assistant Wang's words were full of hidden meaning. The design department staff looked at Zhou Qi, their gazes immediately turning strange. Zhou Qi's face turned green, and he hurriedly explained, "CEO Gu, this must be a misunderstanding." "Manager Zhou," Assistant Wang interrupted him. "If I've said it, of course I have proof." He placed a stack of documents on the table. "Since you started working here, you have never made any contribution to the group. On the contrary, you've caused the group to be accused of plagiarism several times, and each time, it was Director Mei who cleaned up the mess for you." Right after, Assistant Wang dropped another bombshell. "Each time you plagiarized, you pushed a newcomer out to take the blame. But investigations show those designs were all made by you. If there was nothing shady going on, why would Director Mai have to spend large sums of money to clean up for you repeatedly?" Zhou Qi's face was drained of all color, unable to say a single word. Assistant Wang then directly took out a USB drive. "This is surveillance footage. Manager Zhou and former Director Mai did some things they shouldn't have during work hours. The evidence is conclusive." Zhou Qi wanted to defend himself but didn't know where to start. The old employees of the design department actually all knew that he and the married Director May were having an affair, but no one dared to say it. Unexpectedly, CEO Gu exposed everything in front of everyone today. She intended to completely purge the design department. Zhou Qi's face was ashen. He never expected that, just because of a junior secretary, CEO Gu would strip him bare, leaving him with nothing. His legs went weak, his voice trembling. "CEO Gu, I can explain." But Gu Qinghan only gave him a cold glance, which made him fall silent immediately. Assistant Wang delivered another blow. "Gossiping about superiors during work hours? Did Director Mai teach you that too?" Zhou Qi's face turned deathly pale, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "CEO Gu, I was wrong." Gu Qinghan couldn't even be bothered to look at him, her voice as cold as ice. "As a man, you spread dirty rumors behind your colleagues' backs. Go to the finance department, get your pay, and get out." After saying that, she turned and left. She came here precisely to back up her precious secretary, me. Assistant Wang smiled and said to the paralyzed Zhou Qi on the ground, "Manager Zhou, the group will also be suing you for defamation. I hope you'll cooperate." After saying that, he also followed the CEO. Zhou Qi completely collapsed. One moment he was spewing venom, the next he had lost his seat at the table. All because of a junior secretary. CEO Gus' favoritism is too blatant. He glared at me intently, then his eyes suddenly caught a detail. On Gu Qinghan's neck, there was a faint bite mark. Who bit her? Zhou Qi's mind buzzed. He suddenly looked at the turtleneck on my neck, and his pupils contracted violently. He had discovered a shocking secret. His backer is CEO Gu. This discovery made Zhou Qi completely collapse to the ground, paralyzed. If he had known earlier, how would he have dared? The security guards immediately came in and dragged the ashen-faced Zhou Qi away. This time, everyone understood that CEO Gu was protecting me. The way everyone looked at me changed. Just then, Gu Qinghan's cold voice rang out. Secretary Lin. My heart skipped a beat. I immediately stood up straight. Yes. Gu Qinghan was expressionless. Are the revised drawings finished? I was so scared I stammered. Yes, they're finished. From now on, your drawings are to be submitted directly to me for approval. Gu Qinghan's voice was cold. Bring the drawings and follow me. I hurriedly grabbed the drawings and chased after her. CEO Gu, where are we going? Gu Qinghan didn't turn back. The construction site. The two of them left, one after the other. The colleagues in the design department were all dumbfounded. This didn't look like there was any affair going on. They looked to Assistant Wang for help, but Assistant Wang just smiled gently, gathered the evidence, and also left. In the elevator outside the design department, Gu Qinghan tilted her head, looking at my obedient self. Her gaze gradually deepened. Her low, husky voice held a hint of amusement. Didn't I just teach you last night? You have to experience it firsthand to know if your stargazing conservatory is feasible. My face instantly turned beet red. My mind was filled with dirty thoughts. I'm gonna kill you! I reached out to pinch her waist. Just then, the elevator door opened with a ding. I quickly retracted my hand, returning to my obedient smile. The corners of Gu Qinghan's lips curled up, her eyes filled with doting indulgence. Getting into her Maybach, I thought about having to go to the construction site, and my heart tightened again. I nervously clutched the drawings. Gu Qinghan glanced at me. What are you nervous about? I turned my head and glared at her. How could I not be nervous? This is my first major project. The design hasn't even been finalized yet. And you're already taking me to the construction site. What if they ask about the structure of the conservatory? What am I supposed to say? But this woman, wearing a black dress, looked both stoic and cold. There was no trace of the mad dog from last night. Gu Qinghan looked ahead, speaking calmly. No one will ask. It's client as requirement. They have no right to question it. I was stunned. That conservatory is clearly for our own house. How did it become client as requirement? Her voice paused. Stick close to me at the construction site. The ground is uneven. Half an hour later, the Maybach came to a steady stop at the construction site gate. Project Manager Zhang immediately led a group of people out to welcome us. CEO Gu, you're here. Mr. Zhang's face was wrinkled with a smile. As per your instructions, the foundation for the model room has been completed. What? The foundation is already built? Such fast efficiency? Gu Qinghan got out of the car. Her noble aura silenced the entire construction site, but she paid no attention to the project manager. Instead, she walked straight to the passenger seat and opened the car door for me. Just as I was about to get out, she said, "Wait." Then she took out a shoebox. Inside was a brand new pair of sneakers. The ground at the construction site is uneven. Leather shoes will tire your feet. Change into these. If it weren't for the crowd, I suspect she would have changed them for me herself. My eyes widened in surprise. When did you prepare this? This woman is too thoughtful. Half of my anger from last night immediately dissipated. However, this act of opening the car door and giving shoes by Gu Qinghan left the project manager and the engineers completely stunned. Was this still the legendary cold female CEO who was uninterested in men and only had work on her mind? Then, Gu Qinghan casually introduced me. This is Secretary Lin. He's in charge of the garden design. Project Manager Zhang muttered to himself. He's so young. What could he know about design? But on his face, he was all smiles. After all, seeing CEO Gus' attitude, who would dare to be neglectful? He hurriedly had someone bring a safety helmet. But just as I reached out to take it, slender, fair hand was a step faster. Let me. Gu Qinghan stood in front of me and raised her head to put it on for me. The distance between us instantly closed. The cold rose scent, so familiar on her, mixed with the smell of dust, making my heart skip a beat. The woman's movements were very slow. Her slender fingers threaded through the buckle. Click! Her voice dropped very low, only audible to the two of us. The helmet is a bit big. It makes your face look smaller. So handsome. In front of so many people. My heart skipped a beat. I panicked and took a step back to create some distance. Gu Qinghan just narrowed her eyes slightly and then looked at Project Manager Zhang. Her tone returned to its usual coldness. Lead the way. Following the cold female CEO on her site inspection, she only spoke calmly to me. Follow me. I hurried to follow, but this construction site was full of uneven steel bars and cement. I stumbled along and was quickly out of breath. Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Her voice was cold. This is an inspection. If we walk this fast, how can we inspect anything? Immediately, everyone slowed down to match my pace. Then, project manager Zhang pointed to an empty plot of land. "Xiao Gu, this is the area for the conservatory." Gu Qinghan took the drawings from my hand and pointed. "Install double-layered soundproof glass here, and the fingerprint lock must be imported from Germany, the highest security level." Project manager Zhang was stunned on the spot. "CEO Gu, does a conservatory need to be built like a panic room?" As soon as I heard that, my face flushed red, because I remembered the scene last night when she pulled me along to experience it. But Gu Qinghan's expression didn't change. She said seriously, "Client A likes peace and quiet to read and doesn't want to be disturbed." My face turned even redder. "Reading? You clearly want to." Just then, we reached a slope. Project manager Zhang had just reminded me to watch my step. I was looking down at the drawings when a plank under my feet suddenly came loose. I screamed as my body immediately lost its balance, falling straight into the mud pit beside me. In the nick of time, an arm suddenly reached out and pulled me back. My whole world spun as I crashed into a familiar embrace. My nose hit the sash of her dress and the pain made me gasp. My face turned pale with fright as I clung tightly to her clothes. "You scared me to death." That plank was loose, but she just looked down and lectured me in a slightly serious tone. "Watch where you're going when you walk. Being careless on a construction site is irresponsible to yourself." But her hand holding me was gripping very tightly. I moved my ankle and winced in pain. I think I twisted it. A second later, Gu Qinghan's expression darkened. "This counts as a work-related injury. The garden of this project still needs Secretary Lin to oversee it." Leaning against her, hearing this absurd explanation, I almost burst out laughing. I quickly lowered my voice and pinched her chest. "So many people are watching, let go quickly." But she tightened her arm, warning in a low voice. "Don't move. If you move again and fall into the mud pit, I won't care about you." She supported me all the way back to the car. The car door closed, blocking all lines of sight. She immediately took hold of my ankle and carefully removed my shoe and sock. I reflexively tried to pull my foot back, but she held it firmly. Her fingertips gently pressed on the swollen area. "Does it hurt?" I nodded. "It hurts." She poked my forehead. "Not even bothering to watch your step at a construction site. This is a lesson." She poured the bottle of medicated oil that the engineer bought into her palm, warmed it up, and placed it precisely on my swollen ankle. With just the right amount of pressure, she began to massage it. I wrinkled my nose at the pungent smell of the oil, but looking at her serious side profile, I still whispered one word. "Thanks." Unexpectedly, Gu Qinghan's movements paused, and she looked up at me. Her thin lips curved slightly. "Thank me? A verbal thank you isn't sincere enough." I was immediately speechless. "Give this woman an inch and she'll take a mile." I pouted and gave her a peck on the cheek, but she just chuckled softly. "Is that all?" I lifted my head. Of course, a kiss from this young master is priceless. As I finished, a glint appeared in her deep eyes. Her fingers tightened slightly, placing my foot on her chest. The warm, tingling sensation felt like an electric current running through me. My earlobes immediately burned red. I wanted to pull my foot back, but I couldn't move. I only heard her voice drop slightly, her dark gaze making one's heart race. "Don't move. I need to rub it more." A second later, she poured more medicated oil and warmed it up. But this time, the pressure she applied was suddenly stronger. I cried out in pain. "Gu Qinghan, you're taking personal revenge under the guise of work," she warned again in her husky voice. "Endure it. If I don't rub it out, it'll swell up like a pig's trotter tomorrow." However, seeing my expression, her movements became gentler. Her fingertips rubbed in small circles, bit by bit, on my soft skin. Then, she gave a dangerous smile. "Darling, I think if you really want to thank me, you should switch to a more sincere method." I knew with one look that this fox was about to act up again. I immediately sat up straight, my eyes wide. "Don't you dare do anything funny. Project manager Zhang and the others are still outside." But she just reached out and pressed the button next to the armrest. Whoosh! The car windows were immediately covered in a black tint. The light suddenly dimmed. I was stunned. Isn't this just plugging your ears while stealing a bell? A man and a woman alone, and now the car windows are covered. Isn't this just telling everyone that we're doing something improper in the car? She then slowly took out a wet wipe and elegantly cleaned her fingers. That noble gesture sent shivers down my spine. I had a dangerous premonition and tried to scoot towards the car door to escape. But just as I reached the door, she held me back. A second later, my whole body was pressed against the car door with no way out. "Gu Qinghan?" I was angry like a little puppy, my claws scratching at her face, but she grabbed my wrists and wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into her embrace. Her voice was enchanting. "Darling, you know we're at a construction site, but who was the little fool just now, who dared to be so careless on such rough terrain?" I felt guilty and tried to argue. "I was looking at the drawings. That's called being professional." "Professional?" The woman chuckled softly, her fingers slowly tracing my lips. "So professional that you twisted your ankle." I glared at her and opened my mouth to bite her finger. But she didn't dodge, letting me bite. Her eyes suddenly darkened like swirling ink. The smile on her thin lips held a deeper meaning. If Secretary Lin is so professional, then of course I, CO Gu, must also be a little professional. For example, by rewarding your professionalism. As she finished, the woman's lips pressed down on mine. All my resistance was swallowed. She looked at my swollen red lips, and her eyes suddenly darkened. Her voice was unbearably husky. "You seductive little puppy." Then she leaned down and pecked my lips once more. "I'll deal with you tonight." This was a construction site. She wouldn't dare do anything to me. The inspection ended smoothly. After lunch, we returned to the company. As soon as the car stopped in the underground parking lot, I adjusted my clothes and was about to open the door. A slender hand suddenly grabbed mine. "Don't move." I turned my head back. "What are you doing? Don't you want your leg anymore?" She glanced at my leg. "Are you planning to walk up by yourself?" A second later, she got out of the car, came around to my side, and linked her arm with mine, intending to help me inside. I was startled and quickly looked around. This is the company. What if someone sees? But she walked steadily, holding me as we headed towards the CEO's private elevator. "You had a work-related injury. As your boss, it's perfectly reasonable for me to care for my subordinate." "Reasonable my ass." I reached out and pinched her cheek, deliberately teasing her. "Aren't you afraid that the male employees in the company, upon hearing that you take such good care of those with work-related injuries, will line up to get injured?" She tilted her head, her thin lips catching my mischievous finger. My finger instantly burned. "Then I can only tell them," she said seriously. "Only Secretary Lin alone gets to enjoy this special privilege." I bared my teeth and put both hands around her neck. "You dare." Just then, a business van suddenly pulled up beside us. Several senior managers from the marketing department got out of the car at the same time. I was so scared I immediately pulled my hands back. With a thud, I buried my head in her chest and even pulled at her suit jacket to try and hide my face. "Hide me, quick, hide me." Unexpectedly, as soon as those managers got out, they saw this explosive scene. Their CEO Gu, who was uninterested in men. Their CEO Gu, who was pure of heart and free of desire, was holding a young man's arm. They were all so scared they were tongue-tied, but they couldn't help but steal glances at me. "It's over. This time, the whole company will know." Their cold and stoic CEO Gu is holding an unidentified man in her arms. She suddenly pulled me into her arms, trying to shield me with her body. The posture was full of absolute possessiveness. Then she just casually raised an eyebrow and uttered two words. "Too much free time?" Those managers immediately broke out in a cold sweat. No, we're leaving right now." They turned to flee, but the cold voice of Gu Qinghan rang out again. You know what should be said and what shouldn't, right? They were so scared they didn't even wait for the elevator, running for their lives out of the parking lot. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that I dared to lift my head from her embrace. My face was both shy and stuffy, burning red. "This is all your fault. If I'm recognized, how can I stay at the company? What if my sister finds out?" I didn't dare to imagine that scenario, but she seemed calm. "They won't recognize you. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare say a word." I puffed my cheeks. On second thought, she was right. My face was completely hidden, and I was still wearing clothes from the construction site. If I changed back into my regular clothes later, no one would recognize me. I'm such a clever little devil. I've already told Assistant Wang to buy slippers. They're waiting at the door. As she finished speaking, the elevator door opened with a ding. Assistant Wang was indeed standing at the door. He saw me stepping on Gu Qinghan's shoes. He saw Gu Qinghan's hand still wrapped around my waist. His mind had probably exploded long ago, but his face remained a professional smile. "CO Gu, Secretary Lin." There wasn't a single ripple in his voice. My face immediately turned red as I put on the slippers. I limped back to the lounge in the office and quickly changed back into my regular clothes. After the struggle, my whole body collapsed onto the sofa. Gu Qinghan brought over a glass of warm water, then squatted down beside me, reaching out to take my injured leg. I was scared out of my wits. That sentence of hers immediately flashed in my mind. "Don't cry and beg for mercy." What are you trying to do now? I tried to pull my leg back. "Don't start acting up again just because we're back at the company." She grabbed my leg again. Her fingertips casually rubbed it. She raised an eyebrow at me, her gaze enchanting. "What are you thinking, darling?" This gaze, this tone, my face grew even redder and I abruptly turned away. I wasn't thinking anything. Really? A second later, she pulled my legs, suddenly moving closer. Her hot breath fanned against my ear, but her drawn-out tone was both ambiguous and seductive. "I think my darling is hinting at me. My darling wants." "Gu Qinghan!" I gritted my teeth in anger and lifted my other leg to kick her in the chest. "Get lost, you shameless vixen!" But she grabbed the leg I kicked with, laughing even more unrestrainedly. "Darling is so enthusiastic." I grabbed a throw pillow, about to hurl it at her. Just then, Gu Qinghan's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the incoming call and turned the screen towards me. Two large words were displayed on it. "Wan, it's my sister." I immediately put the pillow down and sat up straight. It's over. My sister has eyes and ears in the company. My limping appearance must have been seen. This phone call must be to call her to account. As expected, as soon as Gu Qinghan answered the call, before she even put it on speaker, my sister's piercing roar came through. Gu Qinghan, you bastard, I entrusted my brother to you, and you made him move bricks at a construction site. You broke my brother's leg. I'm going to kill you. This is definitely going to cause a huge scene. I was just about to explain that my leg wasn't broken, but Gu Qinghan spoke calmly into the phone. Wan, calm down. Calm my ass. My sister was furious. If my brother's leg is scarred, it'll tear down your construction site. I'm coming to pick up Xiao Yi and take him home right now. Anyone who wants to work at this damn company can have the job. I'm doomed. My sister has really lost it. I hurriedly reached out to Gu Qinghan, wanting to explain myself, but she spoke into the phone with 2 impartial words. No. My sister's voice rose again. I'm taking my brother. How dare you say no? He's still working. Leaving now would be considered abandoning his post. Gu Qinghan! My sister slammed the table angrily. My brother's leg is about to break. And you're still making him work? You're a real exploiter. But Gu Qinghan remained calm. Xiao Yi has signed a contract with Gu Corporation. He must follow the rules. Then she added another sentence. I've already applied medicine for him. You applied medicine? Someone as clumsy as you? My sister was completely unconvinced. My grandfather came from a family of doctors, Gu Qinghan said casually. I spent several years by his side. Do you think I can't do it? The other end of the line immediately went silent. A second later, a video call request popped up. Gu Qinghan answered, aiming the camera at me. I quickly hugged a cushion and softly called out to my sister. My sister leaned close to the camera, examining me carefully. Confirming I wasn't crying, she breathed a sigh of relief. Let me see your leg. Gu Qinghan turned the camera towards my ankle. I quickly wiggled my toes. Sis, I'm fine now. It's just a little sprain. It'll heal quickly. My sister looked at the swollen ankle on the screen, her face contorting with heartache. Still saying it's fine? It's swollen like a pig's trotter. My sister immediately wanted to turn back. Xiao Yi, let's quit this job. It'll support you for life. Sis, I'm really okay. I hurriedly comforted her. This is my first big project after graduating. I'm really enjoying it. I took the phone and looked at my sister on the screen with a serious expression. Didn't you bring me here because you want me to grow up? My sister looked at my bright-eyed expression and finally relented. All right, but your leg is injured. Don't walk around. Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to do, just tell that person surnamed Gu. Don't be polite with her. I nodded obediently. I know, sis. After ending the video call, I heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I finally managed to pacify her. But just then, Gu Qinghan suddenly leaned over, placing her hands beside me. That person surnamed Gu? She raised an eyebrow, a glint in her eyes. Our sister's way of addressing me is so distant. I glanced at her. Then what should she call you? Sister-in-law. She lowered her head and gently bit the tip of my nose. Sooner or later. Dream on. I raised my hand to push her, but she didn't budge at all. Speaking of which, there is indeed something important. What is it? The technical department has finished the rendering for the greenhouse. My eyes lit up instantly. In a flash, I was about to stand up. Let me see. As a result, I completely forgot about my injured leg. Ah, I cried out in pain. My body swayed and I fell right into her arms. Darling, we're discussing important matters. Why rush into my arms like this? She wrapped her arms around my waist, leaning in to kiss my forehead. Who's rushing into your arms? I pushed her, my face flushing. I want to see the rendering. She chuckled and opened her computer. On the screen, a picture immediately appeared. An incredibly exquisite 3D effect drawing. The all-glass greenhouse with its sunken design blended perfectly with the surrounding landscape. This was even more perfect than I had imagined. Was this made based on my sketch? I couldn't believe my eyes. Of course. Gu Qinghan looked at my sparkling eyes, her expression incredibly gentle. She braced her hands beside me, her lips close to my cheek, her warm breath caressing my ear. Lin Yi, you're not just a pretty face. At this moment, a wave of warmth instantly spread through my body. This woman had truly turned all my words into reality. Even though she usually just sweet talks, when it came to things that were important to me, she was always extremely thoughtful. Gu Qinghan. I looked up, my smiling eyes curving into crescents. Then I opened my arms and gave her a hug. Gu Qinghan was stunned. Then she chuckled and hugged me tightly. This time, it's a sincere thank you. I buried my face in her embrace, listening to her calm heartbeat, the corners of my mouth constantly turning up. I guess you could call it that. My fingers drew circles on her chest, deliberately teasing her. For the sake of the rendering, it'll allow you to sleep on the bed tonight. Her eyes darkened instantly, and her arms around me suddenly tightened. Darling, you're the one who said it. She leaned into my ear, her voice unexpectedly husky. Don't you dare complain about being tired tonight. All afternoon, I was treated like a king. I held the sweet and sour pork ribs, eating with a greasy mouth, and the ever-busy Xiao Gu sat beside me, wiping my mouth and hands at a moment's notice, her movements as practiced as if she'd rehearsed them countless times. I want to eat those shrimp too. I tilted my chin, pointing to another container. Gu Qinghan immediately picked up a shrimp and brought it to my mouth. Open up. I took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Gu, a 5-star rating. Only 5 stars? She raised an eyebrow, picked up another piece of rib, bit one end herself, and then leaned towards me. My face immediately flushed, and I gave her a push. Aren't you being gross? But she narrowed her eyes, her voice deepening, becoming very dangerous. You think I'm gross? I wonder who's the one who hugs, nibbles, and bites me at night. Shut up, I bristled, snatching the rib and stuffing it into her mouth, shutting her filthy mouth. She bit the rib, a smile dancing in her eyes, her voice enchanting. I suppose you don't need me to serve you personally. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. My hand shot back as if shocked. The woman chuckled softly again. She swallowed the food in her mouth and returned to her cold, arrogant demeanor. Come in! The door was pushed open. Assistant Wang followed a man, in a white suit, looking dapper, clearly a young master from a rich family. But as soon as he entered, his eyes were glued to Guqing Han, his gaze openly fervent. Sister Han? He wore leather shoes, and his voice was disgustingly cheesy. Long time no see. I just took over the company, and the first thing I wanted to do was visit you. He completely ignored me, or rather, he didn't see me as anyone important. He thought that by marrying Guqing Han, it would be a powerful alliance, and wanted to use work as a pretense to win her over. He took out a proposal, his smile elegant and polite. Sister Han, for next quarter's building materials cooperation project, I've personally brought the proposal to you. But Guqing Han frowned, her voice cold and distant. Young Master Yang, this is a company. Please call me Gu. The man's hand froze awkwardly, in midair. Unexpectedly, he just chuckled sheepishly. Oh, it's been a while. You're still as serious as ever. As he spoke, he was about to sit opposite my woman, but found the chair piled with my design sketches. He frowned and picked one up in disgust. Which designer's draft is this? Why is it thrown all over CEO Gus' desk? With that, he was about to throw the drawing on the floor. Young Master Yang, stop! Guqing Han and I shouted angrily at the same time, but it was too late. The man's hand trembled, the drawing fell to the floor, and was promptly stepped on hard by his leather shoe. A dirty shoe print was imprinted on it. The complete drawing that I had stayed up all night to revise, that was my heart and soul. Anger immediately rushed to my head. This man absolutely did it on purpose. I stood up abruptly, forgetting about my injured leg again. My ankle throbbed with pain, and I stumbled, about to fall. The next second, Guqing Han kicked the chair away, took a long stride, and immediately pulled me into her arms. Her eyes were as cold as daggers. Young Master Yang, is this the upbringing of the Heng Yuan family? The man looked completely baffled and glanced at me with disdain. Isn't it just a torn piece of paper? Is all this necessary? He wanted to play the victim, but was silenced by Guqing Han's ice-cold gaze. Next, he turned his attack on me. This kind of person with no sense. How can he be your secretary? I was so angry I laughed. Torn paper? No sense? Where do these rich young masters get such a sense of superiority? I pushed Guqing Han's hand away, stood on one leg, but my presence was no less imposing. Young Master Yang, is it? I looked at him coldly, word by word. The torn paper you speak of is the villa project, the design for the Chengxi Villa project. Secondly, this is a document reviewed by CEO Gu herself. It's not your place to point fingers. Thirdly, I pointed to the drawing on the ground. You dirtied my design. Please pick it up and then apologize. Apologize? Yang Wei looked as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Who the hell are you to make me apologize to you? He turned to tattle to Guqing Han with a wronged expression. CEO Gu, look at him. For the sake of our two families' cooperation, this kind of person absolutely cannot be kept. However, Guqing Han didn't even glance at him. Instead, she bent down and personally picked up the drawing, cherishingly dusting it off. Then she handed it to Assistant Wang. Take it to be scanned and backed up. After doing all this, she slowly raised her eyes. Her gaze was cold, without a trace of warmth. Heng Yuan Corporation. Her thin lips moved slightly, each word ruthless. Will no longer cooperate with the Gu Corporation. What? Yang Wei's expression changed drastically. CO Gu, for an intern? You want to cancel the cooperation with Heng Yuan? He's not an intern. Guqing Han reached out and once again pulled me into her embrace. My heart immediately skipped a beat. Is she going to announce our relationship? I saw Guqing Han look at Yang Wei, her eyes filled with mockery, and formally introduced me. This person, Lin Yi, is the designer for the Chengxi project. He is extremely important to the Gu Corporation. She curled her lip, her tone icy. And you? Who the hell are you, to be worthy of questioning him? Apologize. Every word was like a hard slap to Yang Wei's face. His face turned pale, looking at me with a twisted expression. So, Ari. After apologizing, he still wanted to say something, but Guqing Han couldn't be bothered to look at him again. Assistant Wang, see him out. Also, inform Heng Yuan that Gu Corporation will be reassessing the risks of our cooperation. Yang Wei's legs went weak, and he nearly knelt on the ground. This move directly cut off his line of retreat. Isn't this telling Heng Yuan that Gu Corporation canceled the cooperation because of him? He came here to earn credit, not to ruin his family's business. Yang Wei immediately panicked, rushing forward to beg. CEO Gu, I was wrong. It's because of my foul mouth. But Assistant Wang smilingly stopped him. Young Master Yang, this way please. If you don't leave, security will come up and it will be awkward for everyone. Yang Wei's face was ashen. In the end, he could only glare at me one last time and flee with his tail between his legs. The office fell silent instantly. I looked down at the woman hugging me, my eyes sparkling, hands clasped, putting on a cute voice. Sister Qinghan, you're so cool. Serves him right for calling me so intimately the moment he arrived. Sister, my foot. As a result, the woman threw me back onto the sofa. She squatted down, frowning at my ankle. The swelling had just gone down a little, and now it's red again. The next second, she flicked my forehead. I told you to sit still and not move, but you didn't listen. I held my forehead, feeling wronged. Who told him to step on my design and he even picked my final draft? Is the drawing more important or is your leg more important? Gu Qinghan raised her hand again. I quickly covered my head. They're both important. She sighed helplessly, her raised hand finally landing on my head to ruffle my hair. All right, you get some good rest. She took a blanket and covered me. I pulled her hand. What about you? Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, looking at me with a half smile. Of course, I'm working hard to earn money, to support my little ancestor. Right after that, she suddenly lowered her voice and leaned closer. Or, does my darling want me to sleep with you? Boom! My face immediately flushed beet red and I raised my hand to slap, her beautiful face pushing it away forcefully. Who needs you to sleep with them? You vixen, your mind is always in the gutter. You wicked woman, all you think about is sleeping around, not just sleeping. I quickly pulled the blanket over my head, turned my back to her, my heart pounding like it was about to burst. I slept very well. When I woke up, it was already dusk. Gu Qinghan was still working. Only a single floor lamp was on in the office. She heard the sound and looked up at me. You're awake? I rubbed my eyes. What time is it? She put down her pen and walked over. 7 o'clock. Hungry? A little. She extended her hand. Come, I'll take you to eat. I immediately grabbed the blanket to cover myself. No, there are still employees working overtime. I can walk by myself. If you help me out, I'll be on the company's front page tomorrow. But seeing my insistence, Gu Qinghan agreed decisively. Fine. The next second, she turned her back to me, bent slightly, her sturdy back facing me. Then I'll carry you on my back. I was stunned. She even threatened me. Get on, or I'll carry you in my arms. This woman gave me absolutely no choice. Either way would be embarrassing if seen. I had no choice but to let her carry me on her back, my every breath filled with the pleasant, cool cedar scent from her. I couldn't help but nuzzle against her. Gu Qinghan, you're so good to me. Carrying me steadily, her deep, husky voice held a hint of a smile. This is considered good? Then tonight? Wouldn't my service move you to tears? I was immediately speechless. Does she have no shame? I'm a patient, and she's talking about being moved to tears. This vixen. Luckily, the top floor was empty, and I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But Gu Qinghan sensed it. So tense. The warmth on her hands made her heart flutter. Of course I'm tense. I hurriedly warned her. My sister has spies in the CEO's office. If she finds out, she won't just destroy your construction site, she'll destroy you too. But she seemed nonchalant. So what if there are spies? As her good sister, taking care of her little brother a bit, what's the problem? I was furious. This person completely misunderstands my sister. Unexpectedly, she suddenly let out a soft chuckle and spoke ambiguously. What if my future sister-in-law finds out that I was long ago eaten clean by her precious darling? Boom, my mind exploded. I suddenly reached out to cover her mouth. Shut up, shut up. If you say any more nonsense, I'll assassinate you. Just then, the elevator arrived. With a ding, the doors opened. Terrified, I quickly buried my head in her neck. Please don't let there be anyone. Instead, a low chuckle rumbled from the woman's chest, making me go numb. My little darling, are you trying to suffocate me? I pinched her. Luckily, the parking garage was quiet. I quickly pointed to the Maybach not far away. Quick, run over there. But just then, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed. Immediately after, the gossiping voices of two men grew closer. Are you serious? CEO Gu, for that new little secretary rejected Heng Yuan? 100% certain. I also heard CEO Gu has a boyfriend, a male university student. I froze. We're done for. I quickly patted her shoulder. Let go, quick, they're coming. If they see us, the rumor that CEO Gu's boyfriend is Secretary Lin will become true. Unexpectedly, not only did Gu Qinghan not let go, she even used her strength to shift me from her back to her front. She leaned in, shielding me with her body, her hot breath fanning my ear. Shh, don't make a sound. Be careful not to get caught. That ambiguous sound immediately made my cheeks burn, my heart pounding like a drum. The deadly thing was, the two administrative employees who were gossiping about her had just walked around the front of the car, less than 5 meters away from us. If they just turned around, they would see their CEO Gu pinning me into a corner. I was so tense I held my breath, burying my head, not daring to move. But just then, Gu Qinghan, this detestable woman, turned her head and kissed my blushing earlobe. That wet touch made my eyes fly open. At a time like this, she still dares to tease me? What if we get caught? I was so angry I gritted my teeth, wishing I could bite a hole in her. Not until those two had driven far away did I feel like I could breathe again. My entire body went limp, and I immediately went soft in her arms, my back covered in a cold sweat. The next second, I couldn't hold it in anymore. Gu-King-han, you did that on purpose, ill. I opened my mouth and bit down hard on her shoulder. How dare you scare me? You'll bite you to death. But not only did she not dodge, she even chuckled and asked me, wasn't it exciting? Exciting my ass. I bit down even harder. Her fingertips unexpectedly touched my face. Her dark eyes swirled with a deep color. Darling, don't you think this feeling of possibly being discovered at any moment that it's a secret only we know? She suddenly lifted my chin, her fingertips caressing my lips. Does it make one even more addicted? I admit that after that moment of panic, it was truly a kind of pleasure from being possessed. But I refused to admit defeat verbally. Pervert? She smiled even more deeply, the corners of her eyes stained with lust. I can be even more perverted, baby. How about we try it outside next time? Ah, you damn pervert. Back off, back off, back off. I felt like my ears were no longer pure, and my entire face was so red it felt like water could drip from it. I immediately placed a hand on her face. You damn pervert, don't be in heat all the time. As a result, she gently bit the hand I'd placed on her face. But baby, the only object of my lust is you. That's it. I'm really about to go crazy. How can this woman be so lustful and flirtatious? Luckily, she didn't continue, but pushed me straight into the car. Naughty kitten, your wife is taking you to eat. I curled up in the passenger seat, my cheeks still burning, and angrily turned my head to look out the window, showing her the back of my neck. The restaurant was an extremely private family-style eatery. Gu-King-han pulled out a chair for me. This place was indeed quiet, with no one to bother us. But as soon as I sat down, my phone suddenly vibrated once. It was a WeChat message from my biological sister. I opened it to see a photo of an antique corridor with red lanterns, a rockery, and a distinctive waterfall. My hand trembled, and the phone almost fell into the soup bowl. Isn't this that family-style restaurant? Immediately after, a message converted from voice to text appeared. Xiao Yi, I'm eating at this family-style restaurant. I heard the crayfish here is delicious. It'll pack a portion for you later. My pupils instantly dilated in shock. It's true that what you fear most comes true. My sister was actually here too. Gu-King-han noticed my expression was off and asked me what was wrong. Half laughing and half crying, I held up my phone. She's also here, and she said she wants to pack food for me. If she finds out the two of us are having a candlelight dinner here, I really don't dare to think about the consequences. But Gu-King-han was incredibly calm. Don't panic. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out her phone and dialed a number directly. Immediately after, I heard her say into the phone, Wan Wan. My eyes immediately widened. You! Why is she calling my sister? What is she planning to do? I was so angry I raised my foot to kick her, but she just glanced at me and calmly asked the person on the other end, Are you at the family-style restaurant? My sister's straightforward voice came through. King-han, how did you know? Did you plan a spy? The next second, Gu-King-han looked at me, who was so angry I was pinching my own thigh, and said something shocking. I heard it from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi and I are at this family-style restaurant right now. My head buzzed. What is this flirtatious peacock trying to do? She actually sold herself out. My sister was clearly stunned too. You two are here too? Just the two of you? Hearing this, my heart immediately leaped into my throat, but Gu-King-han's expression didn't change at all. Yeah, just the two of us. Humph. My hand went straight to pinch the inside of her thigh. I glared at her fiercely. If she dared to say one more wrong word next time, it won't just be her leg that gets pinched. Unexpectedly, she understood my warning, but her expression darkened slightly. She moved the phone a little further away, lowered her eyes to meet my threatening gaze, and her lips silently mouthed two words, Go ahead and pinch. My face instantly flushed bright red. This damn woman was truly insane to the extreme. I threatened her, and she still managed to get turned on. I was so angry I gritted my teeth, baring them at her. She just chuckled and raised a hand to pat my head. Just then, my sister on the other end completely exploded. What? The two of you? A lone man and a lone woman? Having dinner together? Gu-King-han, what are you up to? Are you trying to go behind my back to take my brother out to eat? Which room are you in? Answer me now. I used my eyes to accuse her. See? You're in trouble now. Serves you right for being a flirt. But Gu-King-han wasn't flustered at all. She comfortingly patted my head and calmly spoke into the phone. Wan Wan, I'm just following your teachings, that if he works overtime too late, I have to compensate Xiao Yi well. My sister's agitated. Yelling suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, she coughed awkwardly, mumbling to hide her embarrassment. But just as she was about to hang up, a clamor of voices suddenly erupted from her side. Wan Wan, your brother is here too? What a coincidence, since it's such a coincidence. We have to have a meal together. That's right. Lin, you just started working. We haven't even celebrated yet. Those chirping sounds came through clearly to my ears. My sister on the other end kept refusing, but it was clear she was being pressured with no way out. In the end, she could only sigh. King-han, since you two are already here, so let's all get together. Gu-King-han looked at me and I pursed my lips. To be honest, I didn't want to go, my sister's friends. When they drink, they tend to run their mouths. I don't really like that kind of scene. But in this situation, refusing would be too pretentious. Just as I was hesitating, the hand on my head gently stroked it. She mouthed, "If you don't want to go, we won't go." I shook my head, then nodded again. She understood my meaning and said casually into the phone, "Okay, which room?" After hanging up, she saw me pouting and sighing and bent down to hug me. I quickly stopped her. We really couldn't hug this time. It wouldn't be good if they saw us. So she supported me, and we limped towards my sister's room. Opening the door, the smell of alcohol hit me in the face. My sister was the first to rush over, taking me from Gu Qinghan's hands. Then she nudged her with an elbow and lowered her voice. "Qinghan, help me keep an eye out. Those vixens have ill intentions." In my sister's eyes, apart from Gu Qinghan, all other women are seductresses. Gu Qinghan tilted her head to look at me, curled her lips, and hummed softly. Immediately after, a group of people saw me and immediately surrounded me enthusiastically. "Brother Lin Yi, long time no see. Brother Lin Yi, you've gotten even more handsome." When they saw me limping, they immediately questioned Gu Qinghan. "Director Gu, why didn't you take good care of our brother Lin Yi?" My sister immediately sat me down between herself and Gu Qinghan, the two of them like two guardian deities, not giving outsiders a single chance. Just then, a rich young master raised his wine glass. "Come on, everyone, let's toast brother Lin Yi. Congratulations on your new job." I was fumbling when a slender, fair hand reached out. It was Gu Qinghan. She took the wine glass from in front of me and casually raised it towards everyone. "Xiao Yi's leg hasn't healed. He can't drink." Her voice was cold, allowing no refusal. "I'll drink this glass for Xiao Yi." After speaking, she tilted her beautiful swan-like neck slightly and downed the drink in one go, an incredibly alluring gesture. The room immediately erupted in cheers. "Wow, Director Gu is so protective. Director Gu is so magnanimous." Gu Qinghan put the glass down, her fingertips caressing the rim, and she tilted her head to look at me. In her gaze, there was a hard-to-detect trace of doting. A bit of sweetness rose in my heart, and I tilted my head slightly to look at her. The temperature in the room was a bit high, and she actually raised her hand to unbutton her shirt in front of me. The top few buttons of her dress, revealing a glimpse of her pale collarbones. My heart beat faster, and I secretly glanced at my sister, seeing that she was talking to a server. So I secretly reached my hand under the table and nudged her leg. Gu Qinghan's expression remained unchanged, but the hand resting on her thigh accurately caught mine, gave it a light squeeze, a brief touch before letting go. It felt like an electric current ran through me, making my heart skip a beat, and I hastily pulled my hand back. This secret thrill was truly deadly, and no one noticed any of it. My sister even placed a glass of milk in front of me and gave Gu Qinghan a thumbs up. Good sister. In her eyes, with a good sister watching out, what seductress would dare approach her brother? She happily raised her glass, telling her sisters to take good care of me in the future. Everyone said that anyone who dared to bully me would be picking a fight with them. Just then, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Sorry, I'm late." A clear, vibrant voice rang out. I subconsciously looked up. A girl who looked to be only about 19 or 20 years old walked in, wearing a designer hoodie, revealing small canine teeth when she smiled. Her whole body exuded the vibrant energy of a young female university student. "Oh, Miss Su is here. University students are so refreshing, unlike us old hags." People greeted her one by one. Someone said with a laugh to a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, "Director Su, is this your little sister? I heard she's even the campus belle of University A. Her reputation is well-deserved." But the girl named Su Qingshui, her gaze was fixed directly on me. The next second, she picked up her wine glass, strode over with her long legs, and actually plopped down, right in my sister's seat. Coincidentally, my sister had just stepped out onto the balcony to take a call. "Hi there." She rested her chin on her arms, which were draped over the back of the chair, her bright eyes sparkling at me like a kitten's. "My name is Su Qingshui. I'm a student at University A. This junior is way too forward. And besides, this blatant, direct attack, who could withstand it?" She blinked her eyes and gave a refreshing laugh. "I've seen you on the alumni wall. You're 10,000 times more handsome in person than in the photo." I nodded politely. She smiled even more sweetly, her small canines peeking out. She was too close to me, so close that I could smell the scent of sunshine on her. Someone next to us joked, "Miss Su, if Sister Wan sees you hitting on her brother, she'll tear you to pieces." Unexpectedly, Su Qingshui paid no attention at all and even waved over a server. "Change his drink to a hot coconut milk." I frowned slightly. This girl isn't just a smooth talker, she's also quite considerate. I smiled at her, and she actually stared, mesmerized, the tips of her ears turning red. Immediately after, she suddenly lifted the hem of her hoodie, revealing her waist. "Brother, I got scraped a little while dancing just now. It hurts a bit." The moment the shirt was lifted, a well-defined six-pack with beautiful lines immediately caught my eye. She pointed to a faint red mark on her side. "Can you see if it's bruised?" I was instantly speechless. This wasn't about checking an injury. This was clearly showing off her abs. These abs, these waist dimples, I wonder how they compare to Gu Qinghan's, if the feeling of touching them would be any different. Su Qingshui tilted her head, her kitten-like eyes holding a mischievous glint. "Is it serious?" I pretended not to understand her intentions, and just replied with one sentence. It's fine, it's not bruised. Then I added another sentence. But your physique is well trained. Her eyes immediately lit up. Really? As long as you like it. With that, she moved closer to me again. So, do you want to touch them? Thud. A pink lighter fell onto the table, neither heavily nor lightly. To me, this sound was like a clap of thunder. I whipped my head around. Gu Qinghan next to me had a calm expression and even a smile at the corner of her mouth. But I knew her too well. The air pressure around her was frighteningly low. The pink lighter on the table was one I had personally carved for her as a birthday gift. I was about to reach for the lighter to appease her, but just then, under the table, a hand suddenly gripped mine tightly. The force was immense, as if to crush my bones. My heart leaped into my throat. Su Qingshui is sitting right next to me. I hastily tried to pull my hand back, but Gu Qinghan forced her way into the gaps between my fingers, interlacing our 10 fingers tightly, then giving a hard squeeze. This punishing gesture made my whole body go rigid, yet Su Qingshui still had her shirt lifted, waiting for my answer. Brother, what's wrong? I panicked and lowered my eyes. Luckily, the tablecloth was long enough. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief and could only give a dry reply. It's nothing. But this Su Qingshui girl thought I was blushing out of shyness. She actually beamed and lowered her shirt hem. Right. With so many people here, you must be too shy to touch. Then next time, I'll let you touch them in private. I was speechless. Who said I wanted to touch her? If this girl says any more, I'm doomed. This damn woman next to me, that cold and sour look, was about to drown me. Gu Qinghan squeezed my hand, then slowly loosened her grip, using her fingertips to gently rub my palm, which was both itchy and tingly. This was clearly a warning. Just then, Su Qingshui suddenly took out her phone, revealing her small canines with a radiant smile. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. Next time we're back at school, I'll save you a spot and treat you to a meal. I looked at the QR code in front of me, just wanting to get rid of her quickly. So I picked up my phone and nodded, but as soon as I opened WeChat, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my palm. This crazy Gu Qinghan actually scratched my palm fiercely. That numbing sensation immediately spread throughout my body. I shuddered and the phone slipped right to the floor. Brother, what's wrong? Su Qingshui immediately bent down to pick it up, but Gu Qinghan turned her head away, pulled out a wet wipe, her voice devoid of any emotion. If your hand is slippery, wipe it. Just as I reached out to take it, she grabbed my hand directly and slowly wiped my hand for me in front of everyone. Then, she leaned forward close to my ear, her warm breath fanning against it, but her voice was bone-chillingly cold. You like this type? Her tone was dangerous and filled with thick jealousy. Like her blonde hair, her fangs, or the abs? After wiping my hand, she slowly pulled away. The last word practically hissed into my ear. Like young girls, do you? These words were like hooks digging into my heart. My ears immediately turned bright red, and I could only glare at her angrily. She just gave a cold laugh, her eyes filled with gloom. I thought the threat had worked and just breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the next second, under the table, a hand actually rested on my leg and started moving up from my knee. I was so scared I wanted to pull away, but she held me firmly. I instantly understood that if I dared to move, she would definitely do something even more outrageous. My whole body was rigid, and I could only lower my voice, trembling and weak. I don't like it. She gave a low chuckle, and her finger was actually drawing circles. My entire body went numb, and I bit my lip hard to keep from making any strange sounds. You crazy, beastly woman. Brother. Su Qingshui seemed to notice something was wrong, her gaze shifting between us. Just then, I heard Gu Qinghan's calm voice by my ear. Miss Su, your senior here has low blood sugar. Could I trouble you to go next door and buy a strawberry gâteau? As soon as Su Qingshui heard that, she immediately ran out. Okay, brother, wait for me. As soon as the girl left, I couldn't hold it in anymore and widened my eyes, glaring at her fiercely. Can you let go now? But Gu Qinghan's pupils suddenly constricted. A flame instantly ignited in the depths of her eyes, and her voice became terribly hoarse, dropping very low. Baby, if you don't like young girls, then what were you looking at just now? As soon as she finished speaking, she actually grabbed my hand and suddenly pressed it against her own stomach. Through the layer of her shirt, her flat, firm stomach was scorching hot. I felt like I had been burned and immediately wanted to pull my hand back, but she held it fast. Weren't you just staring at that girl's abs for a long time? She gritted her teeth by my ear. What's so great about looking? How about you feel it and see? She laughed coldly, guiding my hand slowly downwards. Compared to Su Qingshui's immaturity, a mature woman's waist and abdomen are softer but also more scorching, so hot that my scalp went numb. Weren't you mesmerized looking at that girl's, and even wanted to add her on WeChat? Feel whose you like better. That last word left me dizzy. My whole body felt like it was on fire. Around us was the cheerful chatter of her friends, while under the table, she was forcing me to inspect the goods. This extreme sense of shame made even my toes curl up. My fingers trembled, and I lightly scratched her stomach as if begging for forgiveness. Just then, Xiao Yi, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? My sister had actually come back. She strode over. The actions under the table stopped instantly. Gu Qinghan silently let go of my hand and even casually adjusted my cuff. By the time my sister sat down, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Gu Qinghan even spoke up casually. He probably got flustered by the abs of Miss Su from the Su family. My sister was still a bit dazed, but after she processed it, she slammed the table. "Where's that damn Su Qingshui?" Gu Qinghan calmly replied. "To curry favor with your brother, she went to buy a gâteau." My sister's face turned green with anger. "Let's see if I don't beat her into a gâteau." I looked at Gu Qinghan's serious expression. This woman really knew how to shift the blame onto others. Then she stood up directly and pulled me up with one hand. "Xiao Yi is a little milk drunk. They'll take him outside to get some fresh air." "Milk drunk?" she said. I was drunk on Su Qingshui, drunk on the milky scent of that little milk kitten. My sister actually believed it, nodding dazedly. And just like that, I was led away by Gu Qinghan right in front of my own sister. Outside the private room, my legs were trembling. This bitch will definitely not let me go. As soon as the door closed, the corridor was empty. I quickly tried to act weak, hooking my pinky around her finger. "Gu Qinghan, I think if I act weak now, it might still be salvageable." But just as I opened my mouth, she pulled me directly into her arms. Under the dim lights, the woman's face was gloomy, and my breath was filled with the scent of cedarwood, the cool, rich scent on her body. "What did you bring me here for?" But before I could finish my sentence, she lifted me up and placed me directly on the high windowsill. My feet were immediately dangling, and there was nothing behind me. This feeling of not being able to control my center of gravity made me panic instinctively. I reflexively wanted to grab the window frame, but she grabbed my wrist tightly. Right after, Gu Qinghan moved closer, her tall figure squeezing between my legs, her hands braced on either side of me, trapping me completely within her embrace. She called my full name again, Lin Yi. Her voice was husky, carrying a seductive ambiguity. "Since you like looking at abs so much, then stay here and look your fill." It felt like a current ran through my entire body and I trembled violently. "Gu Qinghan, no, not here." But before I could finish speaking, my lips were completely blocked by hers. However, this kiss wasn't fierce, not rushed, but more like it was cleansing something. She wanted to erase, little by little, the smile from the corner of my lips, wanting to use her scent to completely cover the milky taste from what someone else gave me to drink. So domineering, yet so childish. I was so deprived of oxygen that my mind went blank. I could only cling tightly to her shoulders. After a long while, she finally let me go, our foreheads touching, her thumb brushed across my lips, her voice husky. "Baby, why aren't you smiling anymore? Just now, when you were facing that little brat who hasn't been weaned, you smiled so sweetly." I puffed my cheeks and glared at her. That was just being polite. Who knew she would scoff? "You like it when others call you big brother, huh?" The next second, she pressed closer, step by step, and I was completely unable to move. She looked up at me, her tone full of threat. "Baby, do you like them young or mature?" With every word she asked, she leaned forward a little more. I was forced to lean back, and the feeling of losing my balance made me cling tightly to her neck. Tears were immediately forced out. I could only cry out my complaint. "I like you. I only like you, okay?" This answer clearly satisfied her. She asked again, "So do you still like being called Big Brother?" I hurriedly shook my head. "I don't." "Good boy." The corners of her lips slowly curled up. "So, does my baby still want to touch abs?" She mentioned abs again, and I was so scared I quickly hid my hands. "I don't, I'm injured. I sprained my ankle. You can't be such a beast." Who knew she would let out a soft laugh, her gaze falling on my red, swollen ankle. "That's right, my baby's foot is still injured." Just when I thought she would let me off, she changed the subject. "So jealous it's sour. But when I saw you talking to that little milk kitten, your smile didn't look like your foot was hurting at all. That junior of yours is a gold digger. After she's done playing with you, you won't even know who you are." But the next second, Gu Qinghan's hand grasped my firm ankle, lifting my injured leg slightly, her fingertips gently rubbing the swollen area, her voice surprised. "Does it still hurt?" My whole body tingled, and I immediately pulled my leg back to protect myself. I nodded decisively. "It hurts. It hurts a lot." Who knew she would just say, "Oh!" her eyes full of teasing. "If it hurts that much, then let me massage it for you." As soon as she finished speaking, her soothing fingertips traced their way up my firm calf, just like in the private room, drawing circles on my leg. "Gu Qinghan!" I cried out in shock. Wanting to pull my leg back, she held my ankle tightly. I couldn't use any strength at all. I could only watch helplessly as she slid her long, slender hand inside my pant leg. The moment the cool air touched my skin, it was covered by her scorching palm. My whole body shivered. This wasn't massaging my ankle. This was clearly bullying. She leaned close to my ear again, her hot breath fanning over it. "What are you hiding from? Is that little milk kitten's technique as good as mine?" She pulled back, her eyes deep. "Does she know where to press to make you feel good? What's the use of just knowing how to smile foolishly?" These suggestive words, combined with her stoic expression, she was truly a degenerate disguised as an intellectual. My scalp went numb. My nails were about to dig into her skin. "Don't. This is a fire exit. Someone could come in at any time." Just then, hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway. "Brother, I brought you some strawberry cake. Where are you?" It was Su King Shui. My heart seemed to stop and my whole body went rigid. The footsteps got closer and closer, finally stopping right outside the fire exit door. Click. The doorknob was pushed down from the outside. I was so scared my mind went blank. If the door was pushed open, with me in this state, I didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Ironically, at this very moment, this vixen Gu King Han not only didn't stop, but on the contrary, got even worse. I bit my lower lip hard to keep myself from screaming. She laughed again, her thin lips pressing against my sweat-drenched temple, and spoke in an extremely low voice. "Baby, that little milk kitten is about to push the door open, isn't she? What should we do now?" My rationality instantly shattered. What do we do now? How would I know what to do? Outside, Su King Shui was still pushing the door. "Brother, are you in there?" I was so tense I couldn't breathe, clutching the hem of her clothes. Yet her expression didn't change at all. She leaned close to my ear and chuckled softly. "Beg me." I looked at the shaking door, heard the calls from outside, and could only open my mouth with a trembling voice. "I'm begging you, sis. I'm begging you." That voice was so soft it melted her heart. Her eyes darkened, and she finally showed mercy. "Good boy." She raised her long, jade-like finger under the light. That hand reflected a fiery glow. Right after, she mercifully added another sentence. "My baby really only likes me." I was so angry I almost cursed. Once I get out of this, I'm definitely going to assassinate her. Luckily, Su King Shui couldn't push the door open, and she mumbled, "Could he have gone home already?" The footsteps gradually faded away. As soon as she left, I lost all my strength and fell limply into Gu Qinghan's arms, panting. It was truly a narrow escape. Only then was Gu Qinghan satisfied. She wiped her hands and straightened my messy pant legs. The next second, she lifted me straight down from the windowsill. She pulled me to the parking garage and sent a voice message. "Wan, Xiao Yi got milk drunk and is sleepy. I'm taking him home first. Just put the bill on my tab." As soon as the voice message was sent, she shoved the phone back into her pocket. She had no intention of going back since she left the private room. It was all to prevent that junior from getting close to me again. She stuffed me into the back seat and fastened my seatbelt. She had already called a designated driver and sat down next to me. Then the partition between the front and back seats slowly rose. My heart skipped a beat. Could this vixen still want to? I immediately shut my eyes, determined to play dead. But she had no intention of letting me off at all. She pulled at her tie, revealing her pale collarbone and the bite mark I left. She tilted her head, her gaze falling upon me. Pretending to sleep. She chuckled softly. Next, her long, slender fingers began tapping idly on my knee, once, twice, 3 times, with no rhythm at all. This was truly a psychological battle. The heat from that hand was astonishing, reminding me of everything that happened in the fire exit. Just as I was about to pretend to turn over to escape her hand, the next second, an arm wrapped straight around my waist. With a grunt, I crashed into her embrace, my breath filled with her scent. Still pretending? From above my head came her low, cold laughter. I tensed up, not daring to move. As long as I kept pretending, she couldn't do anything to me. As a result, she opened her mouth coldly. "When you were looking at someone else's abs, your eyes were wider than bronze bells, huh? Now that you're facing me, you're suddenly sleepy? Or should I say?" The next second, she lifted my chin. "Is this old face of mine not as worth looking at as that little milk kitten's? Why can't we get past this hurdle?" I squeezed my eyes shut, my eyelashes trembling, resolutely not opening them. "Fine," she was so angry she laughed. "You won't open your eyes, right? It seems my baby is really tired. Then let me help you relax a little." As soon as she finished speaking, a hand suddenly pinched, the softest, most ticklish part of my side, pinching and rubbing. "Ha ha ha ha, don't! Gu Qinghan!" I broke down immediately, struggling frantically in her arms. "Don't pinch there! It tickles." Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I suddenly opened my eyes, the corners of my eyes red from laughing. Baby is finally awake. She pretended as if she had just discovered it, but her hand had already stopped, her large hand still holding my waist tightly, pressing me down to sit on her lap, facing each other, our breaths mingling. "Weren't you quite the talker in the private room? Praising someone's abs is not bad, and even wanted to add them on WeChat." With every sentence she spoke, her face moved a little closer, until the tips of our noses touched. "That kind of unweaned milk kitten, what's there to see?" My heart was pounding like thunder. I reflexively gripped her collar, my hand brushing past her collarbone, which was covered in red marks. I'm doomed, captivated by this vixen's beauty again. I shrank back and retorted in a small voice. "That's called youthful energy." She let out a cold laugh, took my hand, and pressed it against her chest. Through a layer of fabric was a woman's exquisite curve. "Are you saying that touching me doesn't feel as good as touching that little milk kitten?" She held my hand, drawing circles on her chest. "Well then, baby, you can take your time and feel it carefully." My face immediately flushed red, this woman's incomprehensible competitiveness. Just as I was about to pull my hand back, she gripped it tighter and even led my hand downwards. Just then, ding dong. A WeChat notification sound broke the ambiguous atmosphere. I took the opportunity to push her away, took out my phone. It was my sister. I hurriedly opened it. It was another 15-second voice message. I carefully glanced at Gu Qinghan. She was squinting, with an unhappy expression, as she stared at my phone. Open it! My finger trembled as I opened the voice message. My sister's loud, drunken voice came from the speaker. Xiao Yi, are you home yet? Qinghan said you were tired and took you home first. Is your foot bothering you? If it hurts, tell Qinghan to rub it for you. Also, remember to ask her to pour you a glass of hot milk. My sister's concern warmed my heart, but a chill immediately ran down my spine, especially the part about hot milk. I saw the cold smile on the corner of Gu Qinghan's lips deepen. Your future sister-in-law is so thoughtful. She gritted out each word, her eyes dark. It seems your sister also knows that you, like little milk kittens that smell strongly of milk. Youthful and energetic enough, right? This bitch is truly allergic to milk stains. Just because my sister told me to drink milk before bed, she went crazy on the spot. She pulled me into her arms, forcing me to reply to my sister's voice message. She leaned close to my ear, her voice low. Tell her you're home and being good and that you're going to sleep now, so she can rest assured. My hand holding the phone was trembling, replying to a voice message in her arms. Isn't this asking for death? But I didn't dare to provoke her. I could only try to negotiate flatteringly. Can I type? No. She refused flatly, and even used my sister to threaten me. Only when she hears your voice can your sister rest assured, right? With no other choice, I could only brace myself and press the voice button. Sis. But I had just said one word when this crazy dog bit my earlobe, even grinding her teeth slightly. That numb and painful sensation immediately made my breathing chaotic. I was so scared I almost screamed. I hurriedly covered my mouth with my hand and quickly swiped to the cancel button. I glared at her fiercely, wishing I could throw the phone at her face. This crazy dog. If my sister heard that sound just now, it would be a miracle if she didn't go crazy. Who knew this woman would bite my earlobe and threaten me in a husky voice? Baby, why didn't you continue? If you don't continue, then it'll continue first. If your sister calls later, I have no idea what might happen. My scalp immediately went numb. This was a blatant threat. Moreover, this pervert would actually do it. You really are a crazy dog. I gritted my teeth in anger, but I could only humiliatingly pick up the phone again and press the voice button. Sis, I'm almost home. As soon as these words left my mouth, the woman suddenly licked my earlobe and even made a soft sound. I was so tense my body went limp, my fingers gripping the phone tightly. I took a deep breath and tried to finish the sentence. Dragging it out would only be more dangerous. My foot is fine, I'm about to sleep. You should go home early too. I released my finger, and the voice message was sent. I was too exhausted to even dare to listen to it once. I just hoped my sister was drunk, and couldn't hear the trembling in my voice. Just then, Gu Qinghan finally let go of my ear, on which a clear ring of teeth marks was left. She looked at the sent voice message and smiled like a fox that had gotten its way. So good. The next second, she leaned close to my miserably tormented ear and whispered, Since you told your sister you're about to sleep, then so as not to lie to her, let's hurry home and sleep. I just want to call the police. There's a pervert here. As soon as the car came to a complete stop, Gu Qinghan pulled me into the villa and placed me directly on the sofa. I immediately grabbed a throw pillow to cover my front, glaring at her warily. Don't you dare do anything funny. I'm an injured person. But she leaned down with a half smile. I was so scared I hugged the pillow tightly. Unexpectedly, with just a slight movement of her finger, she took my phone. What are you taking my phone for? I reached out to snatch it back. She raised her hand. I couldn't reach it at all. The injury on my foot was throbbing. Now I couldn't even stand. I'm just checking something. The woman looked down at me, the corner of her lips curling into a cold smile. Seeing if any fish slipped through the net. What fish slipping through the net? That's my privacy. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, skillfully unlocked my phone, opened WeChat, and went straight to new friends. As expected, that fearless blonde girl, the milk kitten, still added me as a friend, with the note clearly saying, Big brother. This is Su King Shui from earlier. Big brother, again, big brother. These two words were basically disco dancing wildly, on Gu Qinghan's last nerve. Her face immediately darkened. Big brother? She let out a cold laugh and held the phone screen in front of me, calling so sweetly. That tone sounded like it was squeezed through her teeth. I shrank my neck and hurriedly explained. I didn't add her. Someone probably sent her my contact card. This Su King Shui, she already left but is still so persistent. Who on earth did she ask to get my WeChat? I'm doomed. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh. Her finger tapped on the screen. Decline. Then she tapped again. Add to blacklist. A series of actions as smooth as flowing water. Next, she opened my contacts, found herself. The note I set for her was Sister Han. She squinted. An expression of disdain on her face, deleted it, and retyped, Wifey, and even pinned it to the top. After doing all this, she threw the phone back to me. I looked at the note pinned to the top, and my face immediately flushed red. What did you change it to? What if my sister sees it? I was about to change it back when the woman suddenly bent down, trapping me on the sofa, and the phone immediately fell. Gu Qinghan, she pinched my chin. You like hearing people call you Big Brother that much? Is it some kind of special fetish? Do you want me to call you that a few times now, so my baby can hear it? Big brother. That voice was melodious, without any hint of girlishness, full of the danger and allure of a mature woman. I got goosebumps all over. Don't call me that. Act normal. I am very normal. Her fingertips gently rubbed my lips, her eyes dark. You're the one who's not normal. Chatting and laughing happily with that little milk kitten right in front of me, baby. Did you forget your girlfriend was right beside you? Her gaze was too dangerous. My heart trembled violently, and my breathing became chaotic. I don't have one. You do. Her finger rested on my lips. I have a duty to make you remember deeply that you are someone who has a girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled me up and headed straight for the second floor. I panicked, kicking wildly with my uninjured leg. I remember my girlfriend is Gu Qinghan. I remember, but the woman just chuckled softly. That enchanting laugh made my whole body feel hot. This vixen, seeing her pull me step by step towards the bedroom, I had to save myself. I hurriedly lifted my injured leg. Gu Qinghan, my foot is injured. I'm an injured person. You can't be such a beast. Of course, she replied curtly. Don't worry. How could I do anything to an injured person? Sis, it's just that as baby's wife, I have a duty to serve my sprained baby. I immediately got goosebumps. The word serve from her mouth was definitely not proper, but my foot is sprained. I absolutely can't escape. The next second, I was placed on the cold sink in the bathroom. The steaming hot bathtub was right beside us, and in front of me was the tall, slender Gu Qinghan. Her hand traveled up from my injured ankle, finally stopping on the belt buckle at my waist. Darling, your foot is sprained. Can't touch the water. She slowly undid my belt buckle. I can bathe myself. I frantically pressed her hand down. Be good, don't move, let me. She pushed my hand away, hooked her fingers into my belt, moving so slowly it was maddening. Her eyes were glued to every inch of my exposed skin, as if she were unwrapping a gift that belonged only to her. My pants slid down and her fingers brushed over my collarbone, too skinny, then slid down to my waist. The waist is good, but the abs need more work. With every sentence she spoke, my face grew another shade redder. This wasn't helping me bathe. This was clearly the work of a huge pervert. The last piece of clothing fell, and I was so embarrassed I wanted to crawl into a hole. Gu Qinghan pulled me into the bathtub, carefully propping my injured leg on the edge. The hot water enveloped me, but the real torture had just begun. Because after Gu Qinghan put me in the tub, she didn't leave. She lifted her long legs and stepped in too. Water splashed everywhere. I let out a surprised yelp. What are you getting in for? How can I help you bathe if I don't get in? The woman replied matter-of-factly. I bit my lower lip, not believing her for a second. But when my eyes fell on her, I couldn't look away. She actually didn't take off her clothes, but that's what made it even more deadly. Her black dress was soaked through, clinging to her body, her hot, delicate curves revealed in full detail. This was a true, peerless beauty. Compared to that immature figure of Su Qingshui, the impact was more than 100 times stronger. A drop of water slid down her beautiful neck, disappearing into her collar. I couldn't help but swallow. This damn woman's body was truly top tier. Darling, have you had enough of a look? The woman's husky voice suddenly rang out. Who? Who's looking at you? I abruptly turned my head away, absolutely refusing to admit that I was mesmerized by her beauty again. If I admitted it, this flirtatious vixen would be up to her tricks again. Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer, her deep eyes shimmering with a glittering light. Then, darling, take a closer look. My heart pounded. It seems darling is very pleased with what he sees. Get lost. I raised my hand and pushed her stomach. The woman took a step back from my push, her wet clothes becoming even more transparent. In the steam, she looked like a demoness from ancient times, but I think darling is indeed very satisfied. She curled her lips, slowly squatting down, her long, slender fingers gently caressing my face. Your expression tells me so. My face felt like it was on fire. I wiggled my injured leg, reaching for a towel to cover myself, but my leg was held firmly in her palm. Don't move, let's bathe. Her deep, husky voice made my heart race. The next second, she picked up the bath sponge, placed her small hand on my firm back, and with just the right amount of pressure, began to scrub in earnest circles. But her fingers always, accidentally or intentionally brushed against my skin, sending shivers through me. I had to admit this damn woman's service, though torturous, was actually very comfortable. But just as I was scrubbed until my whole body went limp, moaning against her chest, her deep, husky voice suddenly came from beside my ear. Does that little milk kitten have a body like mine? Has this jealousy not faded yet? My voice was weak. I couldn't see clearly. I couldn't see. Gu Qinghan suddenly laughed, and then she grabbed my hand, pressing it directly against her soaking wet chest. Beneath my palm was her wildly beating heart, the astonishingly soft and hot curves making my fingertips burn. Can you see clearly now? She actually forced my hand to move downwards, from her chest to her waist, and then she whispered in my ear with a soft laugh, her chest vibrating. Didn't you like watching the wet seduction? Look your fill. The steam was thick. In the end, Gu Qinghan carried me out of the bathroom, my body wrapped in a towel, my skin flushed a seductive pink. After getting out of the bath, I dove straight into the blankets, my face too red to even look up. Gu Qinghan came back to the bedside, holding a bottle of medicinal wine. I'm sleepy. I only let my eyes show, trying to bluff my way out of it. No. She reached out and flung the covers off. The next second, she precisely grabbed my uninjured ankle and gave me a tug. Gu Qinghan, what are you doing? My whole body was pulled out of the blankets by her, dragged right to her side. Gu Qinghan sat down, lifted my injured leg, and placed it on her thigh. This position. My face instantly flushed, but she had a calm expression, pouring some medicinal wine into her palm and rubbing it warm. Endure it for a bit. Rubbing it in will help it heal faster. After speaking, her warm palm pressed against my slightly swollen ankle. Hiss. It hurts. I instinctively wanted to pull my leg back, but she held it firmly. Don't move. She controlled the pressure very well, massaging and kneading with just the right amount of force. The pain in my ankle really did seem to lessen, but I gradually noticed something was wrong. Why was this woman's hand rubbing higher and higher? Her fingers traced my ankle, slowly sliding towards my calf, her small hand grazing my skin, bringing a tingling sensation that was hard to ignore. Gu Qinghan, my voice was trembling too. That part isn't injured. Clearing the meridians. She spouted nonsense with a serious face, her fingers teasing intermittently, an itch that reached my very bones. My heart was trembling too. Just then, the woman suddenly spoke, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Let's play a game, Q&A with a reward, I asked in a daze. What? Will you dare to look at another woman's body in the future? I bit my lip, my face beat red. No, I won't look anymore. Too quiet, I can't hear you. Her fingers suddenly tightened, and tears immediately welled up in my eyes, my toes curling. Do you dare? She asked again. I don't dare anymore. I really don't dare, I shouted with a sob in my voice. Then in the future, if that little girl calls you big brother, will you agree? I won't agree. I won't agree anymore. I was pushed to the point where I'd say anything. Gu Qinghan was amused by me, and the pressure from her hand finally eased. But the look in her eyes as she watched me grew deeper. Not a bad realization. But darling, she leaned close to my ear, laughing huskily. Words without action are just a sham. We have to make the body truly remember. I was limp on the pillow, panting, looking as if I had just narrowly escaped death. Gu Qinghan leisurely wiped the medicinal wine from her hands, her movements noble and elegant. Her deep, dark eyes flashed, and she suddenly leaned over and actually picked up my bedside phone. She curled her lips into a wicked smile. Darling, wasn't your sister worried just now? Sending a voice message probably won't reassure her. How about we try a video call? Video? Now? My head buzzed as if it would explode. I looked down, my body covered in bite marks shed left. And what's more, this was Gu Qinghan's bed. If we made a video call, my sister would definitely bring a baseball bat to commit murder in the middle of the night, beating her into a meat pulp. Gu Qinghan, you dare! I immediately shot up, lunging to grab the phone. If you dare to call, I'll kill you. Gu Qinghan was already prepared, casually tossing the phone behind her. Then she opened her arms and steadily caught me as I rushed into her embrace. Oh! She raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of teasing laughter. Darling is in such a hurry to jump into my arms. I turned to look back, the phone screen was dark. This damn woman was scaring me. I'd been tricked again. Gu Qinghan, I was furious and opened my mouth to bite down hard on her shoulder. This time I was truly vicious, not holding back at all. Hiss. Gu Qinghan let out a soft groan, but she didn't push me away, instead tightening her arms, holding me tightly in her embrace, letting me vent my anger. Only when I tasted a bit of blood did I finally let go. Looking at the bloody teeth marks, I felt a little guilty, but I said stubbornly, "Serves you right for scaring me." Gu Qinghan tilted her head to look at the wound, then at me, baring my fangs. Her eyes gradually darkened. Her thin lips curved up, her voice extremely deep and husky. Done biting? Before I could answer, the world spun. She pushed me down hard onto the big, soft bed. Since you've had your fill of biting, then it's my turn. The candlelight went out, leaving only a dim, yellow bedside lamp. The woman's ethereal, fairy-like face now looked incredibly dangerous. She propped herself up above me. The air instantly thinned, but she didn't rush to act. Instead, she spoke with a soft laugh. Darling, do you want to sleep tonight? My hands were pressed against her chest, so nervous I had to swallow. What? Could this damn woman be so kind? I think the way you address me needs to change. She curled her lips and made her demand. I blinked. Change how? Sister Han, is there a problem? A big problem. She lowered her head and gave my ear a punitive bite. I blinked again, mimicking Qin Chuan's tone. I called out coquettishly. Sister Qinghan? The woman's expression suddenly darkened. Her lips slowly moved towards mine. Darling, that's not the right way to call me either. She nipped the tip of my nose. Her voice was muffled, but incredibly seductive. What did you change my name to in WeChat? That's what you'll call me. Wifey. Those two words flashed in my mind. My face instantly turned beet red. Saying it to her face while I was sober, the embarrassment was explosive. I won't say it, I'm not saying it. The woman chuckled, and the next second, her hot body pressed down. It wasn't a violent storm, but a kind of extreme torture. She knew my weaknesses too well. She was incredibly wicked. Call me wifey. Guqinghan propped herself up, looking down at me. Will you say it? If you don't, you won't be sleeping tonight. She smiled and pressed her body down again. The sensation was about to drive me crazy. I really couldn't take it anymore. All my pride and self-respect crumbled in that moment. Wife. Wifey. I made a sound as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Guqinghan's deep, dark eyes immediately sparkled with light. That call was more potent than the strongest liquor. Her voice was hoarse, her breath hot. Say it again, darling. Say it again. I had no choice but to wrap my arms around her neck and bury my face in the crook of her neck. I closed my eyes and screamed as if my life depended on it. Wifey, 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 is that enough? It's enough. Guqinghan laughed with satisfaction. Since my husband is being so good, then your wife will satisfy you right now. The next day, brilliant golden sunlight streamed into the bedroom. I rolled over, my ankle aching dully. Last night was truly a nightmare. I called her wifey until my throat was hoarse. When we got to the company, I originally wanted to go in separately, but because my leg was injured, she absolutely refused to let me walk alone. So Guqinghan still supported me from the parking garage into the CEO's private elevator. In this confined space, our breaths mingled. Watching the floor numbers ascend, we'd be there soon. Let go, the colleagues on the top floor are definitely all here by now. I couldn't, under everyone's watchful eyes, be helped out by Guqinghan. But the woman's fingertips stroked my collar. She curled her lips, looking at my handsome face. Darling, don't you think we're just like a couple having a secret affair? I was instantly speechless. What kind of weird description was that? I shot her a glare. But the moment I looked up, the woman's long, slender fingers actually hooked onto my tie, pulling my face closer. Darling, why are you wearing your tie so tight? Afraid someone will see the marks your wife left on her husband? Shut up! I glared at her and covered my collar. My face immediately flushed. Let me loosen it for you. Her fingers hooked onto it, intending to pull. I panicked and held her hand, gritting my teeth. Guqinghan. Just then, the elevator number just happened to reach the top floor, but just as I breathed a sigh of relief, intending to steady myself for a moment, just as the doors opened, Guqinghan suddenly leaned in and lightly bit my earlobe. My legs went weak and I almost couldn't stand. The elevator doors had just opened wide, and the staff from the CEO's office on the top floor immediately began greeting their CEO Gu. But instead they saw their CEO Gu, helping me step by tiny step out of the elevator, and it looked like my legs were incredibly weak. Both my hands were clinging to CEO Gu's arm. My handsome face was bright red. Has Secretary Lin's leg not healed yet? CEO Assistant Wang immediately came over. Then you must be careful. Walk slowly. I clung to the woman's arm, trying to make my steps look a little more normal. But it was this damn woman. That moment just now, I still haven't recovered from it. Facing the stares of so many colleagues, I could only grit my teeth and play along. Yes, my leg is still a little swollen. I limped into the office just like that. As soon as the door closed, I immediately lost all strength and leaned straight into the woman's embrace. Darling is in such a rush to throw himself into my arms again. The woman lifted me straight up and strode towards the desk. It seems your wife didn't try hard enough last night. The next second, she actually placed me on the large desk. Don't be crazy. I glared at her and propped my knee against her stomach. This damn woman, she was clearly the one who worked hard last night, so why is she still the one full of energy? Darling. She placed her hands on either side of me and curled her lips into a smile. I think it would be more exciting in the office. Want to try? My pupils trembled. Try my ass. This woman is truly hopeless. Her mind is full of dirty thoughts. I pushed her with both hands. Move, I want to work. But darling, Guqinghan took my hand again, sliding it slowly over her soft chest. I'm your boss. Serving me well is your job. Who? Who's serving you? I turned my face away, determined not to be seduced by beauty. Guqinghan, wasn't last night enough? I'm about to be crippled. You won't be crippled. The woman's dense kisses fell on my face one by one. The woman's kisses finally moved to my lips, fierce and unstoppable. I couldn't push her away at all. I could only tilt my head back and endure it, just as Guqinghan's hand traced its way up my pants. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the high-pitched voice of CEO Assistant Wang. CEO Lin, please wait a moment. CEO Gu is still busy. You can't go in. The sound successfully made our movements in the office stop. My hazy eyes instantly cleared. CEO Lin? Lin Wan? Why would my sister barge into the Gu group at this hour? I hurriedly pushed the woman away. My voice was trembling. Guqinghan. When I saw our current state of disarray, my pupils contracted violently. My pants were pulled halfway down, my shirt was hiked up, revealing my firm abs, and my tie was hanging askew around my neck. More deadly was that my face was covered in her lipstick stains. If my sister saw this scene, wouldn't there be a murder? Gukinghan, we're done for. I fumbled to pull up my pants. My whole face was on the verge of tears. But from the other side came the sound of the office doorknob turning, along with my sister's booming voice. CEO Assistant Wang, why are you stopping me? I'm not here to see him. My sister's voice carried through. My heart suddenly clenched. As soon as she entered, she would see the two of us, with our clothes in disarray. That scene would be too beautiful to behold. I didn't dare to imagine it. The more I panicked, the messier I became trying to fix myself. My hands were also trembling violently, but just then, click, click, the doorknob wouldn't turn. The office door was locked from the inside. My heart seemed to stop for a moment. Looking at the door that wouldn't open, I was completely stunned. Don't be afraid. The woman suddenly took my hand, using her warmth to heat my ice-cold hand. The next second, she pulled me into the adjoining lounge and put me on the sofa. Then she opened a bottle of medicinal wine and casually sprinkled some beside me. Her voice was calm. You stay here and straighten yourself out first. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I won't let your sister find out. Her voice was very quiet. It brought a sense of reassurance. I was still shaking. I really thought my sister was going to push the door right open. I didn't even know when this woman had locked the door. Then, what about you? It's fine. Gu Qinghan stroked my head. It's okay. I'll fix myself up. Seeing my expression soften, she turned and walked out of the lounge. I watched her walk out while pulling out a tissue, wiping the lipstick stain from her face. Her fingers also quickly straightened her slightly messy collar. By the time she walked towards the locked door, she had returned to being Seo Gu, that arrogant, cold, and stoic Seo Gu. She went to open the office door. Outside, my sister was raising her hand to knock on the door. King Han, why did you lock the door right after getting to work? As soon as the door opened, my sister almost couldn't pull her hand back in time, and she stumbled in. She steadied herself, and her eyes immediately swept across the office. She didn't find anything unusual. She suddenly turned her head back, squinting and glaring at Gu Qinghan. Why did you lock the door? Were you doing something in there that you couldn't let others see? Where's my brother? She was carrying large and small bags in her hands. One look and I knew they were all for me. Her scrutinizing gaze swept past Gu Qinghan as she strode to my workstation. My workstation was tidy. Then she rushed over to Gu Qinghan's place, next to the messy desk, and picked up the briefcase I left there. My brother already came to work. Where is he? My sister's expression changed instantly. As if she had thought of something, she stared fixedly at Gu Qinghan. But the woman in front of her didn't look like she had just done something wrong. My sister questioned again. Where's my brother? Gu Qinghan tilted her chin, pointing towards the lounge. His leg is injured. I just applied some medicine for him to avoid anyone saying I mistreat my employees. Oh, so you were applying medicine. My sister let out a sigh of relief, and that strange feeling immediately vanished. She immediately walked towards the lounge. I'll go take a look. But as soon as she moved, Gu Qinghan stretched out her long leg, blocking her way. It's not very convenient. Gu Qinghan's expression was indifferent. Not convenient? My sister immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean, not convenient? Gu Qinghan, what did you do to him? Her eyes widened, instantly becoming incredibly sharp. Damn it, you better confess honestly. Don't tell me you're just a wall away from me. Hearing the words from outside, my heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. It's over. It's over. Could my sister have really found out? My sister can lead the Lin family business to greater heights. She's not a fool at all. Just as my sister was about to charge in, Gu Qinghan sighed and pulled her hand back. Wan, the kid just finished applying his medicine. He might not have adjusted his clothes yet. It's not good for a girl like you to rush in like that. Even if you're his biological sister, you should be mindful of boundaries. My sister was stunned. That sounded reasonable. Her momentum was immediately extinguished, and she nodded repeatedly. You're right. Who am I? Gu Qinghan, famous in the circle for not being into men. That's right, how many? Handsome men in the circle have thrown themselves at her, yet Gu Qinghan wouldn't even spare them a glance, so how could she have improper thoughts about me? Thinking of this, my sister actually scratched her head, then raised her hand to knock on the lounge door. Xiao Yi, it's me. Can I come in? I quickly looked at myself in the mirror. I had already quickly tidied myself up. Sis, come in. The door opened and my sister strode in. The strong smell of medicated oil in the air made her completely believe Gu Qinghan's words. Xiao Yi, how are you? She immediately squatted down beside me, looking at my slightly red ankle. It's better. I was so nervous I could die, too guilty to even look at her. But the next second, Xiao Yi, why is your face so red? My sister immediately realized something was wrong. She suddenly raised her hand to touch my forehead. It was burning hot. Her face hardened as she stared at me. Why are your lips swollen too? Something's not right, Xiao Yi. Your hemorrhoids must have flared up. Come, it'll take you to the hospital, she said, grabbing my hand, wanting to pull me up. I was so scared my palms were covered in sweat. How am I supposed to explain this? That I was kissed until my lips were swollen by her best friend? Just then, Gu Qinghan spoke up. Wan, Xiao Yi's leg is still injured. If you pull him like that, be careful not to injure him a second time. My sister was so scared she quickly supported me, letting me sit back down properly. It was my fault. I didn't hurt your leg, did I? I quickly shook my head. No, I'm fine. Gu Qinghan's voice was calm as she began her serious face nonsense. Just now, when I was applying the medicated oil for him, he kept crying out in pain and making a fuss. That's why his face is red. As for his lips, her gaze swept over my lips, pausing for a moment. Perhaps while making a fuss, he accidentally got some medicated oil on them and had an allergic reaction. My sister immediately believed her. She turned her head and immediately blamed Gu Qinghan. Couldn't you be a little gentler? My brother is already afraid of pain. You're supposed to be atoning, yet you still dare to be so rough. Gu Qinghan actually nodded in acceptance. Yes, it's my fault. It'll be gentler next time. Her attitude was so good, it was impeccable, but when she said the two words gentler, that ambiguous tone of hers, I understood it immediately. How dare she, in front of my sister, say such suggestive nonsense? Right after, my sister turned to look at me again, her expression immediately changing as she coaxed me gently. Xiao Yi, you have to endure it. Once your leg is healed, they'll take you out for a big meal. I was terribly guilty. I agreed to whatever she said. In the end, under this serious deception by Gu Qinghan, although my sister felt something was strange about me, she was still reassured. All right, then you get some rest. She gave a few instructions, then turned and glared at Gu Qinghan. I'm leaving my brother in your care. Remember to be gentle when applying the medicine. It'll take good care of him. Don't worry. Gu Qinghan curled her lips into a glamorous and noble smile. My sister left, looking back as she went. As soon as she was gone, I collapsed onto the sofa, feeling like I'd lost half my life. The feeling of having a secret affair right under her nose was truly terrifying. It could scare a person to death. Gu Qinghan suddenly walked over, placing her hands on the armrests. She leaned in close, the tip of her nose brushing against my cheek. Look at this baby. So scared his face has turned pale, it makes my heart ache. I glared at her in annoyance. Isn't it all your fault? If you dare to act up in the office again next time, what will you do? Her hot breath washed over me, her eyes sparkling. Will you bite me to death? I really wanted to bite her to death. But after her antics, my tense heart calmed down. But just as our noses were touching and the atmosphere was getting ambiguous, knock knock. The sound of knocking came again. My hand trembled and I suddenly pushed her away. Did my sister come back for a surprise visit again? Probably not. Gu Qinghan suddenly stood up straight, her expression turning cold. If it were her, she would absolutely not knock so politely. She straightened her clothes and strode out of the lounge. The door opened and Assistant Wang walked in. His sharp face was extremely serious at this moment. He glanced at the open lounge, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say it. Gu Qinghan sat back down behind her desk, her expression cold. CEO Gu, Director Zhao has called for a board meeting. It starts in 5 minutes. Assistant Wang lowered his voice. The people from Heng Yuan went to tattle, saying the company is being unprofessional, canceling a partnership over a secretary. The board is in an uproar right now. Gu Qinghan narrowed her dark eyes. Zhao Ling? Assistant Wang nodded. He's the one who teamed up with a few old shareholders preparing to make trouble during the meeting. Just then, I limped out of the lounge. Heng Yuan. Is that young Master Yang from the other day? Assistant Wang saw me and nodded. Today's meeting on the surface is about Heng Yuan, but it's actually targeting you, Secretary Lin. Targeting me? I pointed at myself, my face full of confusion. Heng Yuan Corporation believes that CEO Gu refused the partnership because of you. They couldn't stand it, so they complained to the board of directors. Director Zhao even specifically requested that you attend the meeting as well. Gu Qinghan let out a cold laugh, slamming the fountain pen in her hand onto the desk. My secretary is also someone they can order around? She suddenly stood up. Her aura was chilling. That Zhao Ling's mouth is really foul. After saying that, she looked at me, her expression immediately softening. You just rest here, or go handle it. She didn't want me to have to face those harsh words. But how could I hide? They've already come knocking at the door. Can I still hide? I lifted my chin and straightened my clothes. The partnership with Heng Yuan was indeed because of me. I can't hide behind her forever. I am the young master of the Lin family, not some gigolo who lives off women. Gu Qinghan looked at me, a smile gradually appearing in her eyes. She walked over, and in front of Assistant Wang, she tightly grasped my hand. Then she lowered her head and leaned into my ear, using a voice only I could hear. Baby. Okay, then I'll go with you. He'll hand you the knife. My gaze turned a bit cold. I placed my hand on her arm to support me to my workstation. Before going to the meeting room, I have to prepare a little. 5 minutes later, the atmosphere in the meeting room was as tense as an interrogation. On both sides of the long table was a group of shareholders over 50, each with a sour look on their face. The one at the head was Director Zhao, over 60 years old, his hair permed into stiff little curls. As I followed Gu Qinghan in, More than a dozen pairs of eyes shot towards us in unison. Scrutiny, contempt, and unconcealed malice. I'm really not compatible with this office. Nothing good ever happens whenever I come here. Just then, Director Zhao spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so this is the Secretary Lin, for whom CEO Gu would disregard everything, just to protect. He didn't even stand up, just leaning back in his chair like that, his eyes casually sizing me up. I had just entered the meeting room, when Director Zhao's contemptuous voice reached me. He looks decent enough. No wonder he could bewitch CEO Gu until she lost her senses. But young man, this is Gu Corporation, not a nightclub. He snorted, his insults becoming increasingly vulgar. You just joined the company and already got so many people fired, and now you've even ruined the partnership with Heng Yuan. So young, yet your ambition is not small. These words were practically cursing me to my face, saying I rely on a woman to get ahead. My steps faltered. The next second, Gu Qinghan's tall figure naturally shielded me. She blocked Director Zhao's naked gaze. Her eyes immediately darkened. Director Zhao, I can understand having poor eyesight due to old age, but is your mouth also failing you? I don't mind fixing it for you. Her voice was very light, but it exuded an icy coldness. Right after, she walked step by step towards Director Zhao, each step as if treading on his heart. Gu Qinghan got closer and closer, her deep, cold voice like a life-reaping blade. This is the boardroom, not a wet market. If we're discussing business, then speak with data. If you're here to discuss my secretary's appearance and make malicious speculations, she suddenly stopped, looking down at Director Zhao from above. Then get out. One word made Director Zhao's face turn pale with anger. He wanted to slam the table and stand up, but when he met Gu Qinghan's gaze, a chill ran down his spine and he couldn't utter a single word. Gu Qinghan didn't spare him another glance, walked straight past him, and sat in the chairman's seat. I immediately steadied myself and followed with composure, standing firmly by her side. But at this moment, one of her legs suddenly crossed over, pressing right against my calf. My body went stiff. Through the thin fabric, her unique warmth was clearly transmitted. She didn't do anything excessive, just pressed against me like that, as if to say, "Don't be afraid." A warm feeling immediately spread through my heart. The anger from being insulted instantly vanished. I took a deep breath, my gaze fixed directly on the pale-faced Director Zhao. I curled my lips, giving a polite smile. Director Zhao, is it? My lips carried a smile, but the words that came out were incredibly sharp. Since Director Zhao already knows of my glorious achievements, yet you still insist on coming before me. Aren't you afraid of being the third one to pack up and leave? I changed the subject, my tone even colder. Insulting her personal secretary right in front of CEO Gu, you truly overestimate yourself. Those who don't know might think Director Zhao is plotting to usurp the throne. As soon as the words left my mouth, Director Zhao suddenly slammed the table, furious to the point of shame. Who gave you the nerve to speak to me like that? A mere secretary like you dares to threaten me? He was so angry he laughed. Do you believe I can make you pack up and get out right now? I don't. The one who answered wasn't me, but Gu Qinghan. The woman's voice was cold. Her gaze towards Director Zhao was as cold as a frozen lake. She was clearly protecting me, openly confronting Director Zhao. Director Zhao's throat tightened, shame and anger completely overwhelming his fear. A proper director didn't even have the authority to fire a mere secretary. He stubbornly cursed. CEO Gu, everything I'm doing is for the company, yet now you're confronting me over someone like this. You cut off the partnership with Heng Yuan because of him. Do you know how much profit the company will lose? Hearing Director Zhao's words, I actually laughed instead. I took out my tablet and connected it directly to the meeting room's large screen. Director Zhao, the profit you speak of, is it ultimately the company's profit or your own personal profit? Director Zhao's face turned ashen as he pointed at me and roared, "What do you mean by that?" I smiled at him, my voice clear. You keep saying that Heng Yuan is a high-quality partner, so why don't we take a look at what this is? My finger swiped lightly on the tablet, and immediately, countless data charts and comparison photos appeared on the big screen. This is the material inspection report for Heng Yuan's construction materials from last quarter. Substandard density, excessive radiation, and even large-scale artificial coloring. I presented the evidence clearly. Over the past 3 years of the construction materials supplied by Heng Yuan, the failure rate in quality inspections reached as high as 15%. And there's this. I opened up a screenshot of a chat conversation. This is CEO Yang from Heng Yuan's, evidence of trying to use kickbacks to bribe the head of the procurement department. Everything I presented was factual. Compared to Director Zhao's helpless rage, it was much more convincing. The shareholders who were just filled with indignation, their expressions changed instantly. Their gazes towards Director Zhao also became full of meaning. Director Zhao looked at the evidence, his face turning pale, then green. He never expected I would have so much on him. He pointed at me and cursed. You're slandering me. It's all fake. Fake? Just then, Gu Qinghan lazily leaned back and spoke. She raised her hand, and Assistant Wang immediately distributed documents to all the shareholders. Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly. Could it be that the documents in my hands are also fake? Her gaze was cold, looking straight at Director Zhao. Previously, this data was suppressed because my Jibo took kickbacks. Now that she's gone, are we supposed to keep this kind of trash supplier around to harm the company's interests? The shareholders flipped through the reports in their hands, their faces growing uglier by the second. The money Heng Yuan embezzled was their money. Canceling the partnership this time was indeed stopping the losses in time. Director Zhao's breathing was ragged as he forcefully turned the spear towards me. Even if Heng Yuan has problems, on what grounds did an intern like you have to insult the young master of the Yang family? Could it be that this was also ordered by CEO Gu? Gu Qinghan's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to speak, I took a small step forward, the tip of my shoe faintly brushing past her knee. There was no panic on my face. My smile remained gentle. Director Zhao, the surveillance cameras at the scene have everything. I took out a USB drive and placed it on the table. It was CEO Yang who first destroyed important company documents and insulted a company employee. According to Article 18 of the Employee Handbook, any act that harms the company's interests and image gives us the right to refuse cooperation. I spoke word by word, firm and forceful. I was protecting the honor of Gu Corporation and the authority of CEO Gu. May I ask Director Zhao, is there a problem with that? A series of counter questions left, Director Zhao speechless, but I didn't stop there. I suddenly tilted my head, my tone innocent. Oh right, Director Zhao, I'm very curious about something. You're defending Heng Yuan so much, I wonder if it's because you have a special affection for their subpar materials, or a special affection for the filial piety they send you every year? Director Zhao's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Just then, Gu Qinghan curled the corner of her lips, her voice faint. Secretary Lin, let me see that data. I immediately brought the tablet in front of her, bowing slightly. Our distance was immediately closed. In front of everyone, her lips almost brushed against the shell of my ear. Her hot breath carried a clear, cool fragrance. She spoke in a voice that only the two of us could hear. Well done. Husband is so good. Wife will reward husband handsomely. My hands trembled, and I almost dropped the tablet on the floor. I cursed inwardly. This crazy woman dares to mess around on any occasion. Isn't she afraid of being discovered by these shareholders? But right at this moment, Director Zhao shouted angrily, Nonsense! You're speaking complete nonsense! He pointed at Gu Qinghan and roared, You just condone your subordinate like this, slandering the senior shareholders? Let me tell you, if you don't make him get lost right now, I will convene a general shareholders meeting to condemn you for your promiscuous relationships. Slander? The corners of Gu Qinghan's eyes lifted. Her cold face showed no emotion, but her jet-black pupils were as deep as a cold pond. She curled her thin lips. But I don't think my secretary said anything slanderous at all. Her tone was nonchalant, but it exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. The entire conference room immediately fell silent. As for convening a general shareholders meeting, Gu Qinghan sneered, her voice turning bone-chillingly cold. I'm afraid Director Zhao won't have that chance. Director Zhao's throat went dry, and his voice trembled. What do you mean? Gu Qinghan casually raised her hand. Assistant Wang immediately handed over a file. Gu Qinghan took the file, then casually tossed it onto the long table. With a crisp slap, the file slid, precisely in front of Director Zhao. If Director Zhao is so confident, then take a look at this. Gu Qinghan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, the sound seeming to strike directly at Director Zhao's heart. He tremblingly opened the file, and with just one glance, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. It was all the accounting records of him taking bribes from Heng Yuan over the past few years. Every single transaction was crystal clear. Director Zhao's fingers trembled uncontrollably, his eyes staring fixedly at Gu Qinghan. Now he finally understood why Manager Mai had collapsed. Faced with such ironclad evidence, he had nothing left to say in his defense. Gu, CEO Gu, this. Director Zhao's arrogance was completely extinguished. He lowered his posture, his tone pleading, I was. However, Gu Qinghan stood up directly, placing both hands on the table. She held the upper hand, like a queen looking down on all mortals. Considering you're a meritorious official of the company, and also considering your old age, submit your resignation yourself to keep things decent. Director Zhao's pupils widened in disbelief. You want to kick me out of the Gu Corporation? He was actually proven right by a junior secretary like me, becoming the third person to pack up and leave. Director Zhao could not accept this outcome. He forcefully slammed the file shut, then angrily threw it back on the table. Gu Qinghan, don't be too outrageous. His breathing was heavy, his whole body completely out of control. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. But in this circle, which high-level manager's hands are clean, taking some kickbacks, receiving some benefits, that's the unwritten rule of the industry. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his bloodshot eyes pointing at me. I've worked my ass off for your mother for decades, and now you, for a junior secretary like him, want to discard me after I've served my purpose. Don't use the company's interests as an excuse. You are clearly abusing your public office for private gain. For a junior secretary, you've successfully fired key employees of the company, making the meritorious officials heartbroken. Aren't you afraid that before you've even secured your position, you'll become a fatuous ruler ridiculed by the world? I heard Director Zeos' words twisting black into white and frowned in anger, just about to retort. Gu Qinghan spoke first. Her voice was indifferent. Are you done? There wasn't a trace of anger on her face. On the contrary, she absently adjusted her cuff. Then she lazily raised the corners of her eyes, her jet-black pupils bottomlessly deep. You said I'm abusing public office for private gain? Gu Qinghan leaned forward slightly, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Director Zhao, you seem to be mistaken about one thing. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. That's not wrong, but you're not a fish. You're a leech sucking the blood of the Gu Corporation. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Qinghan actually looked straight at me without avoiding it. Her tone was arrogant and wild. Of course, you're not wrong about one thing. I am indeed venting on his behalf. Since you've touched my person, you must be prepared to pay the price. As for the fatuous ruler you mentioned, Gu Qinghan sneered, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. In my Gu Qinghan's territory, my word is the rule. Even if I am abusing my office for private gain, you have to endure it for me. She pressed closer step by step, her cold, ascetic aura almost, making people suffocate. Director Zhao, I advise you to cooperate obediently. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you spend your retirement in prison at your age. After speaking, she didn't even glance at Director Zhao, who had gone limp in his chair, but instead raised her eyes, suddenly sweeping her gaze over all the present shareholders. Her voice was calm, but every word was as heavy as a mountain. Did you all hear that clearly? From now on, where I am, your so-called unwritten rules stop here. If you really want to do it cleanly for me. Don't let me get a hold of anything. Otherwise, her fingertips tapped lightly on the table. She raised her eyebrows, pausing the story. Immediately after, she stood up and adjusted her jacket. A garbage enterprise like Heng Yuan, the Gu Corporation will never cooperate with them again. A parasite like Director Zhao, the Gu Corporation will absolutely not tolerate. Does anyone else have any opinions? The entire hall was deathly silent. Director Zhao's disastrous example was right there. Who would dare say anything else? Gu Qinghan's gaze swept over everyone, one by one, and no one dared to look her in the eye. If none of you have any opinions, the meeting is adjourned. She didn't spare the other shareholders a glance and strode towards the conference room door. But after 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at me as I was gathering the documents. In front of everyone, she curled her lips into a smile. Secretary Lin, considering your excellent performance just now, from now on, if anyone still dares to use insulting words to attack you, you have the full authority to act first and report later. These words were clearly meant for the shareholders. She was using her own way to protect my honor. We had just left the conference room and turned a corner when my wrist was grabbed by a slender hand, and the next second I was pulled into the lounge next door. With a click, the door was locked from the inside. My whole body was pressed against the door panel, the light tea scent on, the woman's body enveloped me. Gu Qinghan. I was startled and quickly placed my hand on her chest. This is a meeting room. There are people outside. Darling, I can't wait anymore. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, her nose touching mine, her hot breath fanning down. Darling spoke so well in the meeting. Let me give you a kiss. Darling was so imposing and even protected my authority. I'm the boss. Shouldn't I reward you handsomely? My cheeks burned. I was just dealing with that old man. I hadn't finished speaking when Gu Qinghan suddenly pressed me forcefully against the door, her lips immediately locking onto mine. My back was against the cold door panel. Outside were the hurried footsteps in the hallway, separated by just a door. All my senses were infinitely amplified. Gu Qinghan. I struggled to push her away, my face flushed. Stop fooling around. Someone could come in at any moment. But the woman just buried her head in the crook of my neck, nuzzling me. Darling was really so good just now. Her hand slowly slid down along my waist. My whole body stiffened, my heart pounding wildly. By the time we got back to the office, my lips were slightly swollen and red. I glared at her irritably, silently cursing in my heart that she was a real lunatic. I limped, about to walk back to my desk when my waist was suddenly gripped tightly, and the next second she pulled me into her arms again. Gu Qinghan, what are you trying to do now? Get back to business. Gu Qinghan rested her chin in the crook of my neck, nuzzling. Darling, look at this. Only then did I notice a file on her desk, with a line of words clearly printed on it. Dismissal and lawsuit against Director Zhao. My eyes widened immediately. This is the document to deal with Director Zhao? Mm-hmm. Gu Qinghan took a fountain pen and pushed it into my hand. Then her hand covered mine, enveloping it completely. She leaned close to my ear, her deep and alluring voice making my limbs go weak. You're the one who tore Director Zhao apart with evidence. This signature must be yours. Darling, this is your trophy. I held the pen, my fingers trembling slightly. This was like passing a death sentence on a meritorious official of the Gu Corporation. Me. Isn't it inappropriate for me to sign? What's inappropriate about it? Gu Qinghan chuckled softly, taking my hand and signing stroke by stroke. Darling, you are the future CEO of the Gu Corporation. Here, you have the power of life and death over everyone. After signing the document, Director Zeo's fate was sealed. I felt a little hot and wanted to get up from her lap, but she kept holding me. It's signed, let go. However, the woman's gaze shifted downward, landing on my ankle. I stood for so long just now to build up my presence. She squatted down in front of me and placed her hand on my leg. It hurts again, doesn't it? Only then did I feel a sharp pain in my ankle. I was in so much pain I almost gasped. Gu Qinghan frowned immediately, and she helped me straight into the lounge. Why didn't you say it hurts? I was placed on the sofa and she immediately took off my sock. Sure enough, my ankle, which had already stopped swelling, was red and swollen again. Gu Qinghan pursed her lips, took a medical ice pack from the fridge, and the next second, she actually knelt on one knee before me. Let's ice it to reduce the swelling first, then we'll apply medicine. She gently placed the ice pack on my ankle, and a chilling sensation washed over me. I instinctively wanted to pull my leg back, but her hand held it firmly. Don't move, it'll be gentle. On one side, she applied the ice pack while her other hand held my firm calf, slowly massaging it. Look at you, your muscles are all tense too. On one side was the freezing ice, on the other her burning palm. It was truly a heaven of ice and fire. This strong stimulation made my scalp tingle, and my toes curled up. A little gentler. My voice cracked, carrying a hint of hoarseness. The woman suddenly raised her head to look at me, her eyes deep, swirling with intense emotions. Gradually, her fingers started to become restless. Little by little, they moved up along the curve of my calf, past my knee, and stopped at the edge of my thigh hidden by my trousers. Your leg must be tired, right? Her voice was full of seduction. Do you want your wife to help you massage it? I blushed and grabbed her mischievous hand. That's not necessary. Does only your ankle hurt? Gu Qinghan flashed a wicked smile, but I saw Darling walking, and this place was trembling too. She pointed towards the top of my trousers. You're talking nonsense. I quickly held her hand back. Gu Qinghan, you're talking nonsense. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly. Whether it's nonsense or not? Well, no, with a little check.